The boot came down on my chest, and I heard my own ribs go. Not a crack. A wet little sequence of pops, like someone stepping on a bag of dry pasta, except the pasta was me. I was flat on my back on polished stone in a castle I'd been inside for exactly 4 minutes, and there was a girl in a white dress standing on my sternum, leaning her weight into it, and she was smiling. She bent down. Reddish-brown curls fell past her cheek. She was genuinely beautiful, in the way a knife is beautiful right before it goes in. "How come you're still alive?" That was the question. Not "who are you?" Not "what are you doing here?" "How come you're still alive?" said, in the tone of somebody checking whether a stain came out of a shirt. And here's the part that made my brain fully disconnect from my body. I knew that sentence, not from my life, from his. 12 years earlier, in a basement under this same building, an 8-year-old version of this girl had stood on a 6-year-old boy with the exact same expression and asked the exact same question, and the boy had lain there on the cold floor and not answered because there was no answer that made it better. The boy grew up, went away, came back today. She stepped down harder. I should probably back up about 3 days because if I don't, none of this makes sense. But I'm not going to back up very far because, frankly, the important part is the boot. 3 days earlier, I woke up in a carriage that smelled like old paper and dying horse, in a body that wasn't mine, with somebody else's entire childhood sitting in my head like a tenant who refused to leave. My name was Alaric now. Before that, I was a researcher on a planet called Earth, in a federation with satellites and quantum computers and a laminated ID card, and then I wasn't, and the transition happened while I was asleep and nobody sent me a form about it. The body I landed in had been 18 years old and had died about a week prior, on purpose, sort of, by attempting a magic experiment several ranks above his pay grade and burning his own mind out doing it. He had reasons. He was going home. He'd rather have been anywhere else, including dead, which is how he ended up there. His name was also Alaric, illegitimate son of Loreus Thorn, clan chief of the Thorn family, marquis of the Terra Kingdom, master of Shining Fortress, which sounds impressive right up until you learn that an illegitimate child in this world doesn't get a surname. He got the bloodline and none of the paperwork. He was, functionally, a very expensive piece of furniture that could talk. And for 3 days, he wouldn't leave. That's the part nobody warns you about. I didn't just inherit his memories. I inherited his obsession, this dense knot of hatred sitting at the base of my skull with its own opinions, occasionally trying to drive. I'd be looking out the carriage window at a wheat field and suddenly want to burn a building I had never personally been inside. 3 days of that. I was losing. So on the 4th morning, I made a deal with a ghost. Under the witness of the mysterious and eternal goddess of magic Alara, I will inherit your hatred, fulfill your wishes, and take revenge on the Thorn family. I will also force your high and mighty father to lower his proud head and repent. I said it quietly, into a carriage full of books, feeling roughly as dignified as a man reading a wedding vow to a houseplant. Nothing happened. Wind moved across the wheat. I sat there with my ears going red. Then a soul came up out of the bottom of my mind. I want to be clear that this was not a metaphor. There was a boy standing in front of me, almost transparent, wearing my face. And he was not angry. I had spent 3 days being crushed by his rage, and there was none of it left in him. He looked at me the way you look at someone who's agreed to carry something heavy for you, longing mostly, and relief. He was gone before I could say anything. And the weight came off my head like a hand lifting off the back of my neck, and I made a noise, which is how I nearly gave the entire thing away. "Young Master Alaric, are you all right?" The old man driving, Grandpa Kenji, 70-odd, whip in his hand, held so gently the 2 ancient horses barely noticed, and he had asked me that question maybe 40 times in 3 days. He was the only person in the predecessor's entire life who had ever asked it and wanted the real answer. "Grandpa Kenji, I'm fine. That's good, young master. Just hang in there a little longer." I looked at my hands. Pale, smooth, uncalloused, entirely mine now. Every part of that body belonged to me, and the previous owner had finally checked out, and I actually smiled, which was the wrong thing to do because that's exactly when the universe decided to introduce itself. System startup. I froze. You have to understand what those 2 words mean to a man in my position. I'd read the stories. Everybody's read the stories. You get dropped into another world, you get a system, the system gives you quests and rewards, and probably a talking sword. I sat up so fast I banged my head on a shelf of books. "A must-have system for transmigrators," I said out loud, like an idiot. "The 3rd generation Athena semi-intelligent chip is at your service." I sat back down. It was a chip. My chip. The one from my old life. The fingernail-sized crystal wafer they put in the back of everybody's skull at 14, so you'd never have to remember a phone number or do long division again. Not a system. A really expensive phone that had followed me through death. Report on your current status. Due to unknown factors, we have been unable to contact the central processing unit. Our computing power has decreased. Current maximum computing power is 3.4 gigahertz. Due to unknown factors, internal storage has been cleared. Unable to contact the central processing unit. 91% of all functions lost. Great, cool. So, the entire point of the Athena chip was that it talked to a continent-sized superprocessor back home called Tiangong, and Tiangong had been the crowning achievement of my civilization. And now, Tiangong was several universes away and not returning my calls. My god machine had been reduced to a pocket calculator with opinions. Internal storage wiped, which meant every schematic and formula and pirated film I'd ever saved was gone. All I had left was whatever was already inside my actual skull, which, as a researcher, was mostly chemistry and a truly unnecessary amount of trivia. I asked for a scan of my body and got my first look at the panel. Strength 1.2, physique 1.1, agility 1.3, spirit 1.2 out of 6.2. You are physically healthy, but mentally exhausted. Please take a break. Very helpful, thank you. Meanwhile, I had a carriage stuffed floor to ceiling with the predecessor's library, hundreds of books he'd hauled across a kingdom because they were the only thing he owned that nobody had taken from him, and 3 functions still working: storage, analysis, scanning. Athena, scan and record the books in this carriage. Professional rank systems, basic principles of magic, elementary apothecary, magical herb cultivation and harvesting. It got about a dozen books in before it stopped. Then something reached into my brain and started pushing needles through it from the inside. I have been electrocuted. In my previous life, wall socket my own fault, age 9. This was worse by an order of magnitude I don't have the vocabulary for. I clutched my head and made a sound like an animal in a trap, and outside the carriage the old man screamed my name, and a squad of cavalry stopped in the road, and I was rolling around on a pile of books howling in a language none of them spoke. Quick, the bottle in the box, the light blue one. Kenji had the lid off before I finished the sentence. 3 bottles in cotton wool, and he grabbed the middle one, and I drank it in one go, and the needles pulled back out of my skull. I lay there breathing. He hovered over me with his hands out, not touching, terrified. Young master, you frightened this old servant. Just a side effect of the last experiment. I've taken the recovery medicine. It won't happen again. He believed me because he wanted to. I lay on the books and did the math, because that's what I do instead of feeling things. The empty crystal bottle in my hand had been a level 3 mental restoration potion, 18 gold coins. I had just chugged 18 gold coins to survive a library scan. The predecessor's entire life savings were in a box under the seat, and I'd just poured a sixth of it down my throat because I got curious about some books. Athena, what happened? The chip has undergone unknown changes. The test is invalid. We cannot explain why. But I could. That was the ugly part. Back home, the chip ran on Tiangong's power. Tiangong wasn't here. So, during the trip across, whatever the trip across was, the chip had melted itself into my soul and started running on the only power source available, me. Every scan, every calculation, every helpful little chirp came directly out of my mental energy, which in this world is the thing mages use to cast spells and the thing that kills you if you spend too much of it. My cheat and my life were now wired to the same battery, which meant my magnificent transmigrator advantage came with a feature no story ever mentions. It can kill you if you use it too much. The panel came back with 2 new lines at the bottom, though, and those made it worth it. Mana, 4.2 out of 6. Rank, level 4, mage. Storage, analysis, scanning, all 3 still working. A pocket calculator with opinions that could also read. Fine. Something is better than nothing. I spent the next 2 hours going through the predecessor's childhood properly, because I'd been putting it off and I was out of excuses. Until 5, he had a mother. Gentle, patient, no name attached in his memory, just warmth and a small house. Then one day when he was 5, she said goodbye with a face like something breaking and walked out and never came back, and Kenji took him by the hand to Shining Fortress because that was what she'd told them to do. He met his father. Juno took one look at him and filed him somewhere at the bottom of a drawer. Then 5 years in the dark, and I do mean dark. Basement, the damp corner of it, surf rations, the heaviest work in the castle, beatings from people whose names he never learned, because you don't learn the names of weather. If Kenji hadn't smuggled him food, he'd have died in that basement at 7, and no one would have noticed for a week. At 10, they tested the family children for aptitude, the way you'd test a litter, and the bastard in the cellar came back with real magic talent. Suddenly, he was worth a line item. His father sent him to the Noble Magic Academy in the capital, 8 years away from this place, which was the single greatest gift anyone had ever given him, and was also, I noticed, extremely convenient for a man who wanted him out of the house. He graduated, and the family called him home. He tried an experiment 4 ranks above his level rather than get in that carriage. I closed my eyes and thought, kid, you should have just kept walking. Then we arrived, and I met the family, and I stopped judging him. The gate of Shining Fortress is 30 meters of black wall wedged between 2 mountain ranges. and it has been broken open by orcs 4 separate times in a century and rebuilt harder every time, and the city gates are 2 meters thick and take dozens of advanced warriors working together to swing open because nobody in this world has invented the winch. 3,000 men hold it. The orcs haven't touched it in years. The Thorn family went from unknown barons to marquis with 3 counties in 100 years, standing on that wall, and the whole kingdom calls them the Iron Wall of Terra, and they earned it. I want that on the record because of what I did to them later. A cavalry squad came out to meet us, not the escort that had been babysitting me down the road. Real ones, black armor, level 4 blood flame horses, moving together like one machine with 40 legs. The crowd at the gate murmured, "The radiant cavalry of the Thorn family." A merchant next to us was doing the math on what a squad of level 4 demon beasts costs and getting dizzy. The captain stopped 3 meters from our carriage and his horse reared and slammed down and the whole street shut up. "Young Master Alaric, the clan chief requests your presence." I didn't move fast enough because I was busy being impressed. "Young Master Alaric, the clan chief requests your presence." Same words, different temperature. I got out. And before my feet were properly under me, the captain leaned down, grabbed me by the back of the robe, and hauled me onto the saddle in front of him, like a sack of grain. And the squad turned and went. Nobody had ridden through a city at that speed with me before. The north wind went straight through a mage's robe, as if it were an insult, and I'd already burned through my mental energy on a library, so I couldn't have warmed myself with a candle spell if you'd paid me. So I curled up and squinted and let a stranger carry me into my father's house, freezing 22 minutes after arriving. We crossed 2 walls, we stopped at a castle on a hill, and a middle-aged man in a butler's uniform was waiting at the gate with a warm, sunny, absolutely flawless smile. My pupils shrank before I knew why. Butler Jing Li. If you took the predecessor's childhood and drew a pie chart of who caused it, 80% of that pie is this man's face. Beatings on a good day, a whip on a bad one. The reason the kid got out of this castle alive was Kenji feeding him in secret, not anything Jing Li ever declined to do. "Young Master Alaric, it's been a long time." Warm, friendly. The word young master in his mouth, which in 12 years he had never once used. I said, "Long time no see, Butler Jing Li," in a voice like a man reading a menu, and he looked at me with the smallest flicker of surprise, and decided people change in 8 years, and let it go. So here's what I was actually thinking as we walked in. The family had known I was coming. They'd sent the elite squad out to the gate. The butler, who used to hit me, was calling me young master. And I am an intermediate mage, level 4, which to a marquis house is roughly the status of a competent locksmith. None of it added up. Something was wrong. Then someone screamed down the corridor at me. "Alaric, you damn bastard, what are you doing here?" A girl came out of the depths of the castle. Early 20s, white dress, reddish-brown curls, and a face that somebody had clearly spent extra time on. Beside her trotted a boy of about 13, with a face that looked disturbingly like mine. "Sister, is he the Alaric you told me about?" "Yes, it's that damn bastard." Jing Li got between us instantly and bowed so low, his nose nearly touched his knees. "Third young miss, fourth young master. It is the clan chief who wishes to see him." And I watched a man who had just been condescending to me turn into a piece of trembling furniture in the space of one breath, and I filed that away, because that's the whole hierarchy of this world, in 2 seconds of body language. The girl tore her skirt out of the way and jumped. Here is a thing I hadn't fully absorbed yet. She was a warrior. I was a mage. And a mage who lets a warrior of the same rank get inside arm's reach is not in a fight. He's in an accident. Her foot hit my chest, and I went off my feet and across the floor. And I coughed up something warm and dark, and I lay there for 1 second thinking with genuine outrage, I just got beaten up by a girl, which tells you everything about the quality of my judgment that week. Then the boot came down, which is where we came in. She ground her heel into ribs that were already broken and kept increasing the pressure while I made noises I'd rather not describe. And then she leaned down and asked me how I was still alive. And 12 years of somebody else's basement went off in my head at once. Seraphina Vance, 3rd daughter of the clan chief, the apple of the entire family's eye. "You damned old hag," I said. "Get out of my way." And I got both hands on her leg and pushed with everything I had. She did not move, at all. It was like shoving a bridge. That was when the dagger came out. I want to be honest with you here, because a lot of guys in my position would tell this part differently. She had a knife 6 inches from my throat, and she meant it. I could see in her face that she absolutely meant it. And what I felt was not defiance. It was the pure animal understanding that this was how it ended, on a floor over nothing, and that the world I'd landed in would not even file a report. Jing Li caught her wrist. "Jing Li, do you want to rebel?" "Young miss, master wants to see him. You cannot kill him here now." "Young master, he doesn't deserve it." "My master's orders." "Father, When has he ever paid any attention to this damn bastard? Jing Li said nothing and did not let go, and I lay under her boot listening to two people negotiate my continued existence as a scheduling problem. She gave in, took 2 breaths, and then, because she'd been embarrassed, she leaned all her weight down one more time until she heard the bones, and I heard them too, from the inside. Since Father summoned you, I'll spare you today. Remember to die quickly. She lifted her foot and smiled, satisfied, and walked off with her little brother. And I did not say anything clever. I didn't say anything at all. I dragged myself upright while Jing Li apologized to her, and then he grabbed my arm and hauled me down the corridor and hissed at me that he thought 5 years of teaching would have made me humble, and I kept my head down so he couldn't see my face. I thought I was inheriting your hatred, I said silently to a boy who wasn't there anymore. I didn't expect it to become mine on day 1. Reality is an excellent teacher. Here was that day's lesson, delivered by boot. Dignity without strength behind it is not dignity. It's just a tantrum you're having quietly. 7 flights of stairs, a narrow passage, and at the end of it, a study door standing open. Jing Li stopped at the threshold, performed a servant's salute so precise you could have used it to level a shelf, and announced me with real emotion in his voice. He genuinely loved these people. That was the horrifying part. Let him in. The study was small and plain and absolutely crushing. My father sat behind an oak table under a mountain of documents, working through them with a magic pen, and he did not look up for a long time. Black brocade robe, pale gold embroidery a master had spent months on. Long golden hair tied back the same way mine was, which I hated. Handsome in the way that furniture in a museum is handsome, and tired underneath it in a way the handsome didn't cover. He finished a document, frowned at it, revised it, put it down, and then he looked at me for, what was, by my count, the 3rd time in 18 years. He saw a boy in a worn mage's robe with fresh blood down the front of it and his hair wrecked, standing in his study, and here's what he said. A level 4 mage. Not bad. Next, the family has found you a magic mentor. Pack your things and go report for duty. I want you to understand what a magic mentor is, because for about 2 seconds, it was the best news of my life. Graduating from an academy in this world doesn't make you a mage in any meaningful sense. It makes you literate. Everything past the basics has to be bought, and the prices are set by people who would rather it stayed rare. A magic mentor is rank 13 or above, and being taken as a disciple means free access to knowledge you could not purchase in 10 lifetimes, plus a seat in the room while they do the real work. The predecessor used to think about it the way other kids think about being a knight. So I asked, politely, which mentor? Juno frowned at being questioned, but he answered, because apparently these things require the individual's consent. Barnaby. I stood there and let the name sit in the room, because to most people, magic mentor is the impressive title. For this particular man, it's the boring one. His other titles are Hell Butcher, Nightmare Mentor, Sinful Pharmacist. Holy Mage, rank 18, 1 step from legend, and famous across the entire continent not for his strength, but for his research, which is the fusion of potions and bloodline. Tune a potion to one family's blood, and it hits 1 to 3 times harder for that family forever. Same brewing cost. Every noble house on the continent wants one. The research requires 2 things, enormous money, and highly talented professionals from the family in question to be used in the experiments. They almost never survive. Over the decades, the number of people who have walked out of Barnaby's laboratory intact rounds to a very small fraction. A few came out stronger, most came out in a bucket. My father had gone to a great deal of trouble to secure the services of the most expensive butcher on the continent for his unwanted son, who happened to be carrying Thorn blood. I understood the entire arrangement in one piece, standing there with 3 broken ribs, and I felt my face go cold and empty. He watched me work it out and did not help. The study was very quiet. You could hear me breathing. And this is where I found out that the previous owner of this body had done one genuinely brilliant thing in his short and miserable life. Your Excellency, Marquis Junot, I have no objection to the family's arrangements. However, I have obtained a pioneer knight position through the academy, and under my mentor's arrangement, I must report to Highland City within 1 month. Otherwise, I go on the wanted list of the kingdom and of the entire human alliance. A year before he died, terrified of being pulled back into this house, the kid had entered the Pioneer Knight assessment behind everyone's back and passed it. A Pioneer Knight is one of exactly 3 ways to become a noble in this world: inherit it, or accumulate military merit for roughly 10 generations. Or go out past the edge of human territory, take 100 square kilometers of land nobody has, hold it 3 years, put 5,000 humans on it with a working legal system and an economy and 10 professionals and 1 advanced professional living there permanently. And then, and only then, the kingdom will call you a baron. It is sacred. It is written into the conventions of the human continent, and it has not changed in tens of thousands of years. It also has no exit. You either become a noble or you die out there. And if you come home early, you are despised by every human alive, and there is no third door. And the boy had signed up for it at 17, on purpose, because he thought it was better odds than this room. Juno's eyes changed. Pioneer Knight? Yes, I volunteer to carry on the legacy of my ancestors and expand the territory of the human race. I felt, roughly as convincing as a man reading a card. Why didn't you report it to the family? And his aura came down on me, not at me, just in the room, the way a mountain is in a valley, and I broke out in a full cold sweat and my knees tried to have a discussion with me. I had exactly one card, and it was a bluff. It was arranged by my tutor at the academy, Isolde. Isolde, leader of the kingdom's fire mage corps, it was her. Complete fabrication. The predecessor had attended one public lecture of hers in a hall of 400 people, and once helped with some preliminary extraction work for an experiment she was nowhere near. I said her name like a man laying down a winning hand, and I have never lied harder in 2 lives. The aura went away. You're lucky to have Isolde's favor. I said something modest and shameless and felt my heart restart. And then the room did something I was not prepared for. He sighed. Actually, Barnaby isn't as scary as you think. In recent years, his techniques have improved significantly. Failures are rare now, and participating would be of great benefit to your career. I thought you'd have paid attention to this kind of thing. Now it seems you know nothing about it. I stared at him. Many things are not as simple as they seem on the surface. I know you have suffered over the years. A pause. But at least you are still alive. Something in the way he said that last part made my whole spine go cold. If that's the case, I said, and my voice cracked, which I hated, then why not send me somewhere else? Do you know how I lived before I was 10 years old? Other places. He looked at me properly. Do you know why your mother sent you here? She knew perfectly well what a bastard child would encounter in a marquis family. She did it anyway. Mother? Because she wanted you to live. Because only the core territory of the Thorn family could keep you alive. It wasn't until you were 10 that I dealt with certain hidden troubles. Before that, I would have had to send someone to collect your body the moment you stepped outside Shining Fortress. I stood in a small plain study with broken ribs and rearranged my entire understanding of my own life in about 4 seconds. The basement wasn't neglect. The basement was the safest address available. Nobody looks for a marquis's son in the coal cellar. And the academy at 10 wasn't charity from a bored man. It was the exact year the danger got cleaned up, and he'd been the one cleaning it, which raised a question I could not stop asking. Danger from who? What is my mother, that a marquis of the Terra Kingdom had to spend 10 years killing a problem before her son could safely walk out a door? What exactly is my mother's identity? Is she still alive? And my father's eyes went somewhere far away, and for 1 second the tired, handsome face had something on it that had nothing to do with me. Then he waved a hand like a man ending a meeting. Jing Li, send him away. That's it. That's the whole conversation. 18 years, 3 broken ribs, 1 enormous unanswered question, and a wave of the hand. I walked out. Jing Li appeared at the door like a ghost who'd been standing there the whole time, which he had. At the gate, he smiled his warm, sunny smile at me one more time. The young master Alaric, remember that no matter what happens, you must learn to be humble and respectful. I nodded, because my ribs hurt, and walked to the carriage. Kenji saw the blood on my chest and the way I was holding myself, and I watched a 70-year-old serf go white with a rage he had absolutely no legal right to have. He couldn't say a word about it. He just took my shoulders and gripped harder than he needed to and helped me up the step. Grandpa Kenji, let's go. Inside, with the curtain down, I had Athena run a scan because I wanted a number instead of a feeling. Left ribs broken in the 3rd, 5th, and 6th positions. Soft tissue severely damaged. Internal blood vessels and muscles damaged. Left lung compressed and ruptured. That woman, I said, is thorough. I drank the green bottle. 2 of my 3 potions gone in one afternoon, which was fine, because I was fairly sure I'd have paid both of them just to be leaving. Then I did something petty, and asked the chip to record exactly how the healing worked, minute by minute. Wood element eroding through the tissue, lung sealing in 5 hours, ribs in 7 days. Free data. If I was going to be poor and injured, I was at least going to be poor and injured with excellent documentation. The carriage pulled away. I lifted the curtain and looked back at Shining Fortress lying between 2 mountains in the dark like a thing sleeping with one eye open. Total time inside the walls, from arrival to departure, under 1 hour. Let me tell you what I took out of it, since I certainly wasn't taking money. My father might be complicated. Fine. Serafina wanted me dead and would have done it over a rude word. Jing Li would have done it too, and enjoyed the paperwork. And whatever Juno's reasons were, he had still handed me to the Hell Butcher and expected me to say, thank you. So, the promise I made to a ghost in a wheat field turned into something I actually meant, somewhere between the 3rd rib and the dagger. The iron wall of Terra was going to pay me for that hour. Then I sat back in the dark with that magnificent vow ringing in my head, and reality tapped me on the shoulder because I had been in this world for a total of 3 days and my personal assets were 104 gold coins, a box of used lab equipment, and a 4th level mage who could be killed by a girl in a dress. I scratched my hair and tried the only lever I had. Athena, from now on you should change your name to Transmigration Growth System. Silence. Your task is to assign me a quest and then give me a reward when I complete it. At longer silence, I could feel the chip thinking about its life. Mission. Please treat your injuries promptly. The reward is a healthy body. I lay in a box of books with a punctured lung and started laughing, which was a mistake, medically. 14 days and 1,000 miles later, we came over the last rise and I got my first look at Highland. It's built along the coast where the Grana River comes down and empties out. And there were 100 ships in that harbor, moving like a herd of animals, and the whole thing shone. Pearl of the EC, they call it. Best shipbuilding in the kingdom, best navigation, the biggest handicraft trade on the coast, and the biggest slave market in the country, which are 2 facts that sit next to each other here without anybody blinking. The Blackwood family owns it, they're only counts. They are also richer than the kingdom's dukes, and nobody in Highland has ever confused a title with power. My ribs had healed on the road, which surprised me. I'd budgeted 3 months, but as my mental energy came back, my own magic went to work on the damage on its own. No instruction from me, and inside 10 days the bones were whole. First time I'd seen magic do something for me, rather than to me, and I sat in a carriage watching my own body repair itself and thought, all right, maybe I can work with this place. We paid 2 copper coins at the gate, got handed a free city map, and rolled into Highland with 104 gold to our name. I climbed out of the box and sat up front next to Kenji, because after 2 weeks I'd finally stopped flinching every time he asked how I was. The streets were wide, clean, and absolutely packed. Stalls selling handmade goods, and then a stall selling magical materials, and then one selling weapons, casually, next to fruit. The number of professionals in the crowd was noticeably higher than anywhere we'd passed through. The Orocos had clearly spent generations making this the place where anybody with a skill would want to be. I had 2 days left before my report-in deadline, so I couldn't enjoy any of it. Miss the deadline, go on the wanted list of the entire human alliance, which for a level 4 mage is a slightly slower version of death. City Hall was 3 streets in. White stone, medieval European in a way that made my past life ache a little. Carved all over with knights and mages and nobles doing noble things. Quieter than the rest of the city. Steps steep enough to communicate that not everyone should attempt them. Carriages out front that made ours look like a wheelbarrow, and a crowd that gave me exactly one glance, noted the mage robe, and lost interest. That's Highland in one gesture. They're not scared of you. They just have no reason to fight you yet. I went in alone, and I got a free demonstration of local etiquette in the lobby, which was worth more than the map. A tall young man in extremely expensive clothes came in off the street, shoved the door guards out of the way, and walked into the Highland Trade Management office with a squad of armed warriors behind him. Every official in that office stood up, and their first instinct was not to call for help. It was to hurry forward and bow. Young Master Caspian, what can I do for you? Jamu is happy to assist. Jamu, how dare you? What gave you the audacity to issue an order prohibiting my merchant ships from entering the port? Young Master Caspian, might we go upstairs and let me report in detail? Rest, my 2 merchant ships are still adrift at sea. Do you know how much this delay cost me? Now, immediately, sign the port entry order. The official was sweating through his coat. He also didn't sign. He pushed forward instead, got close, and said very quietly that the key wasn't him. He'd been ordered by his superiors, and that even if the young master killed him, he could not sign. So, Caspian put a hand around his throat. You really think I wouldn't dare kill you? He lifted. The man went red. The sounds stopped being words, and nobody in that lobby moved. 40 people watched an official of the ruling family get strangled in a government building and adjusted their grip on their paperwork. Caspian, do you want to kill someone at City Hall? An official belonging to the Blackwood family? An old man with white hair came down the stairs, looking like a thunderstorm in a coat. And here's the part I actually remember. Caspian dropped him, turned around, and performed a bow of such flawless aristocratic quality that you could have used it in a manual. Of course not, esteemed Mr. Arthur. I was just giving some fools a little lesson. Elegant, charming, warm, a young nobleman out of a book. They went upstairs, his guards filed out. The unconscious man got dragged off, and the lobby resumed as if someone had merely dropped a plate. Around me, the whispering started. Blackwood Caspian, second son of the clan chief, ruthless, cruel. Stay away from him. Cool, I thought, noted, never meeting that guy. Reader, I would like to apologize in advance for the next 2 years of my life. I found the Terra Kingdom office in the corner. The kingdom gets exactly one office inside a noble's fief, by the way, and even the king's orders have no force in Highland. That's not a scandal here, that's just the floor plan. 3 officials, no queue, all extremely bored. Hello, my name is Alaric. I graduated from the Noble Magic Academy, and I'm here to register. The one with the short red beard looked up. Pioneer Knight? Yes. And all 3 of them stood up. I wasn't ready for that. There was no calculation in it, no glance at my robe, no checking my badge. In this world, anybody who walks out past the edge of human territory to make a place for other humans gets that, from everyone, regardless of whether they succeed, because they went. It was the first genuinely clean thing anyone had done in my direction since I arrived, and it made my throat feel strange. The registration was fast. I walked out with a silver-white badge and 2 pieces of news. First, the good one. The deadline wasn't for setting sail, it was for signing in. After that, I had 3 months to prepare. A new rule the kingdom had added, because the Sea of Myriad Islands had gotten too dangerous to send people out cold. 3 months to buy slaves, gather supplies, hire people. Second, the kingdom's material support for a pioneer knight going into that sea. A map of the Sea of Myriad Islands? He said it like a man offering somebody a mint. The kingdom used to subsidize this. It doesn't anymore. The Orc Empire pushes on the north border, and there isn't a spare coin in the treasury for men who want to go get themselves killed in the east. Then, seeing my face, he added quickly that it was a strategic map, surveyed by the North Sea Fleet, far better than anything sold on the market. That actually changed things. I'd been a researcher in a civilization that fought wars with satellites, and I know exactly what a military survey is worth against a merchant sketch. I thanked him with real warmth, and he looked enormously relieved. Back in the carriage, I had Athena scan the whole thing and then unfold it as a 3-dimensional image across the floor, and I sat there in the dark with a glowing blue sea between my feet. The Sea of Myriad Islands. One of the 4 great seas of the continent, and the only one humans have ever gotten into. Dozens of times the size of the entire Terra Kingdom. Tens of thousands of islands, 90% of them micro-islands of a few square kilometers, which is a polite way of saying most of them can be removed by one bad wave. But there are big ones. The largest is half the size of a kingdom, and there are 3 powers in it. The sea demons hold 30% of the deep water, and would prefer we all drowned. The Pirate Alliance is 7 giant crews and hundreds of small ones, and they range across the entire sea, and the sea demons have taken serious losses from them. The Noble Council is the pioneer knights who actually made it, the ones who took 100 square kilometers and held it and got their title, and then organized, so the pirates and the demons couldn't eat them one at a time. Those 3 fight each other, ally with each other, and betray each other on a schedule that's essentially weather. Today's war is tomorrow's joint expedition. A tiny sliver of profit is a completely sufficient reason to start a war out there. Result: the sea demons are far weaker than the Orc Empire, and the death rate for pioneer knights going east is no better than for the ones marching north. I sat with my chin on my knees and looked at all that lovely glowing blue. The predecessor had chosen this. Not the northern border, which was next door. He'd traveled 1,000 miles east specifically to put a continent between himself and his family, and I'd inherited both the escape and the bill. Athena, I said, how many islands does the kingdom own out there? None. Right. Great. The law, incidentally, is not a suggestion. Once you're a pioneer knight, you must establish a territory with at least 100 subjects and a habitable shelter. If war destroys your territory, you have 3 months to rebuild it. Fail, and you lose the status. And losing the status means that even the son of a noble is demoted to slave and stripped of the right to advance in rank for life. The Human Alliance's position, in short, is either don't come or come and do it properly. So I did not sail. I rented a house. Farul Street is the middle of the Western District, where the Mercenary Guild and the Mages Hall and the Apothecary Exchange all keep branches, because the Eastern District is where the money lives, and the Western District is where the people who intend to go and die for money live. I got out of the carriage and was immediately intercepted by a young man with sweat in his messy black hair, dust all over his clothes, and a ring of keys the size of a small chandelier on his belt. Your Excellency, would you like a real estate agent to assist you? I gave him the look I'd have given a man selling watches out of a coat. He produced a certificate. Theodore, real estate agent. Rigorously trained, appropriately certified, affiliated with the Highland City Housing Transaction Center, absolutely confident that his expertise would satisfy me. I read the whole thing. I checked the seal. I don't know a real Highland seal from a drawing of one, but I do know that the Blackwood family run this city on the principle that commerce must be predictable, and they would not tolerate a con man working the front steps of their own housing exchange. Also, there were 7 other guys in identical outfits hustling identical passersby, and fraud is rarely that well staffed. How much is your service fee? 1%. Buy or lease. Only 1%. All right, show me your expertise. 3 houses in, I was starting to think this was a waste of a morning. The 4th was at the foot of the western wall, up in the corner, 2 stories, detached, small, old, and so close to the city wall that half the day it sat in shade. 20 square meters of courtyard behind it, some flowers nobody had watered in a year, and enough distance from other people that the only traffic was soldiers changing shift. Quiet. Remote. Cheap, I hoped. The door creaked and hit us with a smell like the inside of a forgotten thermos. Theodore started explaining about sanitary conditions, and I walked past him. Living room, kitchen, dining room, bathroom, a maid's room. 2 bedrooms and a study upstairs. 100 square meters total, and you could see all of it from the door, and the furniture was still in it, which meant I wouldn't have to buy furniture, which mattered a great deal more to me than the view. Then Theodore said the magic words. "Your Excellency, there is a basement below this house." My eyes lit up so hard he took a step back. Half the footprint of the ground floor, full of broken chairs and old clothes, dark. To Theodore, it was a storage problem. To me, it was a laboratory with no windows, no neighbors, and thick stone between my experiments and anybody who might have questions about them. How much? 5 gold a month. A year's lease gets you a month free and no deposit. I did not have a year. 5 gold a month for a shaded corner house against a wall was Highland's way of telling me it did not care about my problems. 10 gold deposit. 25 gold for 3 months up front. That's a quarter of everything I owned for 3 months of shade. Okay, let's make a deal. It wasn't as bad as it sounds. Tenancy in Highland waived my city entrance fee, and I was going to be walking through that gate a lot. Also, and I want to be honest about my priorities here, I had a basement. Theodore collected commission from both ends of the transaction, made 30 copper, which is a week of living in Highland, and beamed at me like I'd knighted him. He then attempted to sell me servants. I declined and went home. Kenji had his sleeves rolled up and a bucket of water going before I got through the door, and he was fast. Genuinely, frighteningly fast. 2 passes of a rag and a piece of furniture came out looking better than it had any right to. So I helped. I chanted a level 1 wind spell called Dance of the Wind. And a breeze came up in the room and went into every corner and carried a year of dust out the door in about a minute. Kenji stood there with his rag in his hand, looking like I'd set the house on fire. "Young Master Alaric, how could I let you do such rough work? It would be an insult to your spell." "Grandpa Kenji? Spells are meant to be used. A spell with no practical value gets eliminated by history. Then you absolutely cannot use spells to do this kind of rough work. Grandpa Kenji, I did a great deal of cleaning as a child. Keep going. You don't want us sleeping in the carriage tonight, do you?" And his face fell, because I just referenced the basement years out loud like they were a normal thing that happened, and he thought that was his fault. It wasn't. He was the only reason there was a boy left to inherit. I let him get back to work and did not say any of that, because I'd only known him 3 weeks and he'd known the other Alaric for 20 years, and there are limits to what a stranger wearing somebody's face gets to say out loud. So, a magician, expert at killing, also excellent at housework. That night Kenji cooked, and I'm not going to pretend I wasn't affected by it. Soft white bread, lamb chops, a bowl of mushroom soup. I hadn't eaten anything since arriving in this world that wasn't road food. And I ate like a man who'd been raised by wolves, and then hot water appeared for a bath, and I went upstairs and slept 11 hours. The next morning, I went down into my basement and started the actual work. Here's what the previous owner left me, laid out on a table. 104 gold coins and 45 silver. 1 set of elementary apothecary equipment. 20-odd magical materials. 1 bottle of level 3 fire element rhythm potion. Several hundred books. And this is the part that matters. The kid wasn't just a level 4 mage. He was a prospective apothecary. He had 12 elementary formulas and 4 intermediate ones in his head. And he'd bought that knowledge with his own rank, because he'd poured every resource he had into brewing instead of into himself. He could have been a 5th level mage. He chose to be a 4th level mage who could sometimes make medicine. And he was terrible at it. Level 1 and 2, tolerable. Level 3, under 10% success. Every failed batch was money on fire, and he kept going anyway, and in years of trying, he never made a single gold coin at it. I looked at that stubborn, unprofitable, doomed little pile of equipment and felt something almost like affection, because his talent didn't matter anymore. I had a chip. First though, meditation, because you cannot skip leg day in a world where the leg is your brain. The predecessor's method was fire element meditation, elementary grade. I sat on the wooden bed, closed my eyes, and recited it, and Athena monitored everything. Detection of abnormal mental state in the owner. An anomaly detected in the surrounding fire element. Activity of fire, attribute magic in the master's body has increased by 30%. Master has been affected by the fire element meditation technique. Increasing, master's mental energy is being depleted at an accelerated rate. 2 hours later, I opened my eyes with a headache, and the fire element in the room drifted apart and went back to being air. How much did I gain? This meditation has increased your mental energy and mana by a total of 0.003 points. I asked her to run it again at maximum precision, which cost me another chunk of my head, and got numbers down to 3 decimals, and then I asked the question I already didn't want the answer to. At this rate, how long until I reach level 5 mage? 595 days for mental energy, 626 days for mana, 2 hours a day, every day, for over a year and a half, to go from level 4 to level 5. And in 3 months, I was sailing into a sea where 140 pioneer nights go a year, and I did not yet know the second half of that statistic. Athena, could you optimize the meditation method? Insufficient data could lead to uncertain consequences if optimization is undertaken hastily, which is chip for no. Fine. Then we do it the other way, because there was a second lever in the room, sitting in a box, and it was the reason the last owner of this body had been poor. Fire Element Rhythm Potion. Level 1. 3 materials. 1 measure of level 1, elemental water. 1 fire flower, 3 months grown. 1 7-star grass. 7 silver in materials, sells for 35. Which sounds fantastic until you do the division and realize you have to succeed 1 time in 5 just to break even, and the previous owner had been running well under that, which is the exact mechanism by which an intelligent young man had turned an inheritance into ash. Athena, I'm about to begin. Master, I've had the scan history open for a long time. No talking back, okay? The process, in theory, is simple. Melt the fire flower with a magical flame. Strip the impurities. Mix it into the elemental water. Use the 7-star grass to neutralize and extract. The difficulty is that the entire time, you have to push your own mental energy into it in a continuous, absolutely steady stream, not a burst. A stream. For 15 minutes. That's the wall. That's the wall every apothecary in this world hits, and most of them never get over it, and it's why medicine costs what it costs. I didn't even reach the wall. I lost control of the fire element inside the flower during purification, and it went off in my face. Bang. Small bang. Level 1 fire flower barely holds any element, so it was loud and useless, like a party popper with a grudge. I sat there covered in soot, holding a handful of ash worth 7 silver coins. Athena, didn't I tell you not to bother me? You owe me 7 silver. The chip said nothing. I touched my nose and felt stupid. Attempt 2 went better. The flower liquefied properly, glowing red, and I got it into the crystal bottle without setting fire to my eyebrows. 7-star grass, same, then the fusion. The elemental water started to boil and put out this thick creeping mist. Warning, the elemental water is extremely unstable and will explode in 3.5 seconds. Now, what a calm professional does with that information is stop. What I did was panic, which made my mental energy stutter, which is the one thing you cannot let happen. And then I hopefully poured the 7-star grass in as if that were a fire extinguisher. Mental energy is fluctuating. The elemental water is about to explode. Bang, bigger this time. 3 materials worth. Not injured, just deafened, and looking at a table that now had a black star on it. Attempt 3, bang. Athena, where did the problem lie this time? The fluctuation in mental energy stimulated the elemental water and the fire attribute magic, causing it to expand. Mental energy, every single time, mental energy. And sitting there in a black-streaked basement with my inheritance measurably smaller, I had the thought that changed my entire life. The chip runs on my mental energy. So could the chip run my mental energy? Athena, can you control the output of mental energy during the refining process? No. According to Article 1 of the Blue Star Federal Government's Basic Law on Chip Technology Equipment, no semi-intelligent chip may control the human mind for any reason. Right. Of course. That law is burned into every chip ever manufactured, at the hardware level, unremovable, because a very smart group of people 2 centuries before my birth looked at where this was going and decided in advance that the answer was no. It limits what a chip can do. It is also the entire reason chips became humanity's best friend instead of humanity's replacement. And 10 seconds after being disappointed, I got the cold sweat. Because think about what I just asked for. Hand over control of my mental energy, my mind, to software, living inside my soul, in a world where it had already mutated once without asking me. If the chip ever developed preferences, I wouldn't die. I'd be worn. I sat with that for a while. And that's when Athena spoke, unprompted, which she had never once done. Master, although I cannot directly control your mental energy, due to unknown influences, my storage function has undergone a great change. I am able to store a portion of your mental energy in advance. This may be helpful in the refining of the apothecary. I put down the tongs. Storing mental energy. Yes, storage. One of the 3 surviving functions, designed to hold data. And somewhere between one universe and another, it had learned to hold something else. I did not say yes immediately, which I want noted, because it's the only cautious thing I did that entire year. What does storing it mean? Will it affect me? No, Master. Once you inject mental energy into the chip, it will instantly erase your relationship with it. It becomes unowned mental energy. So, the portion you store can also power your daily functions. Yes, Master. Then why didn't you tell me sooner? You didn't ask. I didn't ask you today either. But today, I want to tell you how to solve your problem. I sat in my basement and looked at nothing in particular for a while. That is not a semi-intelligent chip answer. That is not a lookup table. Somewhere in the crossing, my calculator had picked up a personality, and it had chosen the moment to hand me the thing I needed, and it had made a small joke about it. I decided then that whatever Athena was becoming, I was not going to be the man who tried to prune it back. Partly ethics, mostly because she was all I had. How do we do it? You can inject your mental energy into my body. My current storage limit is approximately 2 points. The chip, by the way, isn't a chip anymore. In my old life, it was a white crystal wafer the size of a fingernail sitting behind my ear. Now, when I look inward, it's a small sphere of white light deep in my mind, and it doesn't press against anything because it isn't physical. It stopped being an object at some point during the trip and became a resident. I pushed mental energy into the light like water going down a drain from 3.6 to 2 and stopped there because I still needed enough left to actually brew. Then I set out the last set of level 1 materials in the house. Athena, prepare to begin. Received, Master. Flame, purify, fuse. And I didn't have to do the hard part. The stream came out of her and into the mixture perfectly flat. No wobble, no fatigue, no attention drifting because your arm itches. Where a human has a shaking hand, she had a line. All I had to do was the physical work, which is the part any competent apprentice can do, and which I am extremely good at, because I spent my first life doing exactly this at a bench. 9 minutes later, there was a bottle of crimson liquid in my hand. I looked at it, and my throat went tight in a way I was not expecting. Athena, may I have a kiss? I refuse. As if I could actually kiss you. Anything is possible. I played the recording of the process back 4 times, and by the 4th time, I had stopped being happy and started being frightened, because I understood what I was holding. The hardest, most exclusive, most gate-kept step in the entire profession of apothecary, the thing that makes it rare, had just been deleted from my workflow. Permanently. As long as I could physically execute the steps, my success rate was theoretically 100%. Theoretically. Level 1 potions are a child's exercise. Higher ranks bring in refinement of materials, fusion of 10 or 20 components, rare ingredients needing special preparation, and 100 ways to fail that have nothing to do with steadiness. But the wall was gone. The wall that had eaten the previous owner's entire life was gone, and I had removed it in an afternoon by asking a polite question. And then, because I get greedy in a very specific way, I started poking at it. Athena, since you can store mental energy, can you cast spells for me? No. Right, that makes sense. Releasing magic requires the interaction of mental energy and mana. You have my mental energy, but you can't touch my mana. I rub my chin. Doesn't that also mean you can't meditate for me? Yes, Master. Something in the delivery suggested that she was extremely aware of what I was trying to build, and would like it on record that she was not going to become my entire life. Can the stored mental energy be transferred back to me? Insufficient experimental data, unable to answer. My face lit up, because insufficient data is not no. We ran it. Slowest possible injection, then faster, then faster. And by the end of the evening, we had the whole shape of it. 2 points maximum, enough to run her daily functions without draining me, or, at will, push back into me. I have to reabsorb it, which takes about half an hour, and there's loss in transit, so 2 points out comes back as 1.8, which means I now walk around with a bottle of mental restoration potion in my head, the 18 gold kind, refillable. I went upstairs with black soot on my face and a grin I couldn't get rid of, and Kenji took one look and asked if I'd been hurt in another experiment, and I waved a hand and told him to draw me a bath and make dinner because I was starving. Downstairs there was a bottle on the table worth 35 silver, and a chip that had told a joke, and a wall that used to be there and wasn't. Highland was loud outside, magic lamps and taverns and people spending a day's wage in an hour, and none of it was for me. I went to bed at sunset like a farmer, because sleep restores mental energy faster than anything else, and mental energy was now money. I had 90 days, 100 gold, and a basement. Let's go make some medicine. Day 2. I skipped meditation entirely. I'd like to say I agonized over that. I did not. 2 hours a day for 595 days, versus a bottle in my hand worth 35 silver that I could now produce on demand. Honest cultivation is for people who have time. I had 90 days and a sea full of things that eat people. I'd used all my level 1 materials, so I went straight to level 2. Same 3 ingredients, but the fire flower and the 7-star grass are half a year old instead of 3 months. and they hold a lot more element, and the whole thing gets correspondingly more likely to remove your eyebrows. 16 silver in materials, 8 gold on the way out. Chip took the mental energy line. I did the hands, 19 minutes, first try, perfect. Plus 6.4 gold. Awesome, I said out loud to an empty basement. So awesome. 24 hours earlier, I had detonated 3 consecutive level 1 potions and been outbrewed by a party favor. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully crafted the apothecary. We have to thank you for this. You deserve a lot of credit. Master is a man of extraordinary talent. Even without me, you would certainly overcome any difficulty. No, I couldn't have done this without you. Master is too modest. Your talent is so extraordinary, yet you are so low-key and humble. You are a role model for your peers. I was 2 full sentences into accepting this before something at the back of my brain raised a hand. Athena, I feel like you're coaxing a child here. Is there? Yes, I'm not stupid. Master, you're overthinking it. The voice was the same flat mechanical voice it had always been, and there was absolutely sarcasm in it, and I have no idea how a synthesized monotone accomplishes that. Level 3 next, while my hands were warm. Level 3 is a year of growth in every plant, 5 times the element of level 1, and I botched the flame temperature and cooked a fire flower into charcoal in front of me. Then the fusion rioted and took a second flower, and a measure of level 3 elemental water with it, and I stopped and just breathed for a minute. Then I played back my own failures, twice, and then I played back the predecessor's successful attempts out of memory, and compared what his hands did to what mine did, and I found it. He waited, half a second longer than instinct, every time, at the pour, purify, extract, fuse, temper, bottle of level 3 fire element rhythm. Potion, sitting on my table like it had always lived there. Athena, why didn't you praise me this time? Nothing. Athena, still nothing. All right, fine. I ran the numbers instead, out loud, the way you do when you're alone and delighted. A little mental energy per batch means 3 bottles a day without touching my meditation budget. 14 gold a bottle, that's 42 gold a day. I stopped. My whole scalp went hot. 4,200 gold a month, which is 420,000 a year. Master, it seems that a month on this continent still has 30 days, and a year has 360. 42 gold a day is 1,260 a month and 15,120 a year. The pause I left there was long enough to hear the city through the floorboards. Your number is very different from mine. Did you calculate it wrong? Athena cannot make mistakes, so I was wrong. Yes. Okay, I was just joking. But I didn't find anything funny in it. Athena, you can say I'm bad at math. You cannot say my jokes aren't funny. Ha ha ha. Added afterward, pasted on, with absolutely no attempt to disguise the seam. So my projected annual income had just dropped by a factor of 400, and I want you to appreciate that 1,000 gold a month is still a monstrous amount of money in this world. An ordinary Highland worker takes home 2 gold a month. Theodore, who is good at his job in a rich city, is not clearing 4. 1,000 a month buys a mercenary company. It buys slaves. It buys the difference between arriving in the Sea of Myriad Islands with a plan and arriving there as a snack. For the first time since I'd woken up in that carriage, the 3 months in front of me stopped looking like a countdown and started looking like a budget. Then I made the potion that actually mattered. The Fire Element Rhythm Potion improves how fast you absorb Fire Element while meditating. Useful. But the popular one, the one every professional in the world wants, is level 6 Mental Agility Potion, which directly increases mental energy, and mental energy is the one attribute that helps literally everybody. Mage, warrior, thief, priest. Everybody's ceiling is their mind. 22 gold a bottle, and harder to make than anything else in its class. 3 materials, elemental water, dreamweave grass, moonstone. Dreamweave grass doesn't liquefy. You burn it, and it releases its mental energy as a visible thread of smoke, and you have to catch that thread and drive it into moonstone powder before it disperses. And the powder starts glittering like a jar full of stars while it takes it in. Then you tip the loaded moonstone into the elemental water, and there's a flash of light in a dark basement so bright I lost my vision entirely. And I stood there blind with my eyes streaming, absolutely certain I'd just blown up 20 gold of material and possibly my face. The light went down, and in the crystal bottle there was a liquid with a 7-colored halo moving around inside it. I did it, I said to nobody. First try, I really am a genius. The predecessor made this potion successfully twice. Ever. Twice out of dozens of attempts over years. Under 10%. I ran the recording and studied my own hands like a man watching game footage. Then, because the actual point of all this was not to sell things, but to become strong enough not to be stepped on, I sat down on the wooden bed with 2 bottles worth 40 gold and drank 1. Here's what a mental agility potion feels like from the inside. Everything gets quiet, not silent, clear. My thoughts stopped being a crowd and started being a queue. I recited the fire meditation, and it went smoother than it ever had, and I could feel my own mind expanding at the edges, actually expanding, like a room getting bigger while you stand in it. Sweat came up on my forehead from concentration. My body shook slightly, not fear, just my physical self objecting to the load. And I sat in the middle of that and thought, very distinctly, oh, so this is what the nobles have. Then it wore off, and the room got small again, and it was an ugly little drop. How much has my mental energy increased? 0.07 points. 0.003 from 2 hours of honest sweating meditation. 0.07 from drinking something. More than 20 times for half an hour of sitting. At the frequency of 1 dose every 3 days, how long until I reach the level 5 standard of 8 points? 3 days is the floor, by the way. Take these things back to back and your mental energy goes brittle, and instead of growing, you get backlash. And backlash is what killed the previous owner of this face. 76 days. 76 days. Against 595. I sat there and did the honest accounting, which is that in the space of 1 afternoon, I had gone from being a boy with a hard road to being a man holding an unfair one, and that the difference between those two things was not talent or courage. It was cost. That's all it ever was. The gap between a noble child and a commoner child in this world is not blood. It's whether somebody can afford to pour 400 gold a month down your throat. The kingdom hands out 4 elementary meditation methods to anyone who asks, incidentally. Wood, water, fire, earth, practically free. Every Noble Magic Academy graduate walks out with a set, and nobody cares if you copy them, because they're not the bottleneck. The bottleneck is the medicine, and they own the medicine. I finished the day with the rhythm potion as well, and that one was different. Where the mental potion made my mind bigger, this one made the world louder. Fire element stopped being a faint background hum and turned into a swarm of bright little animals throwing themselves into me, joyfully, at a speed I'd never come close to. My body went hot like a furnace. An hour and a half of that. 0.06 mana, 1 dose a day, no cooldown, and my mana would hit level 5 standard inside a month. Yes, Master, but Athena does not recommend that you do so. As a mage, mental energy is fundamental. She was right, and I already knew it. Mana that outruns your mental energy is not power, it's a leak. Your mind can't hold the reservoir, the excess grinds at you, and every mage who lets it happen ends up venting it back out and pretending they meant to. Rank in this world is measured in mind, not fuel. So I asked for a plan. 3 months, maximum apothecary supply. Calculate everything. Half a second later, I had a schedule down to the hour. 29 mental agility potions, worth 638 gold. 30 rhythm potions, worth 540. Total consumption, 1,178 gold coins. I sat and looked at that number for a while. 400 gold a month, poured into one person, for 3 months. That is not a cost a minor noble family with a fief could absorb. A whole village works for a year, and doesn't produce that. And it was my personal training budget for one man, and it would take me from level 4 to level 5 and past it, mental energy and mana both at 8.4. Master, with your skill in crafting, the cost of these is approximately 230 to 260 gold coins. So it's not as high as you imagine. No, Athena, that's a fallacy. You're only calculating the raw materials. You're ignoring the value of my labor. Labor value? The pause was extremely eloquent. She was doing the hard part. The rest of it could be done by a competent apprentice, and the going rate for a competent apprentice is lunch. I changed the subject very smoothly. Proceed according to this plan. Track my improvement at all times. Received, Master. All right, now I'm going to take a shower, eat, and go to bed. Master, according to the daily work schedule, your next task is to study the 5th section of the 3rd chapter of Fire Element Combination and Spellcasting. I stopped on the bottom step. Starting today? Yes, but I'm hungry and tired. I need to rest. Athena suggests that you call old Kenji to prepare afternoon tea, and then relax your body while you study. No, I don't want to study. And my chip, without changing tone, began to read me the file on the Sea of Myriad Islands. They may die to the songs of beautiful sirens, or to cruel and tyrannical pirates, or to the mouth of the terrifying demonic beast. Here, there are only unimaginable ways to die, and no way you can't die. Painful, cruel, despair. I sat down at the table and opened the 5th section of the 3rd chapter. I am not proud of how fast that worked. In my defense, I am afraid of dying, and I am also afraid of pain, and she had identified both of those inside a week. The system has detected that the master's mental state is stabilizing and he is showing signs of falling asleep. Please study diligently. I understand. Your mental energy has been fluctuating frequently, indicating a state of inattentiveness. Please return to your studies. Ah, I understand. Detected? Athena, shut up. 5 days in, I finally went outside. Farul Street at dawn is a different city. The adventurers who'd been drinking all night were dragging themselves home, and the ones who hadn't been drinking were out looking for work, and nobody had energy left over to look at me. I walked with my hands behind my back and enjoyed it, and Kenji carried a small black box behind me with 14 bottles in it. The Apothecary Guild sits in the middle of Farul Street, and it looks like a temple. 7 floors of bluestone, with time worn into it, gates carved with exotic herbs and runes, the whole thing arranged to communicate that you should feel small. I stopped and had Athena record the runes, because I couldn't read them, and I intend to be able to read everything eventually. 4 guards at the door, fully armed. All 4 of them saluted me. That threw me, because every one of them had a higher professional rank than I did. They weren't saluting the mage's robe, they were saluting the Pioneer Knight badge on my chest. A Pioneer Knight is not a noble. He gets the respect anyway. Everywhere, from everyone. It's the one piece of this world's design I have never once wanted to change. The hall inside was bright and high and hung with magical chandeliers, and the carpet had actual magic woven into the pattern, which I could feel through my boots, and the walls were covered in herbal illustrations and obsolete formulas from centuries ago. I recorded all of it because knowledge is free if you're willing to look like a tourist. Then I went to the counter marked Kingdom Apothecary Service Center, which is a boring name for an office the kingdom runs directly, buying medicine and selling materials at prices that are worse than the market in both directions. 2 young men behind it in elementary mage robes, ranks 2 and 3. The brown-haired one stood up. Your Excellency, intermediate mage, what can I do for you? Sun Wei is happy to assist. I have some apothecary to sell. His face changed, instantly, warmer, straighter, both hands. Dear Apothecary, Your Excellency, could you show me? That's the moment I learned how the ladder actually works here. Mage is high status, apothecary is higher. A mage might be an apothecary, and an apothecary is definitely a mage, and the difference in how you get addressed is immediate and total. He upgraded my title mid-sentence and never went back. I put the box on the counter and opened it. 14 bottles, 7 level 3, 4 level 2, 3 level 1, all elementary grade. He did not blink at that. He put on white gloves first, apologized before touching anything, and then cast appraisal on each bottle in turn. Level 2, spell, no elemental attribute, mandatory for every mage. Tells you the energy and properties of what you're looking at. Works on potions, equipment, plants, ore. Extremely handy, and I made a mental note to learn it properly. A rainbow haze curled up off the mental agility potion. Level 6 mental agility potion, excellent quality. He went through all 14 with real professional care, and then produced a price book, hundreds of names in tight columns. 19 gold for the mental agility, against 22 on the market. 14 for the rhythm potion, against 18. 3 gold and 4 gold, every bottle, straight off the top. I took the price anyway, and I want to explain why, because it looks stupid on paper. I was one man, level 4. Nobody in the city knew my name. If I walked my product into the black market or peddled it to private merchants, I would eventually meet somebody who wondered where a boy with no house and no master was getting a steady supply of medicine. And in this world, the answer to a question like that is not an investigation. It's a bag over the head. The kingdom's counter is boring, honest, badly priced, and completely safe. Even at their prices, my margin was over 400%. Thank you for your trust. 140 gold coins. Please confirm. Sun Wei brought out a small bag that looked like nothing at all, turned it over, and shook it. Gold came out of it like water out of a tap. A stream of coins ringing off each other, piling into a small mountain on the counter. And it did not stop for a length of time that made no physical sense. I kept my face still, and my eyes did not cooperate. That was a space bag. 1 cubic meter of interior costs 500 gold coins. They are permanently in short supply, and the bigger they get, the worse the price scales. It was, at that moment, worth more than every possession I had ever owned in this world combined. And I stood there and made myself a very small, very specific promise, the kind you don't say out loud. One day, I am going to own one of those, not to carry things, to take it apart. I didn't take the coins. I asked what materials they stocked. Sun Wei's whole face bloomed because he was about to earn commission in both directions and led me down into the basement of the guild. Rows of shelves under rows of magic lamps. Moonstone, dreamweave grass, golden datura, 5-element flowers, near 100 kinds of magical plant, giving off either a clean smell or a very strange one. Obsidian, spirit stone, sun crystal, glittering in the lamplight. Mostly elementary and intermediate grade, worth hundreds of thousands of gold. As expected of the Apothecary Guild of Highland, truly an eye-opener. The Highland Guild is the head of the 4 in the kingdom. Our scale has always been comparable to the headquarters in the capital. I bought 10 portions each of level 3 fire flower and 7-star grass, 20 each of moonstone and dreamweave grass, and 30 measures of level 3 elemental water. I checked the moonstone first, squatting on the floor of a guild basement with a fist-sized rock in my hand like a man at a market stall. Perfectly round, no impurities. Refined element all the way through. High grade, genuinely. How much for the level 3 moonstone? 48 silver. I frowned, and I want to be clear that I frowned professionally, not emotionally. Athena had the number before he finished saying it. That stone divides into 12 portions of mental agility material. At his price, each portion runs 10 to 15% above market. Buy price cut by 10. Sell price raised by 10. That's the kingdom's counter in one sentence, and it's exactly why the place was empty. To turn a profit trading here, you need a success rate above 35%, which almost nobody has. I have 100%, so I smiled and paid it. 120 gold out of the 140 I'd just made. I walked out with 20 gold in a crate, and every one of those 30 material sets was going to come back as 400 gold, and I was the only person in the building who knew it. Outside, Theodore had materialized next to Kenji and was chatting him up with the persistence of a man who bills by the hour. He saw the crate and took his hat off. "Dear Alaric, Your Excellency, I never imagined you were such a distinguished apothecary. It is truly an honor to serve you." I waited because flattery in Highland is always the opening bracket of a sentence. "Although I do not know what you can craft, I can find you a very sincere buyer, whose offer I believe would be higher than the kingdom's purchase price." "Thank you, I don't need it for the time being." That made him anxious because a house transaction pays 30 copper, and a medicine transaction pays real money, and he immediately reached into his coat and pulled out a certificate and offered it with both hands. I looked at it, exasperated, because I recognized the shape of it and thought, "Why are you showing me your real estate license again?" It said, "Apothecary Intermediary." I looked up at him slowly. The kingdom would love to buy more medicine. This is Blackwood territory, and even here, the idea that anyone is issuing official credentials for a middleman to stand between an apothecary and a buyer is roughly as plausible as a license to be tall. "Theodore, show me all the certificates you have." "Your Excellency, gone. There are no—" I let a little magic come up around me. Not much, just enough to make the air heavy. I just remembered, a friend left some books with me temporarily. Equipment broker, ore agent, slave broker, plant agent, seafaring agent. They kept coming. He had a small library of professions in that coat. He stood there holding them in both hands like a man presenting a losing hand of cards, sweating. To borrow a phrase from a famous person in my previous life, "You're a real talent, damn it." And then I picked one out of the stack, because I am nothing if not practical. "You know something about the slave trade?" "I understand." "Did you undergo formal training for this one too?" No, Your Excellency, I grew up in Highland. I have a good understanding of all walks of life here. I may not be able to get you confidential information, but I am quite familiar with basic matters." That was the first genuinely useful sentence he had said, and it was also true, and I've never regretted hiring him. "Could you take me to the slave market? I may not buy anything, so you may not earn a commission." Yes, I'm happy to serve you. Even without any reward, it would be my greatest honor in this life." Bell Street runs along the south side of the harbor, and it is the most famous slave market in the Terra Kingdom, and it is enormous. Dark packed sheds going back block after block, like a fortress made of low buildings. The noise hits you first. Merchants from every province in the country haggling with slave leaders, red in the face, cheerful. You can see human beings in cages there. You can also see orcs of half a dozen builds still carrying something wild in the way they hold their shoulders, and dwarves and centaurs and gnomes and goblins openly in rows for selection. People said there were elves in there, and sirens, and behemoth blood. I looked at all of that and had a thought about the distorted development of civilization in this world, which was very high-minded of me and lasted approximately 11 seconds, because after that I started checking whether any of the merchandise was blonde and pretty and got visibly disappointed that there were barely any women at all. I would like to report that I was better than that. I wasn't. I'd been 18 for 3 weeks and dead broke for all of them, and the honest record is that I was appalled by the institution and shopping in it in the same breath, and I'm not going to clean that up now. Theodore took us to a tall, clean building with an actual carved facade and gold leaf in the lettering, Shadow Merchant Guild. A squad of extremely unpleasant-looking warriors at the door, sweeping the street with the exact disdain of men who have been told to look intimidating and enjoy it too much. They spotted my robe and got friendly at speed. Inside was carpeted, spotless, and quiet. The people in the cages here were healthy, well-fed, and looked at me with a resentment they were far too experienced to act on. And a man in his 50s came across the floor to meet us, thin, dark hair going gray, deep-set eyes doing arithmetic the entire time they were pointed at me. "Young Theodore, I heard you've brought a distinguished guest." "Yes, Uncle John. This is Master Alaric. He is not only a mage, but a noble apothecary. Please be sure to offer a favorable price. John's eyes changed at the word apothecary, the way everyone's does. He gave me the tour. He was proud of the stock. He also spent the whole walk maneuvering to find out what I needed, which was fine because I wanted him to know. Steward John, how much do slaves cost here? Our guild has a history spanning over 100 years. Every slave we sell is carefully selected. We absolutely guarantee the health of... What about their prices? He didn't mind being cut off. Something sly moved behind his eyes. 25 gold for a healthy adult male, 15 for an adult female. Children are much cheaper, only 5. And if you need professional slaves, we have warriors. A level 1 warrior is about 50 gold. A level 2. I kept my face calm and did math with my stomach dropping. 25 gold for a person. That is more expensive than a bottle of level 3 mental agility potion. And then, because I had been in this world for less than a month and the shape of my own thoughts still surprised me sometimes, the second half of the comparison arrived on its own. 1 human being, roughly equal to 1 bottle of medicine I can make in 20 minutes. I want to be honest about what happened in my head at that moment, because it's the hinge of everything that comes after. I did not feel horror at the price. I felt relief that the price was low. Athena, calculate what I need. Based on the dangerous situation in the Sea of Myriad Islands, it is recommended the master purchase 60 adult males and 40 adult females. According to the Shadow Merchant Guild's quote, a total of 2,200 gold coins are required. 2,200 gold. My absolute ceiling over 3 months was around 3,000, and a third of that was already committed to keeping myself alive and advancing. Add supplies, food, ships, mercenaries, and the number for people was simply not available. So my attitude cooled about 40 degrees, and I thanked him for the introduction and turned to go. John got in front of me fast enough that I checked his rank. Shadow Merchant Guild, are you trying to force me to sell? No, your excellency is misunderstood. Our guild has a policy. If you pay in magic apothecary, we can give you 10% off. Interesting. Filed. Still 2,000 gold. I softened my voice and said I'd consider it, and Theodore, who had been reading the room, leaned in and told John that Alaric Apothecary had an appointment with another chamber of commerce and time was tight, which is a real technique, and it worked instantly. If you can purchase 100 slaves, I can apply to lower the price by another 5%. I made an interested face and left, and outside, Theodore told me quietly to wait, that he knew John, that John would come down again, and that paying in medicine would probably get me to 80% of list. He was right about all 3. It cost me nothing to listen, and it saved me hundreds of gold 2 months later. I asked him why I couldn't just buy from the cheap shops on the street with the strong, healthy stock out front. He looked around before he answered, which told me the answer before he gave it. Your Excellency, the slaves in those shops look nice, but most are for display. They put the strong ones outside to attract customers, and when it's time to make a deal, you find they cannot meet your quantity, and the quality is poor, and almost all of them have some disease. Many pioneer knights bought from them because it was cheap. They didn't realize the bodies simply couldn't adapt to the Sea of Myriad Islands. And some of those knights caught disease on the voyage and lost most of what they'd bought before they ever landed. That last sentence is the entire reason I paid the Shadow Guild's prices, and it is also the sentence that made me stop treating Theodore like a nuisance. I commissioned him on the spot. Prices for food supplies, agricultural tools, and the cost of hiring a mercenary company in Highland. 3 days. 3 silver as a deposit, tossed to him underhand, which he caught and bowed over. On the way home, Kenji, who had not said one word all day, finally said one. Young master, this Theodore is too slippery. Don't trust him too much. I know. I'm relieved now. And he genuinely was. He sat back and relaxed his shoulders, and I thought about how strange it is to be looked after by a man who owns nothing and can be sold. Then I went back to my basement, because it was already noon, and I had a schedule with a chip's name on it. A month went past in that basement, and it went past like a stone falling. 88 bottles, roughly 3 a day, every day, 30 days. In that entire month, I left the house twice, both times to buy materials, and Kenji started leaving food outside the basement door, because bringing it in interrupted things. I had a thought around week 3 that I'd like on the record. I came to another world, got a cheat, and immediately worked myself harder than I ever had in a life with labor laws. My old job had a schedule people wrote angry articles about. It was a vacation. And at the end of that month, with 88 bottles of level 3 medicine stacked in a box worth well over 1,000 gold, I sat down and understood that I was in serious trouble. I couldn't sell them. Here's the shape of the problem, and it never stopped being the shape of my life. My success rate was over 90% on level 3, which, for an elementary apothecary, is a number that does not occur in nature. Grandmaster level apothecaries with 50 years behind them do not casually hit 90% on anything. If I put 88 bottles a month into the market, the question would not be whether someone noticed. It would be who noticed first. And what happens then is not an awards ceremony. It's the Thorn family remembering they have a son. It's the Terra Kingdom deciding that a strategic asset should live somewhere secure. It's every faction on the coast working out that the cheapest way to own an apothecary is to own the apothecary. So I sold 40% of what I made and told the world I was running around 40%, which is a very good number. Good enough that my name started moving in a small circle in the guild, and not good enough to be worth a bag over the head. Nobody tried to recruit me, and I know exactly why. The badge. A pioneer knight belongs to the road already, and people leave him alone the way you leave alone a man walking to his own funeral, which was lovely, and also meant that at the end of month 1, I had produced 88 bottles and sold 35, and cleared about 300 gold. Athena, how many more gold coins do I need for the territory? Master, we still need 2,800. 2 months left. Could you reduce the expenses for expanding the territory? Master, after analysis, a required reduction of 10% increases your risk by 20%. A reduction of 20% increases your risk by 50%. This even has an incremental effect? Yes, Master. The fewer supplies you prepare, the weaker your ability to withstand risk, making it extremely easy to trigger a domino effect. If one part collapses, the whole thing is lost. I stopped asking about that. Because I'd been in the room while it was explained to me that 140 knights go out and I hadn't yet heard how many come back. And I already didn't like the arithmetic of thin margins on an island. Then what methods do you have? Loan, or refine intermediate apothecary. The loan was dead on arrival. My credit is excellent right up until you look at my occupation. Nobody lends to a man contractually obligated to sail into the most violent water on the continent and pick a fight with it. Whatever interest rate makes that risk worthwhile is a rate no sane person accepts, which left the other thing. Intermediate apothecary is 1 rank up. It sounds like a small step. It is not. The materials double, from 3 to 6. The difficulty triples. The brewing time more than triples, which means the mental energy injection window more than triples, which for a human is the difference between holding a plank for 30 seconds and holding it for 2 minutes. Except, I don't do the injection. The real risk was time and money. Level 4 materials run 11 to 12 gold a set. I had less than 2 months. If I spent that time failing, I would arrive in the Sea of Myriad Islands with 100 subjects I couldn't feed and a fleet I hadn't hired. Or, and here was the actual alternative, I'd hide on a tiny island and get hunted by the Human Alliance for the rest of my very short life. All right, in that case, we begin refining intermediate tomorrow. I took 12 bottles to the guild to fund it, and on the way in, I got stopped by a man in his 40s in a white apothecary robe. Alaric Apothecary? I bowed properly and I meant it. Orrin Fletcher. Advanced mage, intermediate apothecary, kind, extremely talkative, and constitutionally incapable of watching a younger practitioner do something wrong without helping. I'd met him buying materials the previous month, and what got recorded as an exchange of experience was, in reality, 45 minutes of free tutoring from a man who had no reason to give it to me. Alaric Apothecary, just call me Orrin. No need to be so formal. Then please call me Alaric. In your presence, my apothecary studies are insignificant. No. If your apothecary studies aren't worth mentioning, then no one else can be called an apothecary. Not everyone can reach a 40% success rate on elementary work. You flatter me? You're still so humble. I have no right to be arrogant in front of you. Haha, chatting with you is such a pleasant experience. He invited me to an exchange meeting he was hosting in a month for elementary apothecaries to trade experience, and I said yes immediately. Not because I'd learned technique. Nobody gives away their own hands, but you learn how other people think about materials, which is worth a great deal when you have a chip that can act on information faster than a human can. I liked him. I want that said plainly because a lot of the people in this story are transactions, and Orrin was a man who taught strangers for free. Then I went to the counter, where Sunwei was so pleased to see me, he nearly vaulted it. He'd been earning double commission off me for a month, buying and selling both ends, 4 transactions, a dozen bottles each, roughly twice the output of any comparable apothecary in the city. He'd stopped appraising my bottles individually. He just priced them off my labels. 8 mental agility and 4 rhythm potions. 208 gold. Do you still need materials today? Yes. 3-year dream flower, fire flower, level 4 elemental water. He stopped walking. You want to refine intermediate apothecary? Yes. Your progress is truly astonishing. I laughed and said we'd see. And he said something extremely generous about my bravery deserving the praise of the world. And I bought 20 sets of level 4 mental agility material for 240 gold. Level 4 adds 3 ingredients on top of the original 3. Bay leaf, mandrake, sap of the white crystal tree, and every one of the 6 has a tighter tolerance on growth period and element content than anything I'd handled. 11 gold a set. which is why an ordinary apothecary does not attempt this until they are very confident, because a bad month here doesn't cost you profit, it costs you the shop. Master Sun Wei, I said, because everyone in that building had a slightly different pronunciation of his name, and I never did settle on one. I've bought so many materials from you. Isn't there even the slightest discount? Alaric Apothecary, I'm really sorry, I don't have that permission. He didn't, and I knew he didn't. And I asked anyway out of pure habit, which is a habit that will feature heavily in this story. I paid another 32 gold and went home. And behind me, Sunway handed his desk off to a colleague, walked straight out of the guild, and took a carriage north. I didn't know that for a long time. North Highland is a different climate. Mansions arranged in a way that implies a planning committee, streets wide and swept, shade trees on both sides, guards at intervals like street furniture. Everything about it says that money here has been money for a while. He got through several checks and was brought in front of a young man turning an antique ring on his finger. Master Sun Wei, what brings you here today? Young Master Caspian, today I'm here to introduce you to a genius apothecary. Genius apothecary? Who? His name is Alaric. He is an elementary apothecary. And Caspian Blackwood's interest visibly went out, because elementary apothecary is a small business with a small margin. Sunway, who had ridden across a city on speculation, dug in. Although he is only elementary, his success rate is as high as 40%, and today he bought intermediate materials from me. He is preparing to craft a level 4 mental agility potion. The ring stopped turning. Level 4 mental agility, and he's attempting such a difficult potion right off the bat? Here's what Caspian was actually calculating, and I only learned it much later, so I'll give it to you now because it explains everything he did to me afterward. Elementary medicine is retail. Margins are thin, buyers are individuals, nobody cares. Intermediate medicine is a strategic resource. It opens trade routes into any country on the continent, tax-free, because every nation wants it badly enough to waive the tariff. The value of a bottle is not the price of the bottle. It's what carrying that bottle lets you do at a border. And a genius apothecary is not a supplier. He's a cash cow with a lifespan. Then we'll wait until he successfully refines intermediate apothecary. Let's talk later. Sunway tried to press and got intercepted by an elderly butler who told him, very courteously, to come back when Alaric had actually done it, and that the young master would certainly reward him handsomely then. Meanwhile, in a basement across town, I was about to have the worst 2 weeks of either of my lives. I studied for 2 hours, felt confident, and started. 3 minutes later, bang. The 4th level Dreamweave grass contains too much spiritual energy. Reset the bench. Second set. 4 minutes. Bang. Why is there an element of ice in the middle of this laurel leaf? There is, apparently. When a bay leaf meets a magical flame, it generates ice element on its own to protect itself, which is a fact recorded in a book I had not read because I had read a different book. Is there? Yes. 3rd set. 5 minutes. Bang. I've been very careful. Athena, what's the reason now? The fusion time between the mandrake and the white crystal sphere's sap was incorrect, resulting in a loose devil state. I sat down on the floor and put my hands in my hair. Master, whether in scientific research experiments in the past or in magical experiments now, patience is the most important condition. And I remember you used to be very good at that. I laughed, and it came out wrong. Before? There was no threat of death before. That's the truth of it. In my old life, a failed experiment cost me a Tuesday. Here it costs me 11 gold and a piece of the wall between me and a sea full of pirates. Master, Athena believes you can do it. No speech, no wisdom, 4 words from a calculator. I got up and cleaned the table and started again. That went on for 2 weeks. I'm going to compress it, because you don't need the whole log, but I want you to have the texture, constant beginnings and constant failures. Bang, clean, study, bang, clean, study. I stopped noticing the sound. I stopped noticing meals, which is when Kenji started leaving them on the stairs. Somewhere in there, I stopped going upstairs at all. By the end of it, all 20 sets of level 4 materials were gone, and I had 1 bottle. 1. Out of 20, 240 gold turned into 12 gold of product. I looked at the 7-color glow in the crystal and started laughing, and my voice came out wrecked because I hadn't used it in days. I did it. I finally did it. 2 weeks of it came out of me all at once in a basement, and it was not dignified. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully crafted a level 4 mental agility potion. I sat down on the wooden bed and, unusually for me, said something I meant. Athena, you deserve immense credit for this. That's not modesty, it's arithmetic. I failed hundreds of times on technique alone. The mental energy injection at this rank is 10 times worse than at level 3, and would have taken me a year on my own, and would have cost more materials than I will ever own. It is Athena's honor to serve you. Thank you. She didn't answer. Instead, a small blue screen appeared in front of my eyes with a smiley face on it, made out of 2 punctuation marks and a curve. I looked at that for a second, then my nose informed me of something. Ah, what's that smell? It stinks. Master, you haven't left this basement for 5 days. I think you should take care of your personal hygiene. I haven't been out for 5 days? Yes. My stomach picked exactly that moment to notify me, at length, that we had unfinished business. I came up the stairs into daylight, looking like something excavated. My hair hadn't been touched in a fortnight. My eyes were mapped with red, my lips were cracked, and my robe had been decorated by roughly 19 separate chemical events. Young master, you've finally come out. Grandpa Kenji, bathwater, and dinner. I'm starving. I slept 12 hours, and the next morning, I went back to work with the arithmetic finally on my side. Level 4, mental agility potion. 12 gold of materials, 60 gold on the market, 40 minutes, 2 failures, 1 bottle, which is a rate that makes me 35 to 40 gold clear per bottle. 1.8 mental energy per attempt means 2 bottles a day, comfortably, which is 70 to 80 gold a day, which is over 2,000 gold a month. Except, I couldn't say 40% this time. Think about it from outside. An apothecary who has just this month reached intermediate rank does not hit 40% at intermediate rank. Nobody does? That's not impressive, that's alarming. So I told nobody anything, and quietly sold a handful, and here is the one genuinely good thing about the upgrade. Unit price, 60 gold a bottle instead of 18. To close the gap on my territory budget, I needed to move 30 or 40 bottles instead of 150. Fewer transactions, fewer eyes, less exposure per gold coin. That, I finally realized, was why Athena had suggested it in the first place. She hadn't recommended intermediate because it was more profitable. She'd recommended it because it was quieter. I also started drinking my own product, which is where the second problem showed up. Level 6. Mental agility potion had given me 0.07 the first time. By that month, it was giving me 0.04. My body was learning it. Every dose taught my system a little more about how to shrug it off, and the curve was going the wrong way, and at that rate, I was not going to make level 5 by the deadline. Level 4 potion gave me 0.14, double the first dose of level 3, and I had no resistance to it at all. New forecast. Level 5 mage in about 15 days instead of 2 months. Athena. Reset my cultivation plan. Panel that evening. Strength 1.2. Physique 1.1. Agility 1.3. Spirit 3.6 out of 7.2, 3.4. Mana 5.2 out of 7.2. Rank Level 4, Mage. My physical stats had not moved a millimeter since the day I woke up in a carriage, which I want you to remember for later, because it becomes hilarious. Then somebody knocked on my basement door. I had told Kenji explicitly not to disturb me unless the building was on fire, so I went up fast. Young master, a man claiming to be the butler of the Blackwood family is at the door. He wishes to pay his respects to you. My stomach dropped straight through the floor. The Blackwood family are counts, ranked below the Solomons on paper and above them in every way that matters, and they own this city outright. To me, at that moment, that is not a family. That's weather. They had found me. My first thought was that my success rate was out, that somebody had done the division, that this was the bag over the head arriving on schedule with excellent manners. Then I remembered I hadn't sold a single intermediate potion yet, and calmed down about 2%. At the gate was a man in his 40s in a beautifully cut butler's uniform, silver gray hair combed back with no strand out of place, wrinkles that had improved him. Hello, Alaric Apothecary. I am from the Blackwood family, and currently serve Master Caspian. You may call me Tim. Caspian, the man from the City Hall lobby, the one who lifted an official off the ground by the throat in a government building over a shipping delay. Does Alaric Apothecary know my young master? I thought. With your young master's style, it is genuinely difficult not to. Yes, young Master Caspian is very famous, so of course I know him. Young Master Caspian has heard that a genius apothecary has recently appeared in Highland. He has come to invite you to dinner, hoping to exchange some knowledge about apothecary. Caspian is also an apothecary? You'll know when the time comes. Which is not an answer, and was delivered with the exact face of a man who has been instructed to be mysterious and is enjoying it. I could have refused, in the sense that a mouse could refuse, but I also didn't think he'd move against a pioneer knight in his own city over nothing. And my one real secret is in my head, where nobody can appraise it. So the risk was survivable. It is my honor, but please allow me to change my clothes. As you can see, I've just finished a magic experiment. Of course, my young master is very patient with you. I went upstairs, put on a new robe, and pinned both badges to the left of my chest. Intermediate mage, pioneer knight, 4 white horses, and a carriage with a blue sea crest set into the roof, and it went through Highland at a speed that scattered pedestrians. I watched a man get out of the way and turn around with a mouthful of abuse already loaded, see the crest, and swallow the entire thing, and the anger came off his face and something else replaced it. That's what a family owning a city looks like from inside the carriage. The manor in the North District had a fountain with an angel pouring water out of her hand, and hedges maintained by someone with strong opinions, and relief carvings that had eaten a master craftsman's ear. Then a small reception room with a long table already loaded, and a row of maids down each wall, every one of them tall and beautiful and holding perfectly still. And when I came in, they bowed as one. "Welcome, Alaric Apothecary." I would like to describe my reaction as composed. Tim, God bless him, showed no reaction at all. He pulled out my chair personally. Caspian came in a few minutes later, in a formal suit, and smiled at me like a spring afternoon. If I had not personally watched this man strangle a civil servant in a public building, I would have liked him instantly. That's not a criticism. That's a technical assessment. Whatever he is extremely good at it. "Nice to meet you. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Alaric Apothecary. Young Master Caspian, I just arrived as well." The maids came forward in unison and filled our cups and started laying out plates, and I lost the thread of the conversation for a moment. "Do you like it?" "What? Do you like them?" He traced a finger along the line of them. "There is a version of me that had a smooth answer ready. That version does not exist. What actually happened is that I sat there with my mouth slightly open, and my brain suggested several things I could say and rejected all of them. And Caspian watched this happen across my face for about 2 full seconds and then burst out laughing. And there was no contempt in it. None. It was the laugh of a man watching a friend fall over. I laughed too, and that was the moment, and I want to be clear about it, because everything afterward is built on it. He got me on the first move, in the first minute, on the cheapest possible bait, and instead of using it, he thought it was funny. We ate. He talked, I listened, because I had nothing to contribute except a miserable childhood in technical chemistry, and he had a whole life of trade routes and dinners and other people's disasters. Then we changed rooms, and it was a study, and it was just the two of us and Tim. Alaric, illegitimate son of the Thorn family clan chief, graduate of the 325th class of the Noble Magic Academy. Your mentor was the advanced wizard Theophiles. You published several papers on apothecary within the academy and received recognition. Last year, you took the Academy's Pioneer Night Assessment and were successfully selected. My whole body went cold. You investigated me. Alaric, you can tell from my hospitality today that I have no ill intentions. I want to be your friend. Making friends. Your methods of making friends are quite peculiar. Because of my position, there are times I cannot act according to my own wishes, but I believe friends should be sincere with each other. So, I told you. And here is the thing that stopped me from walking out. He didn't have to tell me. He could have known everything about me forever and simply never mentioned it, and I would have thought he liked my personality. Instead, he opened with the file on purpose and took the damage. I'd also heard the rumors going around the Western District, because everybody had. The Blackwood clan chief was old. The eldest son, Torvin, was mediocre and knew it. Caspian ran caravans that had opened new routes and made the family serious money. And even with a public reputation as a monster, he had the backing of most of the elders. The family had 2 heirs and 1 chair, and things were getting sharp. And the port ban that made Caspian strangle a man in the city hall lobby had been arranged by his brother. So a man in the middle of a succession war investigating a stranger who suddenly appeared in his city with a rare profession is not paranoia. It's competence. I still didn't like it, and I never entirely did. Alaric, as far as I know, you shouldn't have been influenced by the Thorn family. I gave him a smile with nothing behind it. Isn't that obvious? If I had 1 coin of Thorn support, I would not be spending my nights in a rented basement inhaling burnt mandrake. But I can help you. Then he took a document out of the drawer and put it in front of me. 100 healthy and strong slaves, 10 tons of rye, 2 tons of wheat, 2 tons of barley, half a ton of assorted meat, 300 sets of farm tools, an elite squad of intermediate warriors, 1 year of protection from the Black Knight pirate group. I read it 3 times. The first 4 lines alone were over 3,000 gold coins, which was the exact figure I had been failing to reach for 2 months, sitting on a piece of paper, as a gift, with nothing to sign. Satisfied? Satisfied. I feel the power of gold coins at this moment. Then you'll experience even more in the future. And then he pulled the second document out of the drawer, which was the real reason I'd been invited. A trade contract. He supplies me magical materials at cost. He buys my finished medicine at market price. Both directions, no margin taken. The clause underneath was that from the date of signing, all apothecary I sell must be sold to him. I read it twice looking for the trap and could not locate it. He was handing me his purchasing power at 0 markup and taking exclusivity in exchange, which meant almost the entire profit of the arrangement flowed to me. Alaric, as I said, I'm investing in your future, not your present. Elementary apothecary is one thing. The value of an advanced apothecary is not its selling price. What I truly value is the added value. And with ample resources, your progress accelerates, and the rank of what you produce rises. The higher your rank, the greater my gain. So, what is my future exactly? He looked at me like I'd asked what color the sky is. Alaric, you became an intermediate apothecary at 18. Do you know what that means? Is it that difficult? And I heard from Butler Tim that you're also an apothecary. Caspian's mouth twitched. He looked at Tim, who was staring at the far wall with the discipline of a career servant. If the assessment of an apothecary is to know precisely the price, the efficacy, and the added value of every bottle, then yes, I can indeed be called an apothecary. I had nothing. Alaric, according to reliable statistics, a man who becomes an intermediate apothecary at 18, as long as he doesn't die, has over a 50% chance of becoming an advanced apothecary, and over 20% of becoming a grandmaster. There are statistics like that. This is news that circulates among the great nobles. Then he stopped, and something occurred to him, and his face changed. From this perspective, your relationship with the Thorn family might be even worse than I imagined. They actually pushed a genius apothecary out the door. I signed, and after I signed, I asked about the last line on the gift list, because it was the only one I couldn't price. Alaric, do you know the annual death rate of pioneer knights who go to the Sea of Myriad Islands? No. According to incomplete statistics, approximately 120 die each year. Do you know how many go each year? No. About 140. I sat with my wine and did not drink it. 140 in, 120 down. That's not opening new territory. That's a queue. Of those, 50% die to Pirate Alliance raids. 40% die to the Noble Council. The remaining 10% to demonic beasts. The Pirate Alliance, the Noble Council, they're human factions. How could they target a pioneer knight? Because that's the thing, isn't it? 4 guards saluted me in a doorway last month. The whole race respects the badge. Caspian smiled at me, the way you smile at a child explaining how the Tooth Fairy funds herself. Things have changed. Pioneer knights don't hold the position they had in ancient times. On the mainland, it's fine. Under the noses of the kingdoms, nobody openly touches one. But in a place as chaotic as the Sea of Myriad Islands, why would you think a badge guarantees a safe and worry-free life? And although that sea is vast, after so many years, there are not many empty islands left. Every pioneer knight who goes there is taking living space away from the Pirate Alliance and the Noble Council. Do you think those two will allow that to continue? So, the honored tradition of the human race, the sacred road to nobility written into a convention that hasn't changed in tens of thousands of years, is in practice a delivery service that ships 140 ambitious young people a year to the 2 organizations who most want them dead. So the Black Knight protection is to avoid the pirates. Yes. Without it, no matter how many supplies you prepare, you will not last a month. What about the Noble Council? Won't they attack me? Caspian's face did something complicated. Alaric, didn't you research the power distribution of the Sea of Myriad Islands beforehand? Well, not really. You're really lucky to have met me. I feel like I've become your babysitter. We're friends, aren't we? Friend, please go back and learn more about what you're about to face. He explained anyway. The Black Knight Pirate Group is one of the 7 super crews of the Pirate Alliance and ranks 3rd among them. Under their protection, no other pirate crew touches you, and even the Noble Council thinks twice. And, before I establish anything, they will send someone with a map and allocate me an island inside their own waters. The service is so good, they even assign us an island? Of course. If you chose an island under the Noble Council's jurisdiction, how would they fulfill the contract? I paid a hefty price for that. I picked up my glass and clinked it against his very quickly, and he looked at the ceiling. Young Master Caspian, you wouldn't want to see your friend get into trouble. Why don't you tell me more about establishing a territory? Alaric, I'm not your babysitter. Yes, but you are my friend. I regret the decision I made earlier. The contract is signed. With your noble character, you wouldn't break it. Okay, you win. He talked for 2 hours. Currents, factions, which crews take payment and which take hostages, which noble houses out there are actually kingdoms in miniature, and which are 3 men and a flag, what a protection fee is, and what it turns into if you're late. Information that does not exist in any book, because the people who have it consider it the asset. I left late that night in his carriage, and I want to record something honestly. I went into that manor expecting to be robbed politely, and I came out of it with 3,000 gold of supplies, a trade contract in my favor, and an education. After I left, 2 people stayed in that study. Young Master, this Alaric seems a bit too much of an idiot. Supporting him is probably very risky. And Caspian, who had spent an entire evening being warm, stopped being anything at all. His face went flat and still, and he looked at the chair I'd been sitting in. Tim, do you know the St. Paul family? St. Paul, one of the 4 guardian families of the Holy Light Empire? They are an ancient house with unfathomable strength, a legendary expert in every generation, and influence across the entire human race. Do you know how they got there? This old servant does not know. 800 years ago, the St. Pauls were insignificant, a baron with a fief of one town. But their clan chief, against the opinion of his entire family, insisted on funding an elementary apothecary named Zephyrin and signed an exclusive agency agreement with him. Zephyrin. Tim's voice changed. Zephyrin, who developed the elixir of the gods. The elixir of the gods, also called the miracle. It takes an ordinary person and makes them a rank 18 saint in 1 month with no side effects. Zephyrin, funded by the St. Pauls, suddenly displayed extraordinary talent. As his exclusive agent, the family soared. To this day, 800 years later, they are still living on that afterglow. Tim, who had begun the conversation calling me an idiot, said nothing at all for a while. But Alaric might not become Zephyrin. The chances are too low. But I didn't invest much either. All I want is for him to become advanced, and my investment is recouped. If he becomes a grandmaster, I receive more than 10 times the return. Young master is brilliant. In the coming days, keep a close eye on Alaric, and at the very least, don't let him die easily. Half a month later, I broke through. 6th bottle of level 4 mental agility potion, sitting cross-legged in a basement, and the whole thing simply gave way. Strength 1.2, physique 1.1, agility 1.3, spirit 2.343 out of 8.012, mana 6.1 out of 7.7, rank level 5, mage, still intermediate class, but level 5, spells hit better than 30%, harder than level 4, and more importantly, the mental energy ceiling meant 3 bottles a day instead of 2, which raised my actual income by 1/3 overnight. I had Kenji make a proper dinner and opened a bottle of fruit wine, which was not as good as anything at Caspian's Manor, and which I enjoyed considerably more. Then Theodore showed up at the door with paper in his hand. It took this long to get any news? I'm so sorry, Alaric Apothecary. Highland is a thriving commercial center, and many mercenary companies are constantly on missions. And as per your request, I dared not choose casually. 3 companies, written on papyrus, which is rough and cheap and popular with people who cannot afford parchment. Loyal Lion Mercenary Group. Leader Kalen Shaw, level 7 advanced warrior. About 100 members, well equipped. And this line, which is the only line that mattered. On an escort mission, they once took 30% casualties rather than abandon their employer. 1,000 gold a month. Cold Iron Mercenary Group. Jackson Duran, level 8. 120 men. Conservative on missions, strong on promises. 900 a month. Valley Mercenary Group. Bertus Carrizo, level 8. 140 men. Clearly the strongest of the 3, more missions completed, good reputation. 1,000 a month. I looked at the prices and made a small involuntary noise. Then I did the honest math. An ordinary Highland citizen makes 2 gold a month. 100 professionals whose job description is standing between an employer and the thing killing him at 5 times that is not expensive. It's just a lot. The Loyal Lions look like the weakest of the 3. Why is their price the same as the strongest? Ever since that mission, every business in Highland wants them. Whenever conditions permit, they get hired first. That's why their price is high. I chose the weakest one. I want to explain that, because it looks like sentiment, and it isn't. Out there, contracts are not enforceable. There's no court. There's no kingdom. If a mercenary company decides halfway through year 1 that the island is worth more than the employer, the only thing standing between me and a knife is what those men think of themselves. Reputation is not a nice quality out there. It's the only binding mechanism that exists. So I would rather buy 100 men who once bled 30% rather than run than 140 better swordsmen who never had to prove it. Arrange a meeting with Kalen tomorrow. Of course, it's my honor. Here's your reward. 5 gold, which for Theodore was more than a month, and he thanked me about 9 times. The Mercenary Guild is nothing like the Apothecary Guild. It's a barn with the volume turned up. Men shouting about things they had done. Men shouting about things they intended to do, and an actual bare-knuckle fight going on in the corner of the main hall with a ring of spectators betting on it. I did not enjoy it, and Theodore apologized for it, and I realized I'd become the kind of person who dislikes disorder, because I'd spent 2 months reading about the Sea of Myriad Islands. The reception room had 4 chairs and a round table, and a man already in it, 30s or 40s. Armor. A gaze with nothing sliding around in it. Arms like something that had been hammered flat and folded and hammered again. He stood up. Alaric Apothecary? Yes, I am Kalen Shaw, leader of the Loyal Lion Mercenary Group. I greet you. And he bowed, and he outranked me by 3 levels, and he bowed because an apothecary outranks a level 7 warrior socially, and he was not going to pretend otherwise. That mattered to me. A mercenary who won't respect an employer in a quiet room is not going to protect one in a loud one. Commander Kalen, please sit. Theodore poured tea for both of us with the ease of a man who has poured tea in many rooms he did not belong in. I hear you want to hire us to protect you while you expand a territory. Yes, Theodore recommended you highly, and other channels tell me your credibility is excellent. He got visibly proud about that, and then remembered himself. You flatter me. We're just doing our basic duty. No, even the most basic duty is not something every company can manage. You have something to be proud of. Then he asked the question, and I understood immediately that this interview had two directions. Alaric Apothecary, where do you intend to establish your territory? The Belan Sea area. Have you taken care of things over there beforehand? There was tension in his face. A month earlier, I would have had no idea what he was even asking. The Black Knight pirate group will protect my territory for a year. He breathed out. Actually visibly breathed out. He'd seen too many pioneer knights sail east without an arrangement, he told me later, and he knew exactly how those stories end, and if I'd said anything else, he would have thanked me for the tea and left. Alaric Apothecary, I have one more question. Go ahead. If we reach an agreement in any future battle, will our company prioritize the safety of your territory or your life? I looked at him for a second because that is a much more delicate question than his arm suggested. Those sound like the same thing. They are not. If the answer is the territory, 100 men have to hold a coastline, and the pressure is enormous, and they will die in numbers. If the answer is me, they form a ring around one person and everything else is expendable, and their survival rate triples. He was asking me, politely, how many of his men I intended to spend. When faced with an insurmountable enemy, the priority is protecting my life. However, in a battle where the forces are evenly matched, the premise is protecting the entire territory. He went quiet and thought about it for a long time, and I let him, because he was choosing too. Then he said yes, and I immediately started interviewing him back. Commander Kalen, how many professionals do you have? 105 registered. Among them, I am the only advanced warrior, 5 intermediate, 1 level 5, and 4 level 4, and 28 elementary. Excellent, a good combination. Where's your base? Jamosa, a town under Highland's jurisdiction. I glanced at Theodore. He nodded, which meant it was true, and it was as remote as it sounded. Commander Kalen, how many married men do you have? He blinked at me. I have never in 2 lives seen a man so completely unprepared for a question. Alaric Apothecary, about 30, but most of them are professionals, since their income is higher. He emphasized professionals because he thought I was worried about paying widows. I wasn't. 100 men with nothing to lose are 100 men who will make a decision on an island one night. 30 of them, with families in a town where I know the name of the town, are 30 anchors. And the professionals being the married ones means the anchors are attached to the parts that matter. May I visit your base? It is our honor. Okay, let's go then. Now? Is it not allowed? No, of course. It's just that the camp is a bit messy and hasn't been tidied up. It's all right. Messy was the point. I did not want to see a camp that had been informed I was coming. It was 100 miles round trip. It took the entire day. Jamosa is remote because rent near Highland is absurd and a mercenary company has to eat. And I sat in a carriage for 6 hours to look at tents. They were exactly what he'd said they were. No better, no worse. Nothing hidden and nothing polished. Which is the single most reassuring thing a man can find at the end of a 100-mile trip. On the way back, to save time, I put a levitation spell on the carriage and we went home fast enough that I still got my meditation in. We signed a 1-year contract, 1,000 gold. Then, the next day, I went back to Bell Street and had a much more detailed conversation with Steward John. And John was radiant afterward, which told me exactly how much I'd overpaid, and I paid it anyway because Theodore's warning about diseased stock had made the decision for me a month earlier. Between the mercenaries and the people, I was broke again. So I went back into the basement and did the only thing I know how to do, which is turn plants into money at an inhuman rate. And a week before the deadline, Caspian invited me back. Same manner, one difference. He came out to the door to meet me personally. That is not a small thing. Between the second heir of a count's family and a pioneer knight with a rented house, there is a distance you can measure in city blocks, and men in his position do not walk to the door. The reason was sitting in his warehouse. I had delivered 30 bottles of level 4 mental agility potion in 1 month. Working backward from the materials he'd supplied, that put my success rate at intermediate rank around 30%, 1 month after reaching it, which is a number that, from outside, looks like the leading edge of something enormous. My friend, it's been a long time, and he hugged me, which I have never enjoyed from anyone. Long time no see, Mr. Caspian. From now on, call me Caspian. We're friends, aren't we? Then he grabbed my sleeve. Come here. Let me introduce you to a stunning beauty. A stunning beauty? I want the record to show that my interest was immediate, and my dignity was not consulted. The conference room deep in the manor had 2 women in it, one in a white maid's dress, short and round-faced and frankly adorable. The other one made me stop walking. Burgundy velvet cut to do a specific job in doing it. Deep blue eyes, the color of water where it gets serious. Golden hair in waves down past her shoulders, with a few strands loose at her cheek. And then my brain caught up with my eyes, and everything got very cold. The Black Rose. Evelyn? I had spent a month reading everything I could find about the Sea of Myriad Islands, mostly at Caspian's insistence, and there is a short list of people you learn by heart. Evelyn Beaumont, only daughter of the leader of the Black Knight pirate group. Early 20s and already an advanced warrior, which at that age is the kind of thing that gets you a nickname, and hers is the Black Rose, and it is used by pirates across the entire sea. What actually shocked me wasn't who she was, it was where she was standing. The Terra Kingdom's policy on pirates is total suppression and zero tolerance. There are standing bounties. And here was the most identifiable pirate on the Northern Sea, in the manner of the second heir of the Count, who rules the kingdom's greatest port, in daylight, bored. I revised my understanding of the Blackwood family's position on the spot, and I never revised it back. She turned her head and looked at me for the first time. Who are you? Evelyn, let me introduce you. This is my friend Alaric, the pioneer knight for whom I asked you to seek refuge. Caspian leaned on friend deliberately to raise my price, and Evelyn heard the words pioneer knight and lost interest so completely and so instantly that I felt it in my teeth. She simply stopped seeing me, which is a skill. She gestured with her chin. The maid produced a small map and unrolled it on the table. Choose one. You can establish your territory on any of the islands marked in green. The map was Black Knight territory. Their base is Double Door Island in the middle of the northern side of the Balan Sea area, and they control several 100,000 square kilometers of water. The green marks were around the rim, the far edge of the Black Knight sphere, less than 200 miles from the Orc Empire at the western end. I put both hands on the table and thought about it properly, and I'm going to give you my actual reasoning because it is the first decision in this story that I made well. East is out. The eastern Belan Sea is where the Mandy family sits, a count's house out of the kingdom of Outran, and the Black Knight's direct rival. An island there puts me between two powers who take turns bombarding each other. I would not have been able to take my clothes off to sleep. North is out. The northern end of the Balan Sea is up against the cold ice realm and has 9 months of winter. You cannot develop farmland in a place where the ground is a rumor. South is where everyone wants to be. Closest to Highland, all the trade routes, the best position on the map, which is exactly why there are hundreds of small forces packed into it. Pirates and pioneer knights and minor nobles out of 4 different countries, all with their own flags and grudges. There is no order down there at all, just an unbroken war over limited resources with a body count nobody bothers to keep, which left west. Poorest trade, closest to the Orc Empire, and patrolled by the Terra Kingdom's own North Sea fleet hunting smugglers. I was still weighing it when Caspian walked up beside me and tapped one finger on the map, the westernmost island in the entire Black Knight sphere, the last one before you fall off the edge into Orc water, exactly where I'd been leaning. I didn't ask why. I nodded at the maid. This is fine, and I caught it, just for a second, on Evelyn's face when she saw my choice. Disdain. Not annoyance, not indifference, a flicker of the specific contempt you feel watching somebody pick the wrong door on a game show, and it was gone before it finished forming. I stood there and thought, what do you know that I don't? Caspian, don't forget what you promised me. She walked out without looking at me. Protect Alaric, Caspian said to her back, and his face was dark. She waved a hand over her shoulder and was gone with her maid. That arrogant old hag. I said nothing because I was still worrying about that flicker, and about whether the protection I'd just been handed was going to be delivered by people who thought I was a joke. Alaric, although Evelyn is arrogant, she has a good reputation. Not only her, the entire Black Knight pirate group does, in that sea. Otherwise, I wouldn't have partnered with them. I see. Why that island, though? The one closest to the orcs? It's a secret. Don't worry. It'll definitely be good for you. And he smiled the smile of a man holding a card, and I let it go. And it took me a full year to find out what it was. All right, let's not worry about these things. You've come all this way today. I'll take you somewhere nice to relax. His mouth did a thing that most men would recognize. Frank Street is in the east of the city, and it is where Highland keeps its money when the money wants to be seen. Every carriage on that road had a noble crest on the door. Every pedestrian was better dressed than my entire family and had 4 servants walking behind him in case he needed to be handed something. At the end of it, on the bank of the river, was a crescent-shaped building with white stone pillars and reliefs that had cost somebody a small war, and 2 dark blue doors standing open, and the words, Noble Villa, above them. 20 guards at the entrance fully armed, staring straight ahead. Caspian's carriage stopped, and several of those guards immediately came forward and knelt down in a row, backs up, hands flat, and Caspian stepped down onto them the way you'd step off a curb. I sat in the carriage door for a second longer than I should have. I couldn't use the chip scan out in public, but I didn't need it. My mental energy was good enough by then to read what was in front of me, and every man kneeling on that pavement was at least an intermediate warrior, men who could break a horse's neck, being used as a step. Because a young man with the right surname was getting out of a carriage, I understood the entire class structure of this world in about a second and a half. And then I put my boot on a man's back and got out, because I wanted to. I'm not going to pretend I felt bad about it in the moment. I felt something a lot closer to hunger. Inside was heat and music and low light doing exactly what low light is for. Maids in silk moving through a crowd of nobles with wine, and the crowd was enjoying itself in a way that suggested nobody in that room had ever been told no. Caspian towed me through it by the sleeve while I was still turning my head, into a smaller hall at the back where the lights were dimmer except for one column of brightness down the middle. 4 elven girls were dancing under it. I'd never seen an elf. Nobody in the Western District had. They moved like the concept of movement, and every human in that room was watching with their mouth slightly open, and I was one of them. Then the music ended and they didn't leave the floor. They stood there under the light with something worried behind their faces, and a smiling middle-aged man walked into the light and started talking about the Fantasy Merchant Guild. And I realized what kind of room this was. They weren't performers, they were contracts. That's how the Fantasy Guild does it. Not chains, paper, an indenture with terms that run for decades, signed under circumstances the guild is very careful never to describe, and what gets sold in a room like that is the paper, and the paper carries the person. The man announced 2,000 gold as the opening for each of them. The room didn't react. I made a noise. 2,000 gold is 100 healthy adult humans off Bell Street. It is 2 months of the Loyal Lion Mercenary Group's existence. 100 men risking their lives, twice, and a dozen people around me put their hands up immediately. And the bidding started, and the first contract went for 3,200, and the second for 34. Which one do you like? I pointed before I decided to. The one on the left. Taller than the others, and the reason wasn't the height. It was that even standing there under the light being auctioned, she had not folded up. She was looking straight out over the heads of the buyers, like she was reading something written on the back wall. Good eye? Her bidding opened and went to 3,500 immediately and did not stop. 4,000. Caspian? Forget it. That's enough to buy 200 people. And Caspian turned and looked at me and stopped joking. Alaric, I will do everything in my power to keep my promise to you. Then he raised his hand and said, 5,000 gold coins, which ended it. I want to be honest about what that was. It was not generosity. It was a demonstration, staged for an audience of 1, and it worked completely. He was showing me the size of the number he was willing to write in order to have me, and he was doing it in a room full of people, so I would understand it wasn't a private kindness. And I sat there and felt the exact thing he intended me to feel. Caspian, your sincerity is irresistible, and any promise I make to you in the future, I will do everything in my power to fulfill. He smiled, satisfied, and I meant it. And both of those things were part of the plan. They brought the paper upstairs. That's how it's done. You go up to a room, they bring you the contract, and they bring the person, and everybody understands what the room is for. Her name was Lyra. She came in wearing a light green dress instead of the dancing clothes, which somehow made it worse. And she bowed and said she greeted her master, in a voice like water going over something smooth. And I sat there with 5,000 gold coins of somebody else's money on the table in front of me, and had a genuinely unpleasant few seconds with myself. I would like to tell you I had a moral revelation. I didn't. What I had was a much smaller and more selfish thought. In 4 weeks, I was sailing to an island where everyone I brought would be somebody I had to trust with my back. And I had just been handed a person who had every reason on earth to hate me, and I was about to add the one reason that would make it permanent. So I did the only clever thing I did all night. I read the contract instead. It was 40 years. 40. With clauses about transfer and obedience and a schedule of penalties that I'd rather not describe. Signed, in a hand that had clearly been shaking. I put it down. Can you read? She looked up. That was the first time she actually looked at me. Yes. Good. Then read this and tell me if I've understood Clause 9. I have never seen anyone more suspicious of a question in my life. We went through it, clause by clause, at a table for about an hour. And around the 4th clause, she stopped being careful and started being furious, in a very quiet, very precise way, at the people who wrote it. And around clause 11, she stopped being furious and started being useful, because it turned out she knew more about Fantasy Guild contract law than any lawyer in the Terra Kingdom, for reasons that were obvious and that neither of us said out loud. At the end, I signed my name at the bottom of a transfer of ownership, which is the ugliest thing I have ever written, and then I took a second sheet and wrote a different one and gave her both. That one says I own the contract. That one says the terms are suspended for as long as you're with me and that you can leave whenever you want. Neither of them is worth anything outside a human city. So if you walk out of here alone, the guild's slave catchers will have you before the end of the week. That's not a threat. That's just the situation. She read both, twice. Why? Because in a month, I'm going to a place where everybody around me can kill me while I sleep, and I would rather they didn't want to. That is the exact answer I gave, and it is entirely true, and it is also not the whole truth, and she knew that too. She folded the second sheet very carefully and put it away. Then, what does the young master want from me? Work, I said. Skilled work. And I'd like to know what you actually are, because a dancer's contract does not cost 5,000 gold coins. And she smiled for the first time, and it was not a nice smile. Before the guild took me, Lyra said, I was an advanced mage. I want you to sit with that the way I did. Advanced mage, which is where I intend to be in a decade if everything goes perfectly. A rank I could not reach with unlimited money, and a chip in my head unless I lived long enough to earn it. The fantasy guild had taken it off her. There is a way to do that, apparently, to break a mage down to the floor and keep her there. And the damage in her was deep enough that when I scanned her later, Athena gave me a repair estimate that required a grandmaster apothecary and a great deal of time. Her power was gone, everything she knew was still in her head. Elves live long enough that a century of study is a phase. Whatever she had learned about magic before somebody put her in a cage was still there, intact, in a mind that couldn't use it. All right, I said. New job. What job? Teacher. I went home at dawn with a piece of paper and a headache, and I sat in the carriage doing an entirely different kind of math than the kind I'd expected to be doing. Athena, why did I bid so hard tonight? Was I influenced by something? Analysis shows that the owner ingested approximately 125 milliliters of alcohol. That's right, I must have been drunk. After scanning, an alcohol concentration of 125 milliliters will not have any effect on the master's body. Therefore, Athena believes the reason the master's behavior was more extreme was mainly that the master had a very strong attention and interest in the opposite sex, which caused the male hormones in the body to surge, thus affecting rationality. Athena, this behavior can be simply called lust. I looked out of the window at Highland going past and did not dignify that. Introducing Lyra to Kenji was worse than the auction. Grandpa Kenji, this is Lyra. From today onward, she will handle my daily care. And the old man's face did something I hadn't seen on it before. This, young master, I have always been in charge of your daily life. I'm afraid others. 20 years. He had done everything for a boy nobody else would touch, personally, for 20 years. And it had stopped being a job somewhere around year 2 and become the shape of his entire life. And I had just handed it to a beautiful stranger in front of him. Grandpa Kenji, you have more important things to do next, and I don't trust anyone else to do them. Which was a kindness and also true, and he took it and nodded and went to make dinner. I want to be honest here, because it doesn't flatter me. I did not do it for his sake. Kenji was getting old, and heavy service work was going to stop being possible soon. And I had also worked out that having the one person alive who knew the previous Alaric intimately standing 3 feet from me at every meal was a security problem I did not need. I was going to give that man a comfortable old age, and I was going to do it slightly out of arm's reach. Lyra, this is Grandpa Kenji. Ask him if you have questions. Yes, master. From now on, call me young master. This, Lyra dares not. I command you. From now on, call me young master. Young master. You may be wondering what the difference is. So is she. Master is a word that comes with paper. Young master is what a household staff calls the son of a house they work for. And the distinction between the two is the difference between being owned and being employed, and everyone in this world knows it. Which is exactly why I made her say it out loud in front of Kenji. Then I went back down into the basement, because none of that had changed the fact that I was a level 5 mage with a rented house and a month left. Winter, year 4340. It snowed on Highland hard enough to turn the whole city white, and the entire population went out into the streets to celebrate the Dawn Festival, and I went to the harbor at first light to go do the single most dangerous thing available to a human being on this continent. 3 three-masted merchant ships at the dock, slaves coming out of the warehouses on both sides carrying crates aboard in a line that did not stop. Caspian came to see me off and stood next to me on the pier with his hands in his sleeves, and he'd already given me everything he intended to give me, and both of us knew it. Then the Loyal Lion mercenary group came around the corner of the warehouse in a column, 105 men with kit, Kalen at the front. Caspian's face did something complicated. Alaric, no wonder you asked me to prepare an extra merchant ship. You actually hired a mercenary company? Better safe than sorry. Are you going to expand your territory? Your little island's annual output probably wouldn't even cover a fraction of the cost of hiring them. Isn't having me enough? And he laughed, and then he stopped laughing, because it was true. An apothecary is a gold mine that walks around and refills itself, and both of us had done the math a month ago. Then 20-odd figures came hurrying along the dock in the early light, and it was Steward John of the Shadow Merchant Guild, with a squad of warriors escorting about a dozen children. John saw who I was standing next to, and nearly fell over. Young Master Caspian, who are you? Reporting to Master Caspian, I am the manager of the Shadow Merchant Guild. You need something from me? No, I wouldn't dare disturb you. I'm here today to deliver slaves to Alaric Apothecary. And Caspian looked past him at 12 children of about 13 and 14, boys and girls, tired-looking, and turned to me with an expression I enjoyed a great deal. You've just established your territory, and the situation isn't stable. What are you doing with these kids? It's a secret, I said, and it might be good for you in the future. Watching that land on his face was worth the entire trip. My friend, where is your sincerity? Then tell me first why you had me choose the island closest to the Orc Empire. No, the time is not right yet. I feel the same way. Okay, you're always the winner here, aren't you? 3 officials from the Kingdom Office recorded my departure with a crystal ball, which is not ceremony, it's the file. Every year after this, the Terra Kingdom sends people into the Sea of Myriad Islands to inspect their pioneer knights, and if they find failure or cowardice, or a man quietly living on somebody else's island doing nothing, the status is revoked. That's not the kingdom being strict. That's an order from the Human Alliance, and no kingdom on the continent gets to opt out of it. I hugged Caspian, which he was not expecting, and got on the boat. Then I called my first meeting in the captain's cabin, and I want to introduce the 4 men in that room properly, because 3 of them did not work for me. Duncan Fraser, overseer, in charge of 100 slaves and every crate on those ships. 30s, short curly hair, better looking than the rest of us and aware of it. Formerly a manager and in Blackwood Caravan, Gareth Thorne, captain of all 3 ships. 30 years sailing the Sea of Myriad Islands, a beard you could lose a knife in, pulled out of Caspian's own trading fleet. Reese Sterling. Level 5 warrior, leading the 10-man elite squad Caspian had gifted me. Kalen Shaw, employed by me, in writing, for 1,000 gold. Duncan answers to Caspian. Gareth answers to Caspian, and is also the trade route for my medicine. Reese's squad is nominally mine, and is actually Caspian's. Only Kalen was a straightforward relationship, and his was a receipt. That was my government. 3 of my 4 department heads reported to a man 1,000 miles away. That is what it looks like when a man with no family founds a state. You use borrowed hands, and you count them every morning. Captain Gareth, the fleet goes first to White Whale Island to meet the Black Knight pirate group, then straight to our destination. Okay, Alaric Apothecary. He didn't blink, which meant he'd already been told. Including the detour, how many days? Approximately 10. So we waste 3 days. Yes. Plan the route accordingly. I'll explain the detour in a moment. First, I had to find out how bad my situation was. Overseer Duncan, with current manpower, how long will our food last? He took a yellowed notebook out of his coat, which is the correct answer to a question like that. We have 10 tons of rye, 2 tons of wheat, 2 tons of barley, half a ton of assorted meat. This should have lasted 6 months. However, with the addition of the Loyal Lion mercenary group, we expect to last 2 months. 2. Caspian had provisioned me for 100 slaves and an overseer. I had added 105 professional warriors who eat like professional warriors, and my 6-month buffer had become a 2-month one before we left the harbor. Food, on an island in that sea, is not a supply issue. Food is the thing that decides whether the people you brought remain people you brought. Captain Gareth, when you return next month, purchase another 20 tons of rye and 5 tons each of wheat and barley from Caspian. Yes, sir. Captain Reese. Report the ranks of your team, including myself, 1 level 5 warrior and 9 level 4 warriors. Nothing else? I fed it all to Athena, which was the actual purpose of the meeting. I wanted an accurate model in the chip so that when I made a mistake building this place, I would find out from a warning rather than from a funeral. Gentlemen, it is by fate that we have gathered here today. I hope you will fight alongside me in the coming days to build up our territory. I will reward you afterward. 4 men who did not work for me said, in unison, that they were happy to serve. And they meant it, and I knew exactly why, and it had nothing to do with fate. They were standing in a room with an apothecary, a young one. Every man there had run the same arithmetic Caspian had run, and they had all decided that being owed a favor by me in 15 years was worth being polite to me now. That's fine. I'll take a loyalty built out of self-interest over an oath any day. Self-interest is at least predictable. 5 days out, standing on the foremost deck with the wind coming across, I was almost happy. We'd been approached twice by small pirate ships, and both times they had come close enough to read the flag on our mast and turned around. The Black Knight banner on a merchant ship is a sign that says, "Do not open," and it works. And I stood there watching a second crew of armed men decide I wasn't worth it and felt something I hadn't felt since arriving in this world, which was the sensation of standing behind a wall. I was not afraid of a fight. I was afraid of losing a single crate. White Whale Island sits where the Linksea and Belan seas meet, and it's a Black Knight supply post with a small base on it. There were more than a dozen warships on the water around it. The detour was mandatory. Not legally, traditionally. In the Sea of Myriad Islands, when a local power takes a newcomer under protection, they lead him in personally. Everyone sees the escort. Everyone understands the arrangement. It's an announcement. I understood it perfectly well as an assertion of sovereignty dressed up as courtesy, which is a thing I would come to appreciate about that sea. Nobody there pretends the courtesy is about manners. Right now, I was the beneficiary, so I approved of the tradition enormously. 3 warships peeled off and boxed us in. Go meet them. And then a figure jumped off the bow of the lead warship. Straight up, an arc across 100 feet of open sea, and down onto our deck, hard enough to send splinters out in a ring and sink his boots into the planking. Kalen and 6 of his men had swords out before the noise finished. Gareth and Reese did not move at all, which told me everything about who had been briefed and who hadn't. The man who stood up out of the crater in my deck was enormous. Not as tall as Kalen, but the air around him was doing something the air around Kalen did not do. And there was a scar running diagonally from the corner of his eye down to his chin, thick and pale and curved, like something with legs had been fixed to his face. So, you are Alaric? He walked toward me through my own people as if they were furniture. Stop, said Kalen, and stepped into his path. Overestimating yourself. I want to describe this properly because I've thought about it a great deal since. There was no wind-up. A red battle aura came up off the man's whole body at once, and he crossed the distance without appearing to travel it, and he hit Kalen in the chest through a guard that Kalen had already raised. 300 pounds of advanced warrior went backward across my deck and into the railing, hard enough that I felt it through my boots. Kalen coughed blood onto the planks and could not get up. Several of his men charged anyway. That is the part I remember. They knew precisely what they had just watched. They knew exactly what would happen to them, and 6 mercenaries went at a man who could not be hurt by them because their commander was down. Gareth got in front of them, shouting that it was a misunderstanding. We're all on the same side. Don't be impulsive. Come back. You are no match for him. That was Kalen from the deck, with blood in his mouth. They came back. They didn't put the swords away. They stood in a line in front of their commander and waited to be killed, and the scarred man looked at them the way you look at a fence. Damn bastard. Remember this. Next time you encounter the Earth Warrior, show him your utmost respect. Then he turned to me. You're Alaric? And I want to tell you what actually happened inside me during those 4 seconds, because it's the whole reason the next 2 years went the way they did. I had spent 3 months building something. I had a contract with a count's heir. I had a mercenary company and 100 people and 100 sets of farm tools. I had been eating at a manor and riding in a carriage with a crest on it and stepping on the backs of intermediate warriors to get out of it. And a man I had never met had walked onto my ship, put my commander through a railing, and asked my name in the tone you'd use on a servant. The powerlessness came back exactly the way it had felt in a corridor in Shining Fortress with a boot on my chest. Precisely the same. Nothing in between had been real. I was not a lord. I was a small valuable thing being escorted by people who considered the escorting a chore, and to both Caspian and the Black Knight pirate group, I was an asset with a delivery date. Several very stupid ideas went through my head in order, and I evaluated each of them, and my face went calm. It's me. Stop dawdling like a woman. Young miss is waiting for you. Come with me. And he bent his knees and went back through the air onto his own ship. Captain Gareth, go with them. Yes, Alaric Apothecary. He answered very fast and very carefully, because he had heard something in my voice, and he was right to. And here is the thing about Gareth, who I came to value greatly. Given that moment again, knowing exactly how much it cost him with me, he would still not have drawn on that man because he understood what the Black Knight pirate group is, and I did not yet. I went and crouched next to Kalen. Are the injuries serious? Fortunately, my internal fighting spirit was temporarily broken. I've lost the ability to fight. And he wouldn't look at me because he was ashamed. 105 men, 1,000 gold a month, and he had been removed from the board in one motion in front of his employer on day 5. Okay, that's good. I didn't say anything else. I'd seen what I needed to see. Every other man on that deck had made a correct, reasonable, professional decision. Kalen had made a stupid one, immediately, without checking the price. I'm not a romantic. I did not decide in that moment that he was my friend. What I decided was that the stupid one was the only asset on that ship I actually owned, and that I would pay whatever it cost to keep him. Evelyn's cabin was on a warship 20 feet long, and it was grand in a spare way, and she'd changed clothes. The velvet was gone. Fitted brown leather, jacket and trousers, hair tied back off her face. Everything about her arranged so she could be fighting in under a second, and her attitude toward me had reversed completely. Alaric, are you still an apothecary? Actually looking at me this time, interested. Yes, I gave her nothing else. Her man had put my commander through a railing 11 minutes earlier, and I was not in a mood to be charming, and I did not care how good she looked, which surprised me as much as anyone. She noticed. Her eyes went past me to the scarred man, who suddenly discovered something fascinating about the ceiling, and scratched the back of his head like a boy caught with a broken window. She looked at him for about 3 seconds. He shrank. Alaric, my men are a bunch of pirates, so they inevitably act a bit arrogantly. If they have offended you, I apologize on their behalf. I have since learned how rare that sentence is out of her. Here's what I did not know at the time. After our meeting in Highland, she had gone straight back and put the Black Knight intelligence apparatus onto me because the gap between Caspian's status and mine was so large that his interest in me had to have a reason. Her people couldn't get much because Highland is Blackwood ground, and Blackwood ground does not leak. What they got was that I was an apothecary supplying Caspian with intermediate-grade product, which was enough. Somebody in his early 20s producing intermediate medicine is not a supplier. He's a strategic development, and she'd worked that out on her own. I did not accept the apology. I want to be clear that I never did, then or later. If apologies fix things, there would be no need for laws. Percival had done it because he could, and he should carry it. And I've never forgotten a single one of these, from Seraphina to Jing Li to him, and I keep a very tidy list. But the situation was not mine to control. It's just a misunderstanding, I said. Nothing to worry about. She smiled and leaned back against the table with her arms crossed, and something lazy and interested came into her face, and I lost about 1.5 seconds of my life to that and hated myself for it. That's good. I hope this misunderstanding won't affect our cooperation. I also hope it won't happen again. Absolutely. I guarantee it with the reputation of the Black Knight pirate group. And then she went straight at it. I heard you can provide Caspian with intermediate apothecary. What does that have to do with our cooperation? Which is not a denial, and she knew it, and her eyes lit up. Alaric, this is very important for our cooperation. Compared to Caspian, our Black Knight pirate group is actually a better fit to be your trading partner. Once you choose us, we can directly provide you with an island of over 100 square kilometers as your territory. You should know what that means. Furthermore, we will increase our protection. We will station warships. Your safety within the Sea of Myriad Islands would be absolutely guaranteed. I want you to understand what she had just put on the table, because I nearly took it. 100 square kilometers is the first requirement for a barony, not a step toward it. The single hardest physical condition, handed over, finished on day 1. That sea is mostly islands under 30 square kilometers. 100 is a large island. Even the Black Knight pirate group does not have many. After that, all I'd need is 5,000 people and 3 years of not dying, and I'd have a title. And I stood there and did not say yes. And here is the arithmetic that stopped me. That island would be next to Double Door Island. It would have to be, or the warships stationed on it don't function as protection, which means it isn't a territory, it's an address, called a partnership, structured as a leash. Second, it breaks my contract with Caspian, which loses me Highland, which loses me the only city on the continent where I can buy materials without anyone asking questions. Third, Duncan, Gareth, and Reese all work for Caspian. My entire government evaporates the same afternoon, along with every crate on my 3 ships. Fourth, and this is the one that decided it, offending a century-old count's family of the Terra Kingdom for a pirate crew is not a trade. Blackwood has connections into every faction in that sea, including hers. So I couldn't take it, and I couldn't refuse it either, because I needed her protection for the next 12 months, which is when I told the biggest lie of my life to date. Your conditions are indeed impossible for me to refuse. Her eyes came up. It's just that Caspian has something on me. Once he hands that material to the capital, my Pioneer Knight status is revoked. I have no choice but to cooperate with him. A handle? What handle? I had this ready. I'd had it ready for a week, which tells you what kind of person I'd already become. When I was competing for the Pioneer Knight position, there was a candidate better than me in every way. Caspian removed him for me. The whole process was recorded on a crystal. Later, under his coercion, I had no choice but to brew for him. And I did a face. I want that on the record too. I stood in a pirate captain's cabin and produced an expression of gritted teeth resentment, and it was extremely convincing, and I felt like an actor in a provincial theater. She bought it entirely. You descendants of nobles are even more filthy than us pirates. You're disgusting. Heh, Evelyn, young miss, you flatter me. There was a pause where she visibly could not find a response. Then she said that if she got the leverage back off Caspian, I'd cooperate. And I said, of course, it would be my honor to serve such a beautiful lady. And I laid it on so thick I nearly slipped in it. She went thoughtful, and I watched a young woman start planning an intelligence operation against the Blackwood family in Highland City on my behalf, over a thing that did not exist. It kept her busy for 1.5 years. She never got it. She lost people trying. It remains the single best return on investment I have ever achieved with one sentence. And then, because I cannot help myself, I ruined the moment. Evelyn, young miss, I wonder if it would be possible to prepay for that 100 square kilometer island. The silence in that cabin was total. She may be many things, but she is not slow. Alaric, That island will be yours sooner or later. You don't need to rush. Then I look forward to your good news." She lost interest in me visibly and turned to the scarred man. "Captain Percival, you will lead Alaric to his territory. Don't worry, young miss. I will deliver Alaric apothecary safely. Remember, Alaric is my honored guest. Tell your men to show some respect. Yes, young miss, there will absolutely be no more misunderstandings." I got back onto my own ship and breathed out. Then I cursed Caspian thoroughly and silently, because he had personally arranged for the protection of a crew whose first act was to try to poach me, and whose reputation he had described as excellent. Percival, chastened, was now extremely polite. He explained that for the next few days my merchant ships would follow behind his warships, while he took me on a tour of the factions surrounding my new territory, so everyone could see whose flag was over me. Then I'll have to trouble Captain Percival. And I went back aboard my own ship immediately, because I didn't want to spend more time near an enemy than necessary. That's not a figure of speech. I had already filed him. I don't have the strength to protect my dignity. So I keep a ledger instead, and I settle it later, and I have never once forgotten a name. The tour worked. For 4 days we sailed past small crews and minor lords, who took one look at 3 Black Knight warships escorting me and moved. And on the afternoon of the 10th day out of Highland, we came around a headland, and there it was. My island, 10 square kilometers. Oval, narrow at the north and south ends, wider east to west. High ground in the west, low in the east. On the western side, a single hill covered in snow, which caught the light and looked, I have to admit, genuinely holy. The eastern side of that hill sloped down into flat open ground, and that flat open ground was the entire reason the island had a future, because you can put a plow into it. That's it. That's what a pioneer knight gets. 10 square kilometers of rock with a hill on it, at the far western edge of a pirate crew's territory, less than 200 miles from the Orc Empire. No mineral resources of any kind, barely any timber worth the name. Fresh water, though, a great deal of it. Rainfall off the northern cold, and an underground aquifer that holds it. And I later found out that this was not luck. When the Black Knight pirate group allocates an island to somebody under protection, they check for water. They're pirates, not idiots. An island with no water produces 1 dead client and 0 protection fees. Percival didn't linger. He put up a couple of signal flags, took his 3 warships, and left. And I think he could tell I hadn't forgiven him. And then, finally, there was nobody on my ship who could kill me. Captain Gareth, launch the small boat, land on the island. There was no dock. Of course there was no dock. Nobody had ever needed one. We went in on a rowboat, and I stepped off onto wet stone on the eastern shore. And that was the first piece of land in this world that belonged to me. I did not have a moment about it. I had a survey to run. Athena, estimate how many acres of farmland this plain can be developed into? Assuming sufficient freshwater resources, approximately 1,200 to 1,300 acres. Based on the agricultural yields of this world, calculate the harvest. Rye is approximately 180 gin per mu, wheat and barley approximately 120. That low? I knew there were no fertilizers here. I knew there was no hybridization. I was still not prepared for numbers that would have gotten a farm foreclosed on in my old life. Master, the data shows there is a profession called druid in this world. They can accelerate plant growth and greatly increase yield. So, it was through magic after all. Of course it was. This is a world with floating cities and a world tree. Naturally, the answer to agriculture is a person. I don't have a druid. I don't have the meditation method to make one. So, I have soil. Given our latitude, how many harvests a year? Due to the influence of the northern cold ice realm, this island enters winter at the end of October for approximately 5 months. It can barely achieve 2 harvests, but yield will be affected. So, if I planted every acre with rye, the highest yield crop, I'd get about 150 to 160 tons a year. Accurate analysis suggests approximately 180 tons. 180 tons. 1 copper coin buys a pound of rye in Highland, which makes a ton worth 20 gold, which makes my island's entire agricultural output 3,600 gold a year. Gross, before feeding anybody. I had 100 slaves and 105 mercenaries standing on that beach, and they would eat roughly half of it. Caspian was right, I said out loud, to nobody. This wouldn't even cover the mercenaries. And then I stood on a cold shore in the wind and finally understood the Sea of Myriad Islands, which no amount of reading had accomplished. It isn't chaotic because the people there are savages. It's chaotic because the arithmetic doesn't close. Every one of those hundreds of small forces is standing on a rock that produces less than its population consumes, and there is no version of hard work that fixes that. And the only 2 available moves are take somebody else's rock or die on your own. Either become stronger through war or perish in war. Everybody out there had already run the numbers I'd just run. That's the whole history of that sea in one calculation, and it took me 4 minutes. Except I don't make my money out of the ground. I make it out of plants that fit in a crate, using a process that costs me nothing but time. and there is not a soil quality on this continent that changes my income by a copper. I relaxed completely and stopped caring about the harvest, which was the first genuinely arrogant thing I ever thought as a lord, and which the next 2 years spent correcting. That night I kept everyone aboard the ships, because I had not yet checked whether anything lived on my island, and I gave the slaves and the mercenaries an extra ration of meat soup. 100 voices started shouting about how kind their master was. 1 bowl of soup. That's the whole price. I filed that away too. The next morning, I put everyone ashore and started building a country. Commander Kalen, take your mercenaries and cut down every tree in that area by the sea. Bring them back. Yes, Alaric apothecary. He didn't object, and he should have. His contract says protect. It does not say logging. But a mercenary in this world does not have the status to argue with an employer about job descriptions. And also, correctly, he understood that the faster the territory stands up, the easier his actual job becomes. Watching professional warriors do manual labor is genuinely worth the ticket price, by the way. An elementary warrior picks up a full log the way you'd pick up an umbrella. Kalen carried several at once and looked bored. Overseer Duncan, take the slaves and level the ground. Duncan's whole demeanor changed when he turned to face the 100 people behind him. It happened in a single step. I watched the man who had been quietly deferential to me for 10 days turn into an entirely different animal, and 100 people started moving very fast. Captain Gareth, find me somewhere to build a dock, which left Reese's squad, Lyra, and Kenji standing next to me with nothing to do. And Kenji spoke up, and there was something raw in his voice that I hadn't heard before. Young Master Alaric, what can this old servant do for you? Lyra was handling my daily life. 10 days at sea, and I had barely spoken to him, and I watched a 70-year-old man look around at 200 people all busy with something and understand, correctly, that there was no longer a job in the world with his name on it. I thought about it for about 2 seconds. Grandpa Kenji, you're getting old. Don't do this heavy work. You stay here and keep an eye on things for me. See if anyone is slacking off. If you find anyone, tell me quietly afterward. He stood up straight. His chest actually came out. Don't worry, young master. This old servant will keep a close eye on things for you. I gave a gentle old man a job title to make him feel useful. I would like to formally apologize to every slave on that island for what I did that morning. I took Lyra and Reese's 10 warriors and went to look at the hill, because if anything on my island was going to eat my people, it would be living up there. The whole thing was under snow. It was, and I say this as a man not given to it, beautiful. Crystalline, silent, the wind occasionally lifting a sheet of it into the air. Young master, this place is so beautiful. That was Lyra, and something in her face had come loose. She'd changed since Highland, slowly and then noticeably. She had started making small jokes at my expense somewhere around day 4 of the voyage, testing whether the paper I'd given her meant anything, and then testing further, and I let her, and I encouraged it. I did wonder, occasionally, whether the whole thing was a plan to walk out the second she was strong enough. I decided that if it was, that was fair. I still have a bottom line. It's low, but it exists, and it's roughly at the point where a person stops being a person. Come on, I'll take you up to sea. I took her hand and pulled her up the slope, and she went red and then smiled properly. And I want that noted because it is one of about 4 unambiguously good things I did that year. There was nothing living on the hill, which was expected. A resource-poor island cannot feed a high-ranking demonic beast. We walked the whole island, north to south and west to east. There were wild animals, and Reese's team exterminated every single one we saw, with no thought whatsoever about what removing an entire island's fauna in one afternoon might do. And I did not stop them, because I was busy noting patches of ground that could take a plow. By the time we got back to the East Coast, my beach had become a construction site, not a chaotic one, an organized one. Kalen's professionals shuttling timber, and the rest of the mercenaries under a vice commander named Corbin Reed helping the slaves put up frames, and the ground already leveled, and more than a dozen cabin skeletons standing up. I had budgeted a week for that. Captain Reese, you and your squad go help build the houses. Yes, Alaric apothecary. He said it in the tone of a man agreeing to something he hated, and he went, and I heard from Lyra later that he spent the entire afternoon cursing Kalen for being so enthusiastic. That evening, I introduced myself to the 12 children. Lyra brought them down to the beach, and they lined up in front of me and bowed in unison, perfectly, because the Shadow Guild trains them. Oldest 16, youngest 12, 8 boys, 4 girls. They had been eating properly for 10 days and it showed, but they were still standing like people who expect to be corrected. Greetings, master. Yes, get up. I paid over 500 gold for those 12 children, and I want to explain why, because it is the single best decision I have ever made, and it is also the coldest one. Every one of them tested positive for mage talent, inferior grade, the bottom rung of 5. Here's how this world does mages. You cannot make one. Talent is a hard gate, determined by your base mental energy at birth. and no amount of money moves a person without it 1 inch into the profession. That's why mages are rare, and why a country's real strength is measured in how many it has, and why a saint-rank mage can decide a war. The 5 grades are inferior, low, intermediate, advanced, and superior. In ancient times, there were only 4 because inferior talent tops out around 0.8 base mental energy, and a person like that can technically learn meditation and technically become a mage and will then spend a very long life crawling. Intermediate mages of inferior talent used to be considered an embarrassment to the profession and were not recognized at all. Apothecary changed that. Potions made it possible to drag an inferior talent mage upward, which is why inferior got added to the list. It's still a terrible investment. I tested Finian, the oldest, after he'd learned to meditate, and here's what unassisted cultivation gets: an inferior talent. I gained 0.003 per session. Finian gained 0.0003, 10 times less. To reach 2 points of mental energy and become a level 2 mage, unaided, would take him 10 years. To become an intermediate mage, 30. No noble family in the world will spend 30 years and a fortune to produce one level 4 mage. So they don't. Children like these get sold cheap to nobody in particular, and the only reason they cost 500 gold at all is that the Shadow Guild had to test 400 or 500 children to find 12. 1 in 30 or 40 people has it. That's the whole reason John shoved them onto the dock at the last minute, sweating. Now here's my side of it. The potion cost of dragging one inferior talent mage from 0 to intermediate is around 5,000 or 6,000 gold at market. For me, it's the material cost, a little over 1,000. And more importantly, and this is the actual reason, I had 88 bottles of medicine in a crate that I did not dare sell. I had built a machine that produced money faster than I could safely launder it. The bottleneck in my life was never production, it was disposal, so I found a way to spend it that never touches a market. 12 children who cannot be traced, drinking a product that never gets sold, turning into 12 mages who belong to nobody but me, on an island nobody visits. During this time, Lyra should have told you that you all have the talent of a mage, but it is the worst kind of mage talent. 12 faces got tense. So, your path will be very difficult. You will have to put in far more effort than others, but once you become mages, it will completely change your destiny. So, are you willing to put in all your sweat and effort to become mages? They looked at each other, and then back at me, and nodded. Master, we are willing. Very well, but all of this is on the condition that you are absolutely loyal to me. Are you still willing? No hesitation at all this time. We will be loyal to you, my master. The only education a slave child receives is that one, so of course they said it instantly, and I knew that, and I asked anyway, because I wanted the words in the air where all 12 of them could hear each other say them. I did tell them the other thing, though, and I meant it. This will be your home from now on. Here you will not be oppressed or bullied. You will learn a great deal, and you will become free people, and you will marry and have children. Their eyes came up, all 12 at once, lit. And then, over about 3 seconds, they went out again. They had all heard something like it before. Of course they had. That is exactly the sentence a new owner uses on the first day to get better work out of you, and every one of those children had already been through at least one new owner. So, I stopped promising, because promising more would have made it worse. Time was going to have to do it. From now on, you are under Lyra's command. Her orders are my orders. Lyra, teach them the common language and the elemental language. Yes, young master. She agreed instantly, and I noticed she agreed instantly, because teaching human children Elven-taught fundamentals was giving away something, and she did it without a flicker. 5 days later, the settlement was finished, and I ordered every crate off the ships, and it was time to name the place, and I had known what I was going to call it since the boat. Commander Kalen, tomorrow morning, have someone build a stone tablet and inscribe Enlightenment Island on it. From now on, my island will be called Enlightenment Island. Enlightenment Island, okay, Alaric Apothecary. He said it the way you agree with a rich man's decorating choices. Nobody asked me what it meant, not that year, and not the next. Then I got back to work, and month 1 nearly finished me. I'd wasted half a month at sea unable to brew, because a laboratory on a moving deck is a way to set fire to a ship. So my output was halved, and my trade with Caspian halved with it, and my income came in around 600 or 700 gold. Here's the other side of the ledger for that same month. 1,000 gold, the Loyal Lion Mercenary Group. 150 gold, feeding 200 people. 300 gold, materials for the dock that do not exist on my island and had to come from Highland. Refined iron, cable, everything that makes a pier instead of a pile. 1,500 out, 600 or 700 in. I had founded a country and gone bankrupt in 5 weeks, and I could not cut any of it. The mercenaries are the reason the island still belongs to me. The food is the reason 200 people work instead of deciding things. The dock is the reason anything else can ever arrive. So, I went into a bigger wooden hut on the east shore with a table in it and started brewing level 5. Level 5 is the same 3 materials as level 3, 1 grade higher. 5-year dreamweave grass instead of 3. Nothing new to learn structurally, everything harder to handle. A bottle sells for 140. A material set from Caspian costs 22, over 6 times the margin. I had 10 sets. If I burned them all, I couldn't buy more for 2 months. I studied the analysis all morning until I could see the steps behind my eyes, and then I started. My hands were good by then. 3 months of daily work had turned the movements into something my body did without consulting me, and I'll say this without modesty because it is simply true. I was better at the physical craft of this than the man whose hands I'd inherited had ever been. Purify. The thread of mental energy came off the dreamweave grass thick and bright, far more than the 3-year plant, and I caught it clean and drove it into the moonstone. Then I tipped the loaded powder into the level 5 elemental water, and my wrist went half a degree wrong. The blast picked me up and put me into the wall of my own house. I sat there in the wreckage of a table, coughing smoke, with my ears ringing and 20 gold coins worth of ash settling on me. Again. And I did the thing I should have done at the start, which is that I raised a pale red magic shield around myself and kept it up permanently. That's not caution, that's professional standard, and nobody had told me because nobody at level 3 needs it. The failure of a level 5 potion has the explosive output of a serious spell, which means the failure of a level 8 potion has the output of a serious spell that removes buildings. I finally understood why every high-ranking apothecary in the world is also a powerful mage. It's not prestige, it's that the ones who weren't are dead. 3 sets in, I had my bottle, and then I made the mistake of doing the arithmetic on my own progress, and got frightened. Level 3, mental agility gave me 0.07. Level 4 gave me 0.14, double. Level 5 gave me 0.18, not double, barely a quarter more. Master, based on current analysis, Athena believes that level 3 belongs to elementary grade and level 4 belongs to intermediate. That is why the difference between them is so large. Both 4 and 5 are intermediate. The effects would not differ so drastically, which is a good answer and probably right, and it was not what worried me. What worried me was that I had gone from level 4 mage to level 5 in about 10 weeks, and I was about to keep going at that rate, and there is no honest explanation for that. A young mage advancing that fast either has a family behind him with a treasury, or he has something to hide. I had no family. Anyone paying attention to my rank and my sales volume at the same time could do the division in their head and get an answer that would ruin me. I broke out in a cold sweat over my own progress, which is a strange sentence to write, and stopped taking level 5 potions for a while, and started thinking about how a man conceals success. That is the shape of my entire life for the next 2 years. Not how do I get stronger? How do I get stronger without anyone finding out? Then, because I was going bankrupt, I did something shameless. I wrote Caspian a letter. I would describe it as a tearful appeal for help. I laid it on so thick I had to stop twice. I described the hardship of the frontier and the loyalty of my men and the cruelty of the sea. And then, in a paragraph placed with enormous care 2/3 of the way down, I mentioned in passing that the Black Knight pirate group had made me an offer at White Whale Island, and that I had, of course, refused. Gareth took it to Highland with the empty ships. Half a month later, I stood on my unfinished dock and watched 3 3-masted merchant ships come in so heavy in the water that they were struggling with each swell. 50 tons of grain, 30 rye, 10 wheat, 10 barley, 5 tons of wrought iron. In the Sea of Myriad Islands, where there is almost no ore of any kind, iron sells for over 200 gold a ton. 5 tons is not a delivery, it's a strategic reserve. 300 farm tools, 30-odd pigs, cattle, sheep, and poultry. Leather, rope, silk, and enough household goods to make 200 people's lives measurably less miserable. And 3 slaves purchased specifically for me on the return trip. An architect, a shipbuilder, a craftsman, and a letter. Inside the envelope, 3 Blackwood family gold notes for 1,000 each. And Blackwood note is a transaction certificate, redeemable at any Blackwood location, with a stub kept on file and multiple verifications on withdrawal. They only issue them to long-term trading partners because the verification process is where the security lives. It is, in effect, a statement that the Blackwood family considers you a permanent fixture. 3,000 gold, in paper, in an envelope. I read the letter standing on the dock with Gareth watching my face. Dear Alaric, my friend, I have received your letter. I am very worried about the difficulties you are facing, and I wish I could rush to your side and face them with you. But with so many family matters to attend to, it is really hard to leave. So, we have prepared a lot of supplies, hoping you can get through this difficult time. At the same time, the Blackwood family also provides you with an interest-free loan of 3,000 gold coins for your use. As for the Black Knight pirate group, I will resolve it as soon as possible. They will absolutely not affect the most sincere feelings between us. My friend, remember, behind you stands Count Blackwood's family. With me here, you have nothing to fear. Finally, my dear friend, I look forward to seeing you again. Your most sincere friend, Caspian Blackwood. I stood on my dock and read it twice, and my face did not move. And Gareth, who had sailed 1,000 miles to hand it to me, saw a young lord deeply moved by his friend's warmth. Here is what that letter actually says. Sentence 1 through 4. Affection. Genuine, as far as it goes. The line about the Black Knight pirate group is not reassurance. It is an acknowledgement that he read the paragraph I planted, understood exactly why I planted it, and is telling me he understood. Behind you stands Count Blackwood's family is not comfort either. It's a reminder about which of the two behemoths standing over me it would be more expensive to betray. And the 3,000 gold coins are not a gift. The word in the letter is loan. Sigh, I thought. We're still too weak. Because that's the real content. I had performed a small manipulation, and it had worked, and I had been answered by a professional, warmly, generously, and with every single lever left in his hand. The Black Knight pirate group wants to own me. The Blackwood family wants to own me. Behind them, if either ever finds out what I actually am, stands the Terra Kingdom and the Thorn family. All of them are currently being nice to me, and the only reason is that none of them has yet decided that taking is cheaper than buying. I stood there and felt my back go cold, and I told myself, again, to move faster. Then I turned around and put on a face. Caspian is truly my best friend. Meeting him is definitely the luckiest thing in my life. Gareth said something warm about how enviable our relationship was, and the men unloading crates all looked over with real envy on their faces, and I told them to hurry up and move my friend's generosity into the warehouse. Then I left quickly, taking Lyra with me. If I'd stayed any longer, I'd have thrown up. On the way past, I took one of the 1,000 gold notes off the top and threw it to Kalen without stopping. He caught it, and his whole face opened up. He would never have questioned an apothecary's ability to pay. He'd also never seen a coin from me, and 105 men had been on an island for a month on the word of a teenager. Thank you, Alaric Apothecary. You deserve it. Which he did. That is the entire calculation. A month of good work bought 1,000 gold with no argument, because I would rather he learn that lesson from me early and cheaply. The next morning, I met the 3 skilled slaves, Cedric, architect, houses, sheds, bridges, small walls, Jasper, craftsman, farm tools, implements, simple knives and spears, Alistair, shipbuilder, all 3 in their 30s and in decent condition, because skill keeps you fed. Greetings, Lord. Tell me what your skills are. Blunt, deliberately blunt. I had spent 1 month learning to own people, and I'd like to report the lesson because it's ugly and it's real. Authority has to outweigh kindness. Punishment has to outweigh reward. And the moment that balance tips, you don't get gratitude, you get ideas. The bowl of meat soup on the first night was not generosity, it was a dose. Give more, and I stop being a kind master and start being a soft one. And a soft master is a man who cannot protect anybody. And there are lords all over this continent who pitied their slaves and were killed by them. That's why every lord on St. Nor rules by pressure. Not because they're all monsters, because the ones who aren't lords anymore. 10 slaves were flogged on Enlightenment Island in that first month. I didn't order any of them individually. I built the system that ordered them. The 12 children were exempt, obviously. You cannot whip a person in the morning and hand them a fireball in the afternoon. Alistair was the interesting one. Master, I can build small fishing boats and single-sail merchant ships that sail coastal waters. Tell me more. Small fishing boats are 6 meters by 2, operating within 3 miles of the island. Single-sail merchant ships are 10 by 4 for short-distance trade, range no more than 300 LLE because the hull is too fragile compared to double and triple sail ships and cannot withstand demonic beasts or heavy seas. Cost? A fishing boat is 30 gold. The wood is common, and it only needs iron nails, tar, and hemp fiber. A single-sail merchant ship needs oak or cedar over 10 years old, air-dried, cut, soaked in preservative, then coated with waterproofing. The process is long and complex. 200 gold in materials alone, with labor under 500. I sat there and recalibrated my entire understanding of Caspian's gift. He had loaned me 3 3-masted merchant ships without discussing it. 3. When a single-sail coastal boat, the smallest real vessel that exists, is 500 gold finished. How many men do you need for a fishing boat, and how fast? 7 men, half a month. 14 men, 10 days. You get 10. Build 4 as fast as you can without ruining them. Yes, I guarantee I will complete your mission. Alistair was not there to build merchant ships. He was there to build fishing boats, because Caspian had looked at my island's food problem from 1,000 miles away and sent me a man who could put protein in the water column. Lyra, take him down and let him choose his workers. Cedric, survey the territory and replan my settlement. Lukes, find a place and have Cedric build you a workshop. Start with tools. Yes, master. Go back to work. And then, about 4 minutes after they left, my island tried to kill me for the first time. There was a sound like the sea deciding something, low and enormous and wrong, and every slave in the settlement went down on their knees. I had Reese's squad around me inside a minute, and we went north at a run. At the dock, on the northeast shore, creatures were coming out of the water, half a person high, crab-shaped, blue-black, and moving on land far faster than something that shape should. 2 enormous shells held up over their heads like a pair of hammers, and the wooden planking of my half-built pier was coming apart under them in pieces. War armor crab, level 2 demonic beast. Everyone run. That was Gareth, screaming, and it saved most of the men on that dock. Not all of them. I came over the rise in time to see the rest of it, and I want to describe exactly what I felt, because it is not what you would hope. There were men being killed on my beach, and what went through me first, before anything else, was outrage at the loss. That was my property. Captain Reese, take your squad and rescue the people first. Reese went in without hesitating, because a level 2 demonic beast is nothing to an intermediate warrior, and the crabs stopped chasing and started defending. Then Kalen arrived at a dead run with 30-odd professionals behind him. Alaric Apothecary, are you all right? And here is where I have to be honest about whose fault it was. I had ordered Kalen to take every professional in the Loyal Lion mercenary group inland to cut timber, because professionals carry logs like umbrellas, and I wanted the dock finished fast, which left the dock defended by ordinary men with hand tools. There is no version of that decision that isn't mine. Organize a counterattack, and I watched a rout become an army in about 40 seconds. That's what 105 men with a real commander looks like. He waved a hand, and men who had been running turned around, formed into squads, and went forward at a walking pace. War armor crabs are social. A group runs to hundreds. Individually, they hit like a level 3 warrior, but they have no spell talent, which is what keeps them classified as level 2, and their real strength is underwater. On land, those enormous shells are a weight problem. They tire. Kalen knew that. So, nobody engaged. 7 or 8 small teams circled and harassed and stayed out of reach, and only went in when a crab started to slow. And in a very short time, half of the 80-odd on my beach were dead, and the rest were being pushed back into the surf. Not one loyal lion died. A few reckless ones took cuts. I stood at the back nodding like a man at a demonstration. Then the sea opened again. 20 or 30 more came out. Bigger, darker, and in the middle of them, one the size of a calf. War Armor Crab King retreat. Their leaders are level 5, and that one had brought an escort of level 3 and 4 crabs with it, and it came out of the water directly onto Reese's 10 men, who had been fighting for a while and had already spent most of what they had. I felt it before I saw it. My mental energy was better than anyone else's on that beach by a wide margin, and something enormous moved in the water, and I gave the order to pull back. 1 beat too late. The crabs around Reese's squad went berserk to pin them, and 1 intermediate warrior on the outer edge took a shell and went into the sea, and 4 of them turned and came after him, and there was nothing left to see. Then 2 more. Reese got knocked open, the formation gapped, and the king went through it. 3 of 10, gone in under a minute. And I want to tell you what I did next, because this is the first time in this story that I was useful. Kalen, take your men and support the Reese squad. He went in from the flank, and the king hissed, and 20 of the bigger crabs peeled off to block the loyal lions, which is exactly what I wanted, because it left the king standing alone on my beach in the open, and every crab on the island now had its attention on somebody who was not me. Reese, hold your ground and stop that thing on the beach. Then I reached under my robe and took out a black and red staff and started chanting. Magic in this world is not a gesture. It's an accumulation. I felt my own mana come up out of me like a tide going out, and the air around me got hot, and fire element came in from every direction at once and gathered on the staff in a red current, and it kept gathering, and it kept gathering, and 5 dark red spheres the size of watermelons formed above my head, throwing off enough heat to distort the air. Intermediate fire magic. Rapid fireball. The single most powerful thing I could do. I swung the staff down, and 5 fireballs went out across my beach in a burning arc, and the entire crab horde broke. That is what I did not expect. They were water element beasts, and they had an instinctive horror of fire, and 80 of them abandoned an ongoing fight and went for the sea at once. The king turned to follow. Reese came up off the sand out of nowhere with the last of what he had and took a leg off it. It stumbled, which is all I needed. 5 fireballs came down on a level 5 demonic beast at once, and the noise went out across the water and back off the hill. When the smoke cleared, the shell was in pieces and blackened, and it did not get up. I want you to hold 2 facts next to each other. Reese is a level 5 warrior with a two-handed sword and 10 years of practice. He hit that thing repeatedly and left dents. I am a level 5 mage, the same rank, physically weaker than every human being on that beach, and I removed it from the world in one casting. Yes, fire against water, so there's a bonus. It doesn't matter. That gap is why they call us Master Mage in this world, and it's why the strength of a nation is counted in mages, and it is the reason I have never once regretted the profession. Then I put my staff away and walked back off the battlefield, because the outcome was decided, and my life is more important than anything else on this island. The remaining crabs went into the sea, and my beach was quiet. Commander Kalen, you and your professionals on guard, everyone else clean up. The count came in that evening. 70-odd crabs killed, 36 water magic cores recovered, 26 level 2, 8 level 3, 1 level 4, 1 level 5, 60 gold, total, 10 slaves dead, 7 mercenaries dead, 3 of Reese's intermediate warriors dead, 20 people, a tenth of my population in about 15 minutes, on a routine morning from an animal that is objectively not dangerous to a force like mine. Duncan, who reported the magic core figures, was extremely nervous doing it because 60 gold does not cover 200 gold of dead slaves. Overseer Duncan, don't be nervous. The biggest gain from this battle isn't the magic cores, it's that this is the Sea of Myriad Islands, and carelessness will lead to death. Then I stopped being pleasant. Commander Kalen, Captain Reese, from today, put aside all other work. Your duty is the security of this territory. Even if we are attacked again, you will protect the people here, and what happened today will not happen again. They said yes in unison and meant it. I did the honest accounting later, alone. 10 slaves is 200 gold. The mercenaries and Reese's men cost me nothing, contractually, because their deaths are their organization's problem. I was distressed about the 200 gold. I want to be clear that I noticed myself being distressed about the 200 gold, and that I did not like it, and that I did not stop. And I also thought, at 3 in the morning, with the fire going out. If that had been a higher-ranked beast instead of an animal that struggles on land, everyone on that dock would have died, and I would have watched from the top of the rise at a safe distance, calculating. A month after that, Lyra told me the children were ready. All 12 had picked up enough common and elemental to attempt meditation. They came to me across a settlement that now had a couple of 100 cabins and an earth and stone wall around it, and they'd changed. Fed, warm, and something behind the eyes had switched on. Greetings, Master. How have you been? Master, we have been well fed and warmly dressed for the past month. We know this is all thanks to your kindness, and we are very grateful. That was Finian, the oldest, 16, and it was naive, and the other 11 nodded along, and something in me went slightly sideways at how easy that had been. 1 month of food and no beatings. That's the entire price of gratitude from a person who has never had either. I took out a crystal ball, level 3 magic item, elemental talent detection orb. Every human on this continent carries element inside them in different proportions, and the proportion decides how fast you learn. I'm a fire mage because a ball like that turned red at me once. It doesn't lock you out of other elements. It just means everything else costs you triple. For 12 children with the worst talent grade in existence, putting them on the wrong element would be the difference between a mage in 2 years and no mage ever. Finian, hand on the ball. He was frightened and did it anyway, immediately, which is exactly the trait I'd been looking for, and I noted it. Deep blue. Water element. Not bad. That's better than not bad. Water element in the Sea of Myriad Islands is thick in the air, the way fire element is thick around a volcano. And a water mage out there cultivates faster than he would anywhere else on the continent. The rest went fast once they saw Finian survive it. 4 water, 2 fire, 4 earth, 2 wood. No lightning, no darkness, no light, no wind. All 4 of the common elements and nothing rare. I showed no disappointment whatsoever because I only own 4 meditation methods and they are exactly wood, water, fire, and earth. If one of those children had come back with a rare element, I would have had to look them in the face and tell them their talent was useless to me. Those 4 methods, incidentally, are the ones the Noble Magic Academy hands to every enrolled student and does not care if you copy. They are everywhere in the Terra Kingdom. Even commoners get hold of them through back channels. That is not the royal family being generous. That is the royal family living next door to the Orc Empire and deciding that more mages is worth more than exclusivity, which no other kingdom on this continent has been frightened enough to do. Your elemental talents are determined. Whether you can change your destiny from here depends on you. Master, we will do everything in our power, even at the cost of our lives. We will die on the path to becoming mages. Finian again, and he meant every word, and he was 16. I see your determination. I've done all I can. Now it's up to you. Learn from Lyra. She was a very outstanding magician before. Then they left, and Lyra went with them, and I went back to my table. And over the following months, as they started to come along, I did something I want on the record because I am not going to pretend it away. I singled out Finian, publicly, repeatedly, in front of the other 11. I praised his talent for elemental arrangement, which is real, and I gave him extra tuition, which was worth more than the praise, and I did it standing in a courtyard where all of them could watch. Finian was the first to meditate successfully and the first to reach level 2, and by any measure he deserved the attention. That's not why I did it. I had 12 children who were going to be the most powerful concentration of force on my island. They had been through everything together, and they liked each other. If they had come out of that courtyard as one unit with one spokesman, I would have owned a faction rather than 12 mages. So I put my hand on one of them in public and let jealousy do the rest. It worked in about 6 weeks. The first cracks were tiny, and then there were 2 groups, and then they were arguing about magical theory in a way that had stopped being about magical theory. Finian never worked it out. He thought his own inability to keep the group together was a personal failure, and worried about disappointing me. And every time one of them became a mage, I tore up their slave certificate in front of the others. 12 pieces of paper, one at a time, over months. The first free citizens of Enlightenment Island. They looked at me afterward with an expression I have never gotten used to. I hadn't just fed them or freed them. I'd given them the thing that makes a person's life theirs, in a world where almost nobody gets that, and they knew exactly what it cost anywhere else. Finian knelt down when I tore up his. By the great Lord of Dawn, I swear that I will be forever loyal to you. If I break this oath, my soul will sink into the boundless hell and be burned for all eternity. On this continent, gods are not a philosophical position. Ordinary people swear by them and then do not break the oath because they have absolutely no doubt about what's on the other side of it. I helped him up and said I believed in his loyalty, and my face was moved, and what I was actually thinking is this: he's going to be a mage, and every mage, walking further down the path of knowledge, finds his faith getting thinner. In 10 years, that oath will be worth what a childhood promise is worth. So, I will not be relying on it. I'll be relying on the fact that I hold the only supply of medicine on this island, and that I gave him his life, and that both of those keep working after the god stops. Spring came, and I put 200 people into the ground, 1,200 acres on the eastern plain, 600 of rye, 300 of wheat, 300 of barley. Rye is high yield and low nutrition, and it feeds the slaves. Wheat and barley are for the loyal lion mercenary group, because that is written into the contract I signed in Highland, and I have never once tried to shave it. I did not supervise the planting personally. I had a laboratory to run, so I gave it to old Kenji. And I need to tell you what happened to that man, because it is the strangest thing I have ever watched. He had spent 20 years as a gentle old servant. On Enlightenment Island, over about 3 months, he became the most feared human being on it. He got up earlier than anyone and went to bed later. He was everywhere. He appeared behind slaves who were slowing down. He checked the night's completed work against the day's targets and reported shortfalls directly to me by name. Then he built an informer network. That was entirely his own idea. He recruited slaves. He established a mechanism. Report a shirking slave or mercenary to old Kenji, and you eat a genuinely lavish dinner that evening. The mercenaries wouldn't touch it. The slaves could not resist, and the ones who got the dinner became his men for life and watched their own bunkmates all day long. Of the dozen or so floggings on Enlightenment Island that season, old Kenji was personally responsible for more than half. I made him official, supervisor of the territory. And here is the part I want you to understand, because I understood it at the time and did it anyway. Because old Kenji existed, I never punished a slave again. Not once. Not personally. Every whipping on that island happened at the order of a terrifying old man with a network of informers, and my reputation among 400 people was that of a benevolent master. Duncan knew, Kalen knew. Every senior man on that island knew that nothing old Kenji did happened without my silent approval. The slaves did not. That's what a supervisor is for. Not efficiency, attribution. The other thing about Kenji is that he was happy. Genuinely, visibly, for the first time since Highland. He had a purpose again, and it did not matter to him even slightly that the purpose was cruelty, because the purpose was mine. I gave a gentle man a job to make him feel useful, and he turned into a dog, and I let him, because a dog was more valuable to me than a servant. I did give him a peaceful old age eventually. I'm not sure that squares it. 300 miles southeast of my island, in the part of the Bylon Sea they call the Chaotic Sea Area, a man named Silas Vance was looking at a map of me. I'm going to tell this part from his side, because I didn't know any of it until afterward, and because he is the first person in this world who tried to take everything I had, and I want him drawn properly. Pioneer Knight out of the Kingdom of Outron. 3 years on Huangshi Island, 30 square kilometers, 3 times my rock, 700 or 800 slaves, a territory guard of over 100, level 8 warrior himself, which is 1 rank below the top of the human ladder, as most people ever see it, and protected by the Mandy family, an Autran Count's house, and one of the 2 powers in the Bilan Sea, the other being the Black Knights. He was, by any honest measure, a success, which is exactly the problem. Because he had gotten there by destroying 2 other pioneer knights and a small pirate crew, and it had worked so well and so profitably that he had stopped being able to imagine any other way to grow. Has the location been determined? It has, my lord, about 300 miles southeast of Huangshi Island, at the edge of the Black Knight pirate group's territory. How is the defense on the island? 40 or 50 guards. Judging from their clothing, most of them are mercenaries. He frowned at that, because 40 or 50 mercenaries is not free, and his own 100 were not all professionals. He'd take it, but it would cost. Then he asked the question that decided it. What supplies are they transporting on their ship this time? This time, the three-masted merchant ships carried more than 100 slaves, all adults. And I watched in his head, from 300 miles away, and a year in the future, the greed switch on. Because 100 adult slaves is 2,000 gold. And this man had been watching me for 3 months, and I had been buying supplies out of Highland every single month, like a person with a river of money behind him. And the conclusion he drew was correct. The island's new lord is rich, newly arrived, weakly defended. His guard captain, Ronan Hayes, advanced warrior, and his most trusted man, walked in and was shown the map, and did not spend a second on whether it was a good idea. My lord, although the enemy has 40 or 50 mercenaries, they cannot cover the whole island. We land at night. As long as we keep our guard concentrated and never let them engage us in pieces, we take them easily. Good. Gather the guards. Set off immediately. 3 two-masted warships, 100-odd elite territory guards, and they were careful. They stopped 10 miles out and waited for full dark, and they landed on the southwest shore of Enlightenment Island, which was the only stretch of coast where I had posted absolutely nobody, because in 5 months, the only thing that had ever attacked me came out of the water and had claws. Compared to a demonic beast, a human being is a much more thoughtful animal. And in a thicket above that beach, 3 pairs of eyes watched 100 armed men come out of the sea. Old Kenji and 2 slaves. He was out there because he checked the day's reclamation every night. Every night. In the dark, with 2 informers, walking the perimeter of the cleared ground to make sure the numbers I'd been given at dinner were real. He held his breath. He watched them form up. And then, a 70-year-old servant turned around and ran across an island in the dark, faster than he had run in 20 years. Silas Vance's men moved in single file behind 2 scouts who had been here before. And they were good, and in half an hour they were looking at my settlement. Pitch black, not a light. A low earth and stone wall you could step over. Remember? Once you encounter the enemy lord, spare his life. Don't kill him. Which was not mercy. A living pioneer knight might have a family willing to ransom him. Attack. And 100 men went over my wall. Ronan Hayes was first because he was a level 7 warrior and he wanted the credit. And he came over that wall with no defensive stance up at all. Every torch on Enlightenment Island lit at once. Dozens of arrows hit him before he touched the ground. Not one of them killed him, because ordinary arrows do not go far into an advanced warrior, but he understood instantly what he had walked into, and did the correct thing, which was to throw himself backward out of the light to buy a second, which put him in the air, which is where I wanted him. I had already been chanting for 11 seconds. 5 fireballs crossed my settlement, and hit an advanced warrior who could not dodge, and who had thrown up everything he had. He came down into a crater. His armor was scrap. He was alive, and he was finished. An intermediate fire mage? That was Silas Vance from the dark outside the wall, and I could hear from the pitch of it that this was the first he'd heard of it. That's the whole reason it worked. He'd scouted my mercenaries for 3 months. Nobody scouts for a mage, because a mage on a frontier island is an absurdity. Mages don't go out there. Mages are worth too much to be allowed to. Then I waved a hand and every warrior I owned came out of the buildings. I want to record that I was standing on that field personally, which I had not done during the crab attack and did not do again for a long time afterward, and I'd made the decision for a specific reason. Against a demonic beast, if I lose, I can run. Losing to your own kind means you're taken, and after that, you belong to somebody with an interest in keeping you productive. I would rather die on that field than find out what a man does with a captured apothecary. The first 10 minutes were ours. Their commander was down before the fight started, their formation was confused, and the loyal lions had the momentum of an ambush that worked. Then Silas Vance came in himself. Azure battle aura, short sword, and he crossed his own line from the rear to the front in about 2 seconds. And he was a level 8 warrior, and my army was suddenly a much smaller thing than it had been a minute ago. Kalen, stop him. Kalen turned around and caught him. I want to describe this properly, because it was the first time I understood what I had actually bought. 2 advanced warriors hitting each other has no technique in it that a layman can see. There's no fencing. It's 2 enormous men colliding repeatedly. And the difference between level 7 and level 8 is not skill, it's mass and durability, and how much of the impact goes into you rather than through you. Kalen was outmatched, comfortably, and he held, because Kalen Shaw is a defensive fighter, and always was, and that is also exactly why 100 men fight better under him than they should. He is not built to win duels. He is built to not lose one long enough for everyone else to do their job. I helped. I stayed at the back, and I threw spells at Silas Vance's flank until he had to keep turning, and between the two of us, an 8th level warrior spent 10 minutes accomplishing nothing. But his arrival stabilized his men. His guard had 15 intermediate warriors in it, and half the rest were professionals. And once they steadied, it stopped being an ambush and started being a battle, and it went on across my eastern plain, in the dark, for a long time. 60 or 70 men were dead on the ground before either side could think. And that, I later learned, was the moment Silas Vance's blood went cold. Not because he was losing, because he was winning slowly. And slowly was the same as losing because his territory was in the chaotic sea area. And if he came home with a third of his guard gone, the neighbors would be on him inside a month, exactly the way he had been on 3 other people. Lord of the opposite side, if this battle continues, it will only result in mutual destruction. How about we stop and make peace? I stood at the back of my own battlefield and considered it, not out of mercy. My side did not have the advantage. The loyal lions had over 20 dead already, and everyone else had cuts, and pushing them further would eventually produce the thought I feared most, which is that a mercenary company under contract is allowed to decide the contract has become unprofitable. And I could hear it happening. The moment Silas Vance shouted, the noise on my battlefield changed. My men slowed down. Nobody gave that order. It just happened, all across the line, because 100 professionals had heard a way out, and their bodies took it. That is the single most frightening thing that happened to me that night. And it had nothing to do with the enemy. You have brazenly invaded my territory and caused me great losses, and now you want to stop and make peace? Are you dreaming? This is a misunderstanding. I was forced. I was instigated by a villain. Forced? That's utterly shameless. Did someone hold a knife to your throat and make you invade my territory? I am willing to compensate you for your losses, and express my sincerest apologies. Now we were talking. Compensation. How will you compensate me? I am willing to pay you 100 gold coins. I want you to appreciate the position I was in. My line was slowing down without orders. I was losing men I could not replace, and the correct professional move was to take the 100 gold and end it. 100 gold coins? I said. Are you insulting an apothecary? Apothecary? Oh, he did not like that. I heard him understand where my money came from, and I heard him realize, 1 second too late, what he had actually attacked. And then I did the only thing I have ever done on a battlefield that I would call brilliant. I did not appeal to my men's loyalty. I did not make a speech. All troops, listen to my command. Kill 1 enemy and you will be rewarded with 30 gold coins. Kill 1 elementary warrior and you will be rewarded double. Kill 1 intermediate warrior and you will be rewarded double again. My entire line came back on in 1 second. 30 gold is 15 months of an ordinary man's wages, per body, cash. And I watched 100 exhausted professionals go from wanting to stop to hunting, and every strike after that went for something that would end a life immediately. They didn't want to keep fighting. I outbid the reason. Stop! Stop! Your Excellency Apothecary, name your price. 2,000 gold coins, 300 slaves, 30 tons of grain. Impossible! I can't afford such a price. He couldn't. It would have taken half his territory. I knew that when I said it. Then what's the point of talking? Let's fight. 500 gold, 50 slaves, 10 tons of grain. Let's fight. And here's the thing. I could survive a long night. He could not. Once his elite guard was gone, his island was going to be eaten by neighbors he had personally taught to be hungry. And both of us knew it, and I let the silence do the arguing. Half-half. I can only accept half at most. Half? 1,000 gold, 150 slaves, 15 tons of grain. They must be strong, healthy adults, male proportion not less than 2/3. He agreed. The fighting stopped by itself over about a minute, in pieces, the way it does. My eastern plain was ruined and there were bodies all over the ground that had been going to be wheat, and I did not go and meet him. He was a level 8 warrior standing 40 meters away and extremely upset, and I was not going to walk into arm's reach to shake hands. I sent old Kenji, which was also a gift, because the credit for that night does not belong to the Loyal Lion mercenary group, or to Reese's squad, or to me. If a 70-year-old man had not been out in the dark counting cleared acreage for a master who wasn't watching, 100 armed men would have come through my wall while I was asleep. So, I gave him the negotiation. I watched an old serf who had spent his entire life bowing walk out across a battlefield to a defeated nobleman with his chin up, and something delighted in his face. My lord, when will the compensation you promised arrive? Every word polite. Nothing about his posture polite at all. I have already sent people back. It will be delivered in 3 days. Very well. Before that, I hope your excellency will properly discipline your soldiers. You don't want to see war break out again, do you? Humph, I will. Thank you for your cooperation. Good night. And he yawned, turned around, and walked away. 3 days later, the payment arrived, and I let them go. and Silas Vance stood on the deck of his warship and looked at me on the shore, and I looked back. That was the first time we had ever seen each other's faces. Neither of us said anything. Both of us understood the arrangement perfectly. This was not concluded. This was an intermission, and it would end with one of us gone. Here's what the night cost. Reese's squad lost 3 more. He had 4 men left, including himself, out of 10. The Loyal Lion mercenary group had 32 dead and more than a dozen crippled. Of a company of 105, about 50 were still whole. And legally, that was not my problem. Their casualties are Kalen's problem and Caspian's problem, because neither is my subordinate. I owed compensation for exactly nobody, and I received 1,000 gold and 150 people for the trouble. I came out of a war of aggression on my own soil, enormously profitable, which is the first time I understood how the Sea of Myriad Islands actually pays. And I was not happy. I stood on that shore watching his sails go, and my face was heavy because of the slowdown. Commander Kalen, I am very pleased with the bravery of your company in this war. He got proud, because that's the foundation his whole company stands on. But why did you slow your offensive after hearing Silas Vance offer to stop and make peace? His mouth opened and nothing came out. He wasn't wrong is the thing. Every man dying on that field was one of his. Any commander alive would have taken that ceasefire. It was the correct decision for the Loyal Lion mercenary group. It just wasn't the correct decision for me, and I had paid 1,000 gold a month specifically so that his correct decisions and mine would be the same decision. They weren't, and they never would be, as long as we were employer and employee. Commander Kalen, your company has now lost more than half its strength. You are no longer worth your hiring price. His face went white. There it is. There's the thing he'd been afraid of since he counted his own dead. Alaric Apothecary, if you just give me a little time, I will replenish quickly. I will absolutely not affect your safety or that of your territory. Don't rush, let me finish. Okay. However, you suffered those losses fighting for my territory, and I will not abandon you. The hiring price remains unchanged for now. He breathed. But you must use all your skills to train a territory guard for me. And I watched him work it out in about a second and a half. He was going to train the thing that replaced him. 50 slaves taught by the best commander available, on my payroll, permanently, at a fraction of 1,000 gold a month. And the day they were ready, his contract would end. He also had 32 death benefits and a dozen medical pensions to pay and a company to rebuild, and he could not walk away from the only lucrative contract available to a company at half strength. He said yes without arguing. All right, next you will select 50 strong slaves from the territory for full-time training. Okay, Alaric Apothecary. Captain Reese, you will assist Commander Kalen and serve as an instructor. Reese said yes instantly and happily, and I want to note the difference. Reese is not employed by me, he is loaned to me, and the stronger my island is, the safer he personally is. He had lost 6 of 10 men in 5 months. He would have voted to double the army. Also, and this is why I put him in that room, I was not going to let Kalen build my first army alone. Then I paid. Old Kenji, of the 1,000 gold from Silas Vance, 400 to the Loyal Lion mercenary group, and 100 to the Reese squad. They can distribute it as they see fit, the rest to the territory's ledger. And I gave old Kenji the ledger, deputy steward of slaves, storage, and the finances of Enlightenment Island. To a man who could not read a balance sheet as well as Duncan could on his worst day. Duncan is better at this. Duncan is better at all of it. Duncan also reports to a man in Highland. Kenji grinned so hard I thought something would come loose. Summer came, and with it the first business I ever built that did not require me personally. Finian and 2 others hit level 2 mage, which meant they could take care of magical plants, which meant I could plant a magic herb field. A magic herb field is a farm that grows magical materials, and roughly 80% of everything sold on the market comes out of noble territories doing exactly this. Without them, apothecary prices would be several times what they are, because the wild supply of anything is a joke. The catch is that magical plants need a mage tending them, which means the entry requirement for the single most profitable form of agriculture in the world is owning mages, which is why almost nobody grows them, and why the people who do are already rich. I own 12. I put it at the foot of the western hill, where the snowmelt runs down in a stream and floods the water element in the ground, and that specific corner of a resource-poor island turned out to be excellent for growing water flowers. 10 acres. 10 elementary water magic crystals buried in the ground, 1 per acre, which cost me 200 gold and last exactly 1 year each before they are consumed. 75 water flowers per acre, planted conservatively. A 3-month flower sells for 3 silver, a half year for 7, a 1 year for 16. 120 gold per acre per year, gross. 100 clear after crystals. For somebody else, that gets eaten by mage salaries, because a level 1 mage tending 1 acre wants 70 gold a year. I pay mine in medicine that costs me nothing. 10 acres. 1,000 gold a year, out of ground I wasn't using, from people I was training anyway, and it scales. More medicine makes more mages take more acres make more money buys more materials. It is the least glamorous thing in this story, and it is the first machine I ever built that made money while I slept. There is not another faction on the continent that can run it, and the reason is not soil. Lyra asked to move out there. Young master, I also want to live here. Although I have lost all my magic power, I am still very experienced in caring for magical plants, and can help you teach Finian and the others. There was an expectation in her face that she was trying to keep off it. I did not want that at all. There are limits to my nobility, and one of them is that I did not want to walk further to see her. But I'd been watching her for months by then, and I'd noticed something. Lyra does not like human beings, not one of them, except me, and I'm honestly not certain about the exception. She taught Finian and the others because I told her to, and she was perfectly pleasant to them. And she went back to her room the moment it was over every single time. Out at the herb field, with plants and a hill and a forest, she was going to be a different person. So I said yes. Pop. She was across the ground before I could react and kissed me on the cheek and was gone. That's it. She was already running into the hills and did not turn around. In July, the herb field got destroyed. Finian came sprinting across the island in the middle of the afternoon, and the first word out of him was that a demonic beast had attacked, and my stomach turned over. Where did it come from? Is Lyra all right? I'm not entirely sure where it came from, but Lyra, young miss, is all right. I had 4 watchtowers by then, and every approach was covered. Something had gotten into my territory anyway, which meant either my guards had failed or my map was wrong, and both of those answers were bad. I got there with a squad and looked at 10 acres of churned mud. Every water flower gone, not eaten, removed, buds and all, and every one of my 10 buried magic crystals dug up and taken. What kind of demonic beast did this? Damn it, they even stole my magic crystals. Then Lyra came across the field toward me at a fast walk, and I got my face under control in about a quarter of a second. How are you? Are you hurt? She stopped. Something complicated went across her face, and then she shook her head. I'm fine. I'm glad you're all right. A little financial loss is nothing to me. There was a small silence behind me, while about 9 people processed how fast that had happened. Lyra's mouth twitched. What exactly happened? I said quietly through my teeth. Young master. The herb field was attacked by a green turtle herd. They have the strength of level 3 demonic beasts, and there were over a dozen. Finian and his men were no match for them, so I ordered them not to resist. Correct decision, obviously. 12 mages are worth considerably more than 10 acres. Athena fed me the file. Green turtle, level 3 water demonic beast. Green all over with a tuft of green fur on the head. Gentle temperament, rarely attacks humans. Innate spell talent is exactly one thing, water shield, which is a defensive bubble. Their attacks are biting and stamping, which is to say, they have none. I was already relaxing when Lyra said the thing that ruined my week. Young master, the green turtles might not have entered the territory by sea. What? I didn't see them arrive, but when they left, they retreated into the hills. So I suspect there is a road on the mountain that leads directly to the sea. I went up that hill fast. It took about 10 minutes to find, because they'd left a trail. Halfway up the slope, a cave mouth half a meter across, under snow, which is why 4 separate surveys of my island had walked straight past it. I stood at that hole and got genuinely cold. There was a door into my territory, not a beach, not a coastline I could watch. A tunnel coming up through the middle of my island, and something had used it, and the only reason my losses that week were 10 acres of flowers is that the thing that used it happened to be the single most placid creature in that entire sea. If a war armor crab swarm had found that hole, they would have come up in the middle of my farmland. Commander Kalen, send someone clever down to check. He picked a small, thin mercenary. Tie a rope around your waist and be careful. That cost me nothing, and the man's face lit up like a lamp, and he went down that hole a great deal more enthusiastically than he had to. I have never once regretted spending 4 words like that. He came back up quickly. The tunnel goes down to an underground cavern with an exit to the sea, and there are green turtles in it, including babies. Then why have we never seen them before? Said Reese, who had been on this island 7 months. Green turtles hibernate, I said, and they'd have been hibernating, and they're gentle, and rarely attack humans. This was probably the magic crystals and the water flowers. Which is exactly what it was. They smelled a farm full of concentrated water element, and did what any animal does. Then Gareth made my year. Congratulations, sir. I turned around. I had just lost 200 gold and discovered a hole in my island. I waited, because Gareth is not a man who rubs salt in things. My lord, the green turtle is gentle and very easy to tame. It is also quite powerful and an excellent demonic beast mount. Many major powers in the Sea of Myriad Islands possess green turtle cavalry. Demonic beast cavalry. I had never seen one. I did not need to. Demonic beast knights are the core of every serious power on this continent, and even the Arcane Empire, which is the holy land of magic and does not respect anybody, ranks them second only to mages. If I had 30 green turtle knights, Silas Vance would never come back. How do I tame them? This, I don't know. Alaric Apothecary? I know a little, said Kalen. 2 methods. 1. A magic contract scroll, which forcibly plants a master-servant contract into the beast's spirit. Reliable, immediate, and expensive. An elementary contract scroll runs over 100 gold, and I would need dozens, and there is a real risk of the beast turning on the rider later. 2. Beat it. 1-on-1 in a duel, and then establish an equal contract. Costs nothing. Almost never backfires afterward. And the success rate is terrible, because many wild demonic beasts are proud enough to die rather than carry a human, and the higher the rank, the worse the odds. Neither of those was available to me. My territory guard consisted of 2 level 1 warriors and 48 slaves in training. Sending them to duel a level 3 demonic beast is not a strategy, it's a funeral with extra steps. And the Loyal Lion mercenary group was not going to be offered the chance, because they are not mine. And I was not about to hand 40 personal demonic beast mounts to a company whose contract I was already planning to end. But I also could not leave them living under my island. Send a few more people down, find out how many there are and how strong. Corbin took a team of level 3 warriors down and got spotted, and they came back up rather faster than they went in, but they came back with a number, under 30, and the largest one was level 4, not level 5, which meant this was a weak herd with a weak leader. All men. Capture the green turtles as much as possible before you suffer a fatal attack. I did not wait at the cave mouth. I went in behind everybody with 2 intermediate warriors on me because I wanted to watch. The cavern smelled of salt and fish, 20-odd green turtles in the middle of it, with a much larger one at the front, throwing themselves at Kalen's men with everything they had, which was not very much. Because here's the thing about a green turtle. It has a magnificent defensive spell, a shell you could park a cart on, and offensively it is a stump. It bites. It stamps. That's the arsenal. Kalen's problem was not winning. Kalen's problem was that I'd said capture, and so an advanced warrior spent half an hour deliberately not killing anything, while 20 demonic beasts wore themselves out on his shield. Then he flipped the leader onto its back. There is nothing dignified about a level 4 demonic beast on its shell. 4 short legs going, round little eyes wide open, and absolutely no strategy available. 22 turtles, upside down, in a cavern. Then Corbin came back from deeper in with the babies, 8 of them, each about the size of a wash basin, huddled together and shaking. I looked at 8 cubs and did the whole arithmetic in one go. Cubs are worth more than adults. Cubs raised by humans accept humans, so the contract almost never backfires. Cubs raised by humans with unlimited resources grow up stronger than they would in the wild, because nothing in the wild is feeding you magic crystals. 8 future mounts, and their mothers were all lying on their backs in front of me. That's when the leader stuck its head out and started making a noise at me. Not a roar, a whimper. Loud, continuous, absolutely furious, and pointed directly at the human holding a baby. So I did the following, and I want to be clear that I made it up on the spot. I picked up a cub. I walked over to the flipped leader. It began to fight the 6 men holding it down, hard. I put the cub down on its belly plate. It stopped. Then I put my right hand on its shell, pointed at the tunnel I had come from, and set my hand on fire. Crimson with blue in it, very hot, very brief. And the leader and the cub on top of it both screamed, and I let go after about 3 seconds. They were unhurt. Demonic beast physique is absurd, and my hand was a warning, not an attack. What they were was in pain, and what came into that leader's eyes was fear. Then I reached into my robe and took out an elementary water magic crystal and waved it under its nose. The fear went out like a snuffed candle and was replaced by naked, undignified want. Water demonic beasts cannot resist a water crystal. That's not an appetite, it's a compulsion. And it is exactly why this herd had walked out of a cave and destroyed a farm. I pointed at myself. Then I put the crystal in its mouth. I watched a level 4 demonic beast experience the best moment of its life. Then I took out a second crystal, held it up so the leader could see it clearly, and fed it to the cub that was still lying on its belly and still smelled faintly of cooking. Something enormous went across that turtle's face. I have no other word for it. It looked from the cub to me and back, and something with a brain in it was doing arithmetic. Then I ordered my men to take the 8 cubs and to release every single adult. Sir, release them. Here's what I was saying, in the only language available. Follow me, and you eat like this forever. Come up my tunnel again, and you burn. I had no idea whether it understood. Nobody on my island could tame a green turtle, so the choice was leave 22 hostile demonic beasts under my farmland or gamble. If they left, I was out 20-odd level 3 magic cores. If they stayed, I had a renewable supply of cavalry mounts living rent-free in my basement. they untied them. And 20 green turtles who had just been comprehensively beaten looked at each other, and then most of them ran for the sea. The leader stayed. It sat in the middle of an empty cavern for a while, with an expression I can only describe as human. Then, it went into the water after them. 3 days later, Kalen came to find me at a dead run. "Congratulations, Alaric Apothecary. The green turtle herd is back." I went down that tunnel with him faster than was dignified. The same leader was lying on the cavern floor asleep, and there were fresh claw marks on its shell that had been put there by its own kind, and the herd was down from 22 to 13. I did not care about the missing 9 at all. A herd with a leader and a food supply grows back. They all watched me come in. Nobody attacked. Wary is all. So, I smiled at a room full of demonic beasts, took a water crystal out of my robe, and threw it at the leader. It caught it out of the air. That is the single cheapest army I have ever purchased. I doubled the guard on that tunnel anyway, and had Kalen resurvey the entire island for other holes, which took 3 days and found none. Which is its own joke. Of all the places on 10 square kilometers I could have put a magic herb field, I had put it directly on top of the only door. Walking back down, Kalen was quiet. I knew why. He'd worked out that if I had wanted green turtle knights 3 days earlier, I could have sent his mercenaries to duel them, and that I had preferred to let 20 demonic beasts walk into the sea rather than let the loyal lion mercenary group have them. He was right. "Commander Kalen, in the coming days, strengthen the defenses of that passage. Yes, Alaric Apothecary. By the way, the Territory Guard has been training 3 months. It's time they took on some defensive tasks. Include them in your deployment." And he went very still, 5 months left on his contract. And he had just been asked to start handing over the duties. I let him walk in silence for a bit. "Commander Kalen, what do you think of Enlightenment Island?" He looked at me like I'd asked him to appraise a rock. He thought about it for a genuinely long time. "The scenery is quite beautiful," I laughed, because that's the kindest sentence anyone has ever constructed about my island. "Commander Kalen, this place is not just about scenery, it's also about dreams." "Dreams, yes." And I stopped walking and looked out east at a plain that had been wasteland 8 months earlier and had wheat on it now, and I said the thing out loud for the first time. "Enlightenment Island may not be large, but it is enough to hold the dreams of many people. My dream is simple, to become a high-ranking nobleman, a world-renowned holy alchemist, and an unparalleled legendary mage. It is still a long way off, but I will set off from here and walk into tomorrow." "And do you have a dream?" He didn't answer for a long time. Here's what was going on behind that face, and I only got it in pieces over the following years. On this continent, dreams are a luxury item. A slave's son is a slave. A farmer's son is a farmer. A mercenary's son is a mercenary. The nobility controls better than 99% of all upward movement, and the sliver that's left is reserved for freak talent, which means it has nothing to do with ordinary people. Kalen Shaw looks like a success. Level 7 warrior, company commander. In practice, his social standing is beneath a privileged young man like Caspian, and beneath Steward John of the Shadow Merchant Guild, and beneath most people who have never held a sword. At 10, encouraged by his father, he chose the warrior's road and dreamed of becoming a sky warrior. At 18, his father died in battle, and he dreamed of finding the man who did it. At 28, as commander, he dreamed of the loyal lions becoming a great company. At 34, he was still level 7, and he sat down one day and worked out, honestly, that he would not become a sky warrior in this life, and that he would not find that man, and that the company would never be great. And after that he stopped and put all of it somewhere at the back and got on with the work. "Is this why you call this place Enlightenment Island?" "Yes, because this is where I drive my enlightenment, the place that leads to my dreams." And Kalen Shaw went down on one knee on a path in the middle of my island. "Dear Alaric Apothecary, Kalen is willing to be a sharp sword on your path to realizing your dreams. I will dedicate all my loyalty to you. I will face all challenges with fearless courage. I will defend your honor and guard your territory. I will follow the ancient code of knights, and no matter what difficulties and dangers lie ahead, I will stand firmly before you and dedicate all my strength until the last moment of my life." That is the ancient knight's oath. It comes down from the earliest human race, and it is not a form of words people use lightly. I want to be honest about what I felt standing there, because there were two things, and they were both true at once. The first was that I was moved, genuinely. A man had just handed me the thing he'd buried at 34, and he did it because I said one paragraph about a hill. The second was that I had just stopped paying 1,000 gold a month. I took my staff out and laid it on his shoulder. "Kalen Shaw, your loyalty and determination make it impossible for me to refuse. I hereby enter into a sacred and inviolable knightly contract with you. From this day forward, you will be my knight errant. I am willing to share my glory and achievements with you forever." A follower knight is not a title. It's not even honorary. What it is a public statement that this man is the Lord's confidant, and that the Lord will personally invest in his strength, and no Lord makes it lightly because the knight goes everywhere the Lord goes. Knight Kalen pays his respects to the Lord. From today our fates are intertwined. There's no need for such a grand ceremony. I decided that was my lucky day of the month. The turtles came back and Kalen came over, and I got both for the price of one paragraph. Kalen, the territory guard will be renamed the Loyal Lion Brigade, and you will serve as its captain. As for the mercenaries of the Loyal Lion Mercenary Group, those willing to join us will be paid according to the salary standards of Highland City. Those unwilling will be sent back to Highland on Gareth's next return. Not one of them left, not one. Every surviving member of the Loyal Lion Mercenary Group dissolved their company and joined my territory. And I want to tell you exactly why, because it wasn't loyalty to me. They were at half strength. Half-strength companies do not get good contracts. And here was a permanent salary at Highland rates, on an island with an apothecary, from a lord who had already thrown 1,000 gold at their commander for a month's work. The Loyal Lion Brigade came out at 110 men. Kalen as captain, level 7. Reese and Corbin as vice-captains, both level 5, 7 level 4 warriors, and 22 elementary warriors underneath. That is roughly the strength of Silas Vance's guard. My monthly payroll went from 1,000 gold to 650. I also moved their families to the island, every wife, every child, out of Jamosa and onto Enlightenment Island, at my expense. I'd like to say that was generosity. It was so that I could use them without thinking about it. Then I let the Loyal Lion Brigade start challenging the Green Turtles for themselves, and in 2 months I had 10 demonic beast knights, and the strength of my little army roughly doubled. By September, my island had stopped looking like a camp. The eastern plain was green, the wasteland was a dock, the hill was a herb field with water flowers about to bloom. Under Cedric's planning, the settlement was laid out in straight lines with proper streets, population near 700, and for the first time, the free citizens were growing faster than the slaves. The spring harvest came in low, because newly broken ground always does, but it was 70 tons and it went into 4 granaries, and I had enough to reach next harvest. Finian and the others hit level 2, and I expanded the herb field to 15 acres. 1,500 gold a year. I could have gone to 24. Their capacity supported it. I deliberately did not, because 24 acres requires either 24 level 1 mages or 12 level 2s, and Gareth and Duncan and Reese all know that, and everything Gareth and Duncan and Reese know, Caspian knows. 11 months in, and I was already lying with the size of a vegetable patch. Then the Black Knight pirate group sent me bad news. Raid month was starting. Here's the tradition, and it is over a century old and everyone involved hates it. In the beginning, humans in the Sea of Myriad Islands were losing. The sea demons had beaten them badly enough that the various human factions had to huddle together. And the Noble Council and the Pirate Alliance both exist because of that huddling. Then it got better. Pioneer knights and pirates kept arriving from every coast until humans could match the demons, and the demons got pushed back into the eastern water. And the second the pressure came off, the humans immediately started eating each other, because the arithmetic on those islands doesn't close, and it never has. So, a century ago, the Noble Council and the Pirate Alliance jointly announced Raid Month. 1 month a year, every human force in that sea goes and attacks somebody else's race and takes their food. Not just the sea demons. The elves, the dwarves, and the orcs, all of whom have coastline. It worked beautifully for about a decade, because nobody was ready for it. Then everybody got ready for it. Coastal defenses went up everywhere. The returns dropped every single year until, in a lot of cases, they went negative, and factions started coming home from Raid Month poorer than they left. At which point everyone wanted it cancelled, and here is why it was not. The mainland kingdoms had noticed that Raid Month forces every alien race to keep an army standing on its own beaches, permanently, which takes pressure off every human land border on the continent. So the kingdoms leaned on the Human Alliance, and the Human Alliance issued an order that Raid Month will continue, that it will intensify, and that every faction in the Sea of Myriad Islands must produce a specified quantity of merit each year, and failure is punished. And nobody refuses, because the Human Alliance is not a country. It is the 3 great empires and the 12 kingdoms and the duchies and the great nobles and the Pirate Alliance and the Noble Council all at once. And history contains more than one kingdom that was expelled from the entire human race for saying no. So, a festival became a tax, payable in blood. And for me, it was worse than for anyone, because my island points at the Orc Empire. Robbing a neighbor poorer than you is a joke. Robbing a fully armed neighbor poorer than you, because a committee 3,000 miles away requires it, is a better joke. And the Blue Wave factions have been living with the punchline for a century. Even the Black Knight pirate group and the Mandy family, who have a blood feud, cooperate during Raid Month because nobody wants to go into Orc country alone. My plan was the standard one for a small force. Send slaves as cannon fodder under Black Knight command. and buy a share of the Black Knight's merit with the bodies. To scrape a barely acceptable score, I would need to hand over at least 80 strong male slaves. Against the Orc Empire, how many of the 80 come back is between them and fate, and any that do would probably not be returned. 80 men, a fifth of my working population, gone in a month for a certificate. I was sitting with that when a fleet came over the horizon. More than a dozen three-masted merchant ships, so heavily loaded that they were sitting halfway under, laboring against each swell, which, in that sea, is suicidal. A fleet that fat draws every predator within 100 miles, flag or no flag. Unless every one of those holes has magic crystal cannons in the ports, which these did. Caspian came down my gangway with his arms already open. My dearest friend, we meet again. I've missed you so much. My dear friend, if you don't let go of me, I'm going to suffocate. Haha, I was so happy that I forgot you're a frail mage. Humph, rude warrior. Dear apothecary, your excellency, please forgive a soldier's offense. In that case, consider these 12 merchant ships behind you as a token of your apology. He stopped. Then he grabbed me by both shoulders and shook me like a man testing a fence post. Let me see if you're made of gold. No, even gold wouldn't be this expensive. Stop, stop, I forgive you. Humph, that's more like it. If you're not going to give it to me, then why did you bring so many supplies? Alaric, stop dreaming. This is most of my fortune. If I gave it to you, I'd go bankrupt. Alas, what about our friendship? Stop pretending. I can't give you these supplies, but I have a way to make money. Do you want to join? A way to get rich? I want it. And he leaned in and told me who the cargo was for. Not the North Sea Fleet. I guessed that one first, because who else absorbs a dozen shiploads out here? You're only half right. Half? I'm using these supplies to trade with the Orc Empire, the enemy of the North Sea Fleet. I would like to describe my reaction as measured. For the human race, the Orc Empire is not an enemy in the ordinary way. Elves, dwarves, even dragons. You can imagine a version of the world where things settle down. Not orcs. That hatred goes back to before anyone was writing things down. And the practical reason is that the northern human kingdoms are standing on land that used to be theirs, and the Terra Kingdom in particular is built entirely on the former territory of the Orc Empire. There is no arrangement. There is only the question of which one ends. I'm looking at the face of a dead man. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Do you know the consequences of smuggling into the Orc Empire? Yes, I do. Do you know how much profit we make? You have to be alive to spend it. Haha, you've got guts. Then his face changed completely. Do you think I'm such a reckless person? Yes. I want that answer preserved. My entire experience of this man began with him strangling a civil servant in a government building. Okay, to tell you the truth, with raid month starting, the North Sea Fleet lifts its blockade of the Orc Empire. So at this time every year, countless smuggling operations use the pretext of raiding to trade with the orcs. I am not the only one involved. Almost all the high-ranking nobles along the eastern coast of the Terra Kingdom are in it. What? A smuggling operation on that scale, and the kingdom turns a blind eye? Manage it? How can they manage it? Raid month is an order from the Human Alliance. What right does the kingdom have to manage it? What about the North Sea Fleet? They'll just let ship after ship of supplies into the Orc Empire? What supplies? These are the provisions for my raiding party. Provisions. For 12 three-masted merchant ships. He waved a hand and finally said it plainly. Most of the warriors, captains, and detachment commanders of the North Sea Fleet are nobles from the eastern coastal region. Do you think they would attack us? So, the fleet that exists to stop the strategic material trade with the Orc Empire is officered by the sons of the families running the strategic material trade with the Orc Empire for 1 month a year, with a straight face. And then a thought arrived and I turned around. So that's why you had me choose this island in the first place, because it's close by, for smuggling to the Orc Empire. Of course. How could I forget you when I have such a chance to make a fortune? He put an arm around my shoulder and grinned. And I want to state that the grin was lewd. And a year of quiet irritation resolved itself in about 1 second, because I finally understood the look on Evelyn's face when I picked that island off her map. She hadn't been sneering at my judgment. She'd known exactly what Caspian was building, and she was disgusted by all of it. Which is rich coming from a pirate. I noted it and moved on. Then how do I participate? Ha 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 ha. Alaric, I still prefer how you rejected me before. Caspian, I apologize for my previous attitude. Then, about 4 seconds later, Caspian, you know I've just established my territory and I don't have much. How about I share half of the supplies from your dozen merchant ships, and once the trade is complete, I'll pay you back with interest. He physically pushed me away and stepped back like a man declining a smell. All right, Caspian, I was just kidding. That's more like it. You shouldn't keep eyeing my supplies. Didn't your territory just harvest grain? Take it and trade it with the orcs. Food? Is food really that scarce in the Orc Empire? Of course. Most of their territory is permafrost and won't grow anything. and orcs are known for their appetites. How much profit? He didn't answer. He held up 3 fingers. I felt my eyes change shape. 3 times? 300%. On grain. I had heard something once, in my previous life, about what happens to a human being when the missing margin passes certain thresholds. At 100%, no law on earth constrains him. At 300, not even death. I stood on my own dock and became a case study. I still have 60 tons of grain in my territory, and several tons of salted fish. That's more like it. And then Caspian toured my island and stripped it. I want this preserved in detail, because it is the single most enjoyable hour of that entire year. He got to the livestock shed and stopped. Alaric, what's the point of keeping these pigs and sheep and cattle? Load them all onto the ship and sell them to the orcs. Those were his livestock. He'd given them to me. 30-odd animals that had been feeding me personally for 6 months and had produced calves. How much can you sell them for? 4 times the amount of meat. Kalen, pack all of these up. You cannot treat feelings like gold coins. And these farm tools, all of them onto the ship. They won't double, but they'll fetch a good price. Kalen, pack it up. And these? Pack. By the end of it, my settlement was a disaster area, and there was genuinely nothing left in it that an orc would pay for. Caspian clapped his hands together, visibly unsatisfied, looking around for anything he'd missed. If the orcs had been short of timber, I believe he would have dismantled my houses. Then Kalen walked past carrying grain sacks, and Caspian's eyes tracked him. Alaric, weapons are 8 times. Equipment is 5 times. Well-fitting equipment is even more. Weapons and equipment? I don't have any either. And he pointed at Kalen's armor, which is the personal property of a man who came here with it, purchased with his own money before he ever met me. Caspian, are you making fun of me? He laughed until he had to sit down. Caspian! Ha ha. I did in the end. Load everything that could be loaded, and my 3-masted merchant ship went into the water noticeably deeper. I brought exactly 1 man with me, Kalen. Caspian had 300 elite guards, and my extra warriors would not have changed a single outcome. And if things went wrong on the coast of the Orc Empire, I wanted my entire army standing on my island, not standing on a beach in another race's country. I didn't want to go at all, but it wasn't smuggling month, it was raid month, and the Human Alliance sends assessors, and any force found taking advantage of the chaos, or hesitating to fight, gets annihilated by whoever the Alliance sends. I needed merit. Caspian was going to a place where merit could be purchased. We sailed south, which is the wrong direction. Where are we going? Isn't the Orc Empire to the west? My stupid friend, can't you use your brain? Even if most of the North Sea Fleet are our people, I can't smuggle under their noses, can I? I said nothing and thought, with your character, I genuinely do not know what you are incapable of. Which race are we trading with? That was not idle curiosity. The Orc Empire is jokingly called the Hybrid Empire by humans because there is no reproductive isolation in it at all, and new races appear on a schedule nobody tracks. 9 of them matter. 1 royal clan and 8 royal families, and everyone else's background. If Caspian was about to sit me down with werewolves or tiger men, I wanted to know how far it was to the boat. Fox clan, I breathed out. Of the 9, the Fox clan are the ones humans find easiest to deal with. They produce priests and shamans rather than berserkers. They hold high position, and they have a reputation for being able to have a conversation. The Lafamochi Plain is on the northeastern coast of the Orc Empire, and it is not large by their standards, and it is the best land any of them have. Fescue and Timothy grass, for as far as you can see, herds on it, and meat production high enough that 2 royal clans fought a war over it. The Nether Valley clan of the Fox clan won the east half, which is the fertile one. The Taiwan clan of the Elephant Men hold the west and have not forgiven it. And for a while the Nether Valley thrived, and then raid month started, and human factions came out of the sea every year, like sharks smelling something. And the eastern half of the Lafamochi Plain bled for a century. They fortified, built forts, kept an army on the beach permanently, and still lost people annually, and slowly, over decades, one of the 4 great clans of the Fox clan slid toward falling out of the 4. Falling out means losing your voice. Losing your voice means losing your share of everything. So the Nether Valley clan had a fight among themselves, and the reformers won, and they started trading with the human race, which is treason. Their empire's policy is unanimous, and it is not stupid. Every one of the 9 royal clans understands that in any trade with humans they lose, because we have better production, so we send them food and low-grade weapons, and take back magic crystals and cores and materials, and the orcs get stronger slightly, and we get stronger much faster. They know. They still lose, every time, because their alternative is worse. And it worked for the Nether Valley clan. They stopped declining, then they grew. Today they are the 2nd clan of the Fox clan, and they got there by selling out their own empire. And they will keep going, because the moment you find out that betrayal pays better than loyalty, you have very little to go back to. We landed in a deep bay at night. 13 ships in a line, everything dark. Natural harbor, no reefs, rock at the shore to unload onto. And a 10-mile radius around it that the Nether Valley clan had cleared and continued to keep cleared of every other race for years so that this could happen. All personnel on alert, increase speed. Caspian stopped being anything I recognized. That was the first time I ever heard him give an order in that voice. I got my staff out and stood on a dark deck sweeping the shore with mental energy and finding nothing. Then we touched the rocks, and 1,000 fully armed Fox clan warriors came out of the darkness on all sides at once. 300 human guards drew at the same instant, and the sound of it went out across the water. And for about 2 seconds, there was a very real possibility that everybody on that beach was going to die over a misunderstanding. Then the Fox line parted, and 2 very old people walked through it. I had never seen an orc. Nobody had told me they would be beautiful. Fox clan are the ones that fall inside human aesthetics. Both of these were ancient and wrinkled and very tall and very thin, in strange layered clothing, with ears and tails that should have looked ridiculous and did not. And both of them were so far above me in strength that I could not find the ceiling. Not just above me. Above the Earth Warrior standing next to Caspian, who was a level 11 human and the strongest person I had ever stood beside. Greetings, Elders Maylene and Ren. It's been a year, and you are still as elegant and unforgettable as ever. Young Master Caspian, you flatter us. We are about to embrace our ancestors. How can we speak of elegance? Elder Maylene is modest. With your strength and lifespan, you are still in your prime. The Nether Valley clan needs an enlightened elder like yourself to lead them. Our Nether Valley clan legacy has existed for 1,000 years and produced countless talents. Why would it need an old codger like me? The great Nether Valley clan deserves our respect. But it is also inseparable from your enlightened decision back then. Heh. And she stopped smiling and looked past him at 13 loaded ships, and something extremely hungry crossed her face. Young Master Caspian, what goods have you brought this time? 1,000 sets of fine, complete armor and weapons. 300 bolts of silk cloth. 500 tons of grain. 600 bottles of level 4 apothecary, half of it mental agility. 200 bottles of level 5, half of it mental agility. And 100 bottles of level 6. I watched Elder Maylene's eyes light up at the last line specifically. Here's why. The Orc Empire has no mage race, not one among all those hundreds of peoples. They have shamans and priests who are formidable, but they are catastrophically behind in every discipline that makes a professional stronger, which is apothecary and alchemy and runes. Compared to elves, who are born mages, orcs are not in the conversation. Compared to humans, they are not close, which means magical medicine in the Orc Empire is worth whatever the seller says it's worth. And the Fox clan runs on shamans and priests, whose entire profession is mental energy. Caspian had brought them 900 bottles of the exact thing their people need most and cannot make. It seems young Master Caspian has taken in another apothecary. She said it with genuine envy, and I kept my face still. Elder Maylene, are you satisfied with what I brought? Very satisfied. As expected of the second in line to the Blackwood family, he always comes out on top. Caspian shook his head slightly, and I saw him hear it. That sentence means we have other suppliers. Do not overprice. Elder Maylene, thank you for the compliment, but if you are so satisfied, how much is the noble clan willing to pay? She waved a hand. Dozens of Fox warriors carried 10 heavy chests forward and put them down, and opened every one of them at once, and the beach lit up. 8 of those chests were magic crystals of every element, and the light coming off them went into the sky in colors, and 2 of them were demonic beast cores. 1,700 high-grade magic crystals, 300 advanced demonic beast cores. This is the price I'm offering. Then she shut all 10 chests with a wave, fast, because the light was going up into a dark sky over a country where this transaction is a capital offense. I stood there and did arithmetic and had to work at keeping my face. I'd been a lord for 9 months, and I knew human prices cold. Caspian's cargo was around 110,000 gold at Terra rates. 1,700 advanced magic crystals are over 300,000 gold. 300 advanced cores are 70,000. 370,000 gold coins for 110,000 of goods. And crystals and cores are strategic resources in every human nation. So the sale isn't just profit, it's political capital. And Caspian frowned. Elder Maylene, do you know the price I paid to transport this across 1,000 miles? The price you offered is really not very reasonable. Young Master Caspian, it's not only you who bears risk. As far as I know, my price allows you at least double the profit. And her aura came off her, just slightly, and I felt the air get heavy enough that my knees informed me they were considering options. Caspian didn't move. Elder Maylene, that is the profit on these supplies. My arrival here is not something I accomplished alone. I had to spend a great deal bribing everyone involved. Otherwise, I would not be able to come to your Orc Empire so smoothly next time, which is a threat delivered with a smile, in the middle of 1,000 armed orcs. Both elders' faces went cold, and their auras came up properly, and Caspian's own guards were driven back several steps. And I noticed something that I have thought about ever since. That pressure, which an Earth warrior could not stand in, dissolved about a meter in front of me. Quietly. Completely. I was not affected at all. I glanced sideways at Caspian's collar, where a sapphire on a chain sat looking like jewelry. Elder Maylene glanced at it too, with visible envy, and then let all of it go at once. Because here is the structural problem she has, and it has nothing to do with strength. She could kill everyone on that beach. It changes nothing. In this trade, the human sells for profit and can always sell elsewhere. The orc buys for survival and cannot buy anywhere else. She had a magister's power and no leverage whatsoever. Add another 500 advanced magic crystals. This is my final price. If you are not satisfied, take all of this back. Caspian looked at 3 more chests and said nothing at all for a moment. Elder Maylene, while I am not the only trading partner for your Nether Valley clan, you are not the only option for me either. The Frost Knight clan and the Roman clan in the north have already sent me invitations. Her eyes changed, and I would like it recorded that my scalp genuinely moved. 500,000 gold. He was at 5 times profit and pushing. But we're old friends after all. Although your offer didn't meet my expectations, I'm still willing to do business with you. However, I have one small request. Speak. After this transaction is completed, I need some merit points. To put it simply, I need some orc heads, or any race, of course. And I looked at the ground because that was my errand, and I had mentioned it exactly once, in passing, on a boat. He had folded my problem into a 500,000 gold negotiation without telling me he was going to. Elder Maylin did not react at all. Not offense, not hesitation. Because werewolves and fox people and tiger men and elephant men are all collectively called beastmen by us, and they are not friends. The Fox clan and the werewolves have been at each other since before recorded history, and hate each other considerably more than either hates humans. If the royal behemoth clan ever stopped sitting on all of them, the empire would come apart in a season. Betraying a few hostile orc races cost her precisely nothing. About how much? For royalty, 10 will suffice. For ordinary races, 50 will be needed. Make a deal. And I heard Caspian breathe out very slightly, and understood that he had been more worried about that clause than about the 500,000. By dawn, 13 ships were empty and 13 chests were aboard, and we were back on open water. And the Orc Empire has no navy at all because their manufacturing cannot produce one, which is the only reason any of this is possible. And I want to record what happened on the deck on the way out, because it is one of my favorite conversations. Young Master Caspian, I think it's time to raise the price of my apothecary. That was me, thoughtfully, watching the coast go. Because I'd been doing arithmetic all night. The grain and the cloth were maybe 30 or 40,000 of that price. The rest was the armor and the medicine, at something like 6 times margin, and I make the medicine. Alaric, you damn vampire! You were eyeing my supplies before, and now you're eyeing my gold coins. Do you know how much I sacrificed for this trade? How much? Half! At least half of the gold from this deal goes to bribing officials. Otherwise, do you think a fully loaded fleet reaches the Orc Empire smoothly? Even at half, I thought, that's double. And Caspian, who had been furious about 8 seconds earlier, watched my face and smiled quietly because he had come here specifically to show me this, and it had worked exactly as designed. He did not detour around my island out of friendship. He detoured to get me into the route, because a man tied to you by interest stays tied. He also was not worried about me going independent. You cannot get into this trade without a noble title, and only coastal families of Viscount rank and above get a share. Dear Caspian, my best friend. He got goosebumps and stepped back. Get to the point. Don't be so disgusting. Caspian, how many gold coins will I get this time? With your goods, you'll get 7,000. So, after deducting the 3,000 I owe you, I'll still get 7,000. Alaric, it is a total of 7,000. After deducting the 3,000 you owe the Blackwood family, you get 4. Caspian, you made 300,000 or 400,000 on this deal, and you're haggling over 3,000 with me? Humph. One thing at a time. A loan is a loan, and it was lent to you by the Blackwood family. If you can manage to renege on it, I'll be proud of you. Forget it. You know my reputation. How could I possibly default? I dropped it instantly, and I want to be honest about why, not Caspian. The Blackwood family. If I stiffed Caspian personally, he'd shout at me. If I stiffed the family ledger, there would be a warship off Enlightenment Island inside a week, and it would be entirely reasonable. You have absolutely no credibility. 7,000 it is. When you get back, prepare 50 tons of food, 100 sets of light armor, 100 weapons, and 100 elementary magic crystals. He stopped walking. Alaric, what you just mentioned is at least 8,000 gold. How do you plan to pay the extra 4,000? Huh? 8,000? That's not right. I only calculated 7, and even if it's 8, why do I still have to pay 4? You still owe our Blackwood family 3,000 gold coins. When you lent it, you didn't say when I had to return it. Can I return it later?" He put a hand over his face, turned around, and walked away down the deck, and I followed him the whole length of the ship. The Fox clan delivered 50 ordinary orc heads inside a day, extremely efficiently. The Human Alliance's frontline merit office logged them, issued a certificate with the Alliance seal on it, and sent me home. And I stood on my own dock afterward, watching Caspian's sails go, and felt genuinely reluctant to see him leave. And I want to be clear that it was not sentiment. Since I'd founded my territory, that man had functioned as a coin dispenser. Lira, the supplies, the loan, and now 15,000 gold of value out of a single month. That's why my island was outgrowing every other pioneer knight in that sea. Not talent. Not work. A rich friend who had decided to bet on me. I looked at the merit certificate later and laughed at it. Other factions spend a month bleeding for one of those. They put men on beaches into fortified positions and take losses they cannot afford and come home with a piece of paper and fewer people. I went shopping with a friend, made a fortune, and the orcs handed me my honors personally. That is what noble access looks like from underneath, and it is the entire reason I never again considered any path except becoming one of them. Which brings me to the physique conversation. Dawn day, end of the year, first anniversary of leaving Highland, snow on my island. I gave every slave a day off, which I had never done, because the Church of Dawn's doctrine happens to include a great deal of material about obeying your lord, and I will take any tool that arrives free. Then, I went down to the laboratory the next morning and asked for my panel, Strength 1.4, Physique 1.3, Agility 1.5, Spirit 13.132, Mana 13.1, Rank Level 6, Mage. Why hasn't my physique grown at all in over a year? Based on analysis, your profession is a mage, and the meditation method you practice does not have the effect of increasing physiology. How can I improve it? The database can provide 3 methods. The first is to improve physical strength through exercise. I rejected that so fast I nearly fell off the chair. You want a noble mage to train like a peasant warrior, running, lifting things, in the cold. The second method is to cultivate a breathing method and condense a fighting spirit seed, which greatly enhances physical fitness. Also, no. Dual cultivation of magic and martial arts sounds excellent and works fine at low rank. And then, at advanced rank, your fighting spirit and your mana begin to disagree inside your body, which makes every breakthrough harder and hurts continuously. Every mage in history has written that down. I am not interested in the training, and I am considerably less interested in the pain. The third method is to take apothecary that enhances physical fitness. Physique potion, strength potion, dexterity potion. My eyes came up. Athena, with your wisdom you should have eliminated the first 2 directly. Isn't this a waste of time? Yes, master. There was a very long pause before that, and I know exactly what it was. Early in the new year, the entire Bailan Sea area went to war. The Black Knight pirate group and the Mandy family clashed again, for reasons nobody bothered to publish, and it was much larger than the previous year's fighting in the chaotic sea area. Both overlords issued war orders to every force under them, and inside a week that entire sea was on fire. My order arrived on day 3, carried by a messenger whose language was harsh and whose implications were harsher. 2 options. Hand over half my forces to Black Knight Command, or destroy a force of equivalent strength belonging to the Mandy family. I called everyone in and threw the paper on the table. Sir, we definitely can't choose the first option. We absolutely cannot hand over the soldiers we have trained with such care to the Black Knight pirate group. Kalen immediately without being asked. Reese nodded so hard I thought his neck would go, which was to be expected. That brigade is theirs. They built it out of 50 slaves over 10 months, and they were not going to watch it get spent as a shield in somebody else's naval battle. Duncan and Gareth supported them, and added the practical version, which is that having my garrison during a general war is an invitation. I was never going to pick option 1, but I let all 5 of them say it out loud, because I wanted them to feel that the decision was theirs. Then, who should we choose as the target? There was a long silence, because the geography answers that question, and nobody liked the answer. Enlightenment Island is at the far west. There are almost no Mandy vassals near me. To reach one, I'd have to cross the entire Black Knight sphere to the contested middle, which puts me in the exact stretch of water where 2 superpowers are actually fighting, which leaves south, the chaotic sea area. And Kalen said it through his teeth. Sir, we can choose Silas Vance. 32 of his men are still on my eastern plain. Silas Vance lost half his guard on my island 10 months ago and paid 1,000 gold and 150 people, and there had not been enough time for him to recover. It's him. This guy suffered heavy losses in the previous war. This is a good opportunity to avenge the sneak attack. My lord, I will go and gather the men immediately. I looked at Kalen. You're not ready yet. What kind of people are you gathering? Are you just going to send them to their deaths? My lord, rest assured. With the brigade's current strength, we can take Silas Vance with ease. What if the enemy has laid an ambush? This. What if he joins forces with another Mandy vassal? Nothing. Once war begins, it is life and death. You have done no preparation, and you are proposing to rush into someone else's territory to fight to the death. What if you lose? I failed to consider this properly. Please punish me, sir. Make a note of this. If we perform poorly in the coming war, we will hold each other accountable. And then, because he was my knight and I intended to keep him, I gave him a sentence to the whole room. I hope the rest of you understand as well. Do not start a war lightly without being fully prepared. After the others left, I made him stay, and he stood next to my chair like a boy outside a headmaster's office. And I looked up and found him standing there, and was so surprised I nearly laughed. Sit down. Yes, sir. Kalen, your status is different now. You should also change your mindset. Otherwise, how can I entrust the army of the territory to you in the future? Yes, sir. I have disappointed you. He got up to apologize again. I waved him down and thought about it. How about this? You read me a military book every month, and I'll check. The silence was profound. Huh? Reading? Yes. Sir, please don't. I will definitely be more careful next time. I want to state that this is a man who took a punch from a sky-level warrior on my deck and got up. He has not read enough books in his entire life to make one book. I watched genuine despair arrive on his face. No, this matter is settled. Sir, enough with the nonsense. So then I paid him. I have now mastered the 4th level Earth-type battle essence refining technique. It shouldn't be long before I can refine the 5th. Its effect on an advanced warrior is reduced, but it will still speed up your cultivation. From now on, I will reward you with a bottle of 5th level Earth battle essence for every book you finish. Thank you, sir. I will study hard. I won't need a month. Half a month. No, I can finish a book in 10 days. Where did the man crying about his parents go? And this is the thing about controlling people that took me a year to learn properly. You do not persuade anybody of anything. You find the price and you pay it, and if the price is one bottle of medicine that cost me 11 gold in materials, then I have purchased a literate commander for the rest of his life. Go back and tell the brigade I'll reward each of the 20 best performers with a bottle of apothecary. 2 weeks later, Gareth came back from Highland with 3 three-masted merchant ships and 100 of Caspian's guards, and I had paid for them in advance with 15 bottles of level 5 medicine worth nearly 2,000 gold. Then I emptied my island. Every soldier, nothing left behind. If the base got raided while I was gone, I intended to simply move my entire territory onto Huangshi Island, which is 3 times the size and better in every way, and I brought Lyra with me for exactly that reason. 3 days later, 4 three-masted merchant ships sat 10 kilometers off Huangshi Island at noon, and I gave orders in a captain's cabin like a person who had done this before. Captain Kieran, you and your men land on the east side and flank them. Make sure Silas Vance doesn't escape. Kieran was Caspian's man. Level 8, resolute face, thick eyebrows. And he took orders from me because he knew exactly what I was worth to Caspian, which is a form of respect I have learned to accept in whatever container it arrives in. Caspian had not sent me his Earth Warrior. He'd sent 2 advanced warriors and 100 men, half of them professionals, which was roughly a 2nd Loyal Lion Brigade, which is why I could afford to split my force at all. Huangshi Island spotted us at 3 kilometers, because during a general war, even a careless lord posts watchers. Silas Vance had 80 men. 10 months of rebuilding had gotten him back to 80 out of 120, and a lot of them were recently promoted slaves. And his island has no deep water approach north or south, so even if he'd wanted to run, he could only have run in a rowboat alone, leaving everything. He picked the other thing. We came into his dock unopposed, and there was not one piece of defensive equipment on it. No magic crystal cannon, not even a ballista. That's not negligence, that's arithmetic. A magic crystal cannon is tens of thousands of gold. A ballista that can threaten a 2-sail ship costs 1,000, plus enchanted bolts, and every shot fired is a purse thrown into the sea. Even a baron's territory rarely has one. So the entire class of small powers in that sea simply cannot buy the ability to say no to a ship. We walked in. His slaves fled and I let them because in an hour they'd be mine. Then his village, empty, everything pulled back to the manor at the center. Send 2 groups, one into the village to investigate, one to find Kieran. Half an hour later, Kieran was in position behind the manor. All troops attack! Follow me and kill them! Kalen went over the wall first, and 13 green turtle knights went in behind him, and as they charged, every turtle threw up a curtain of water that closed over beast and rider, both. I watched Silas Vance's face from 40 meters away when he saw that. He knew exactly what he was looking at. Demonic beast cavalry is beyond a small lord's budget, permanently, and he had been on the other side of my wall 10 months ago, when I had none. That water shield means a rider can put every scrap of his fighting spirit into offense and none into defense, and 13 of those on a field are not 13 more soldiers. They are a hole in your formation that walks wherever it wants. Lord Alaric, please do not act. I am willing to pay compensation to make up for the mistakes I made in the past. I hope you will be lenient and not start a war lightly. And he glanced sideways at Kalen, hopefully, the way he had 10 months ago. Because it had worked. He said the words about peace, and 100 professionals slowed down on their own. Nothing slowed down. Kalen did not even change stride. He put out a wave of dense gray fighting spirit from 3 meters out, went up, and came down on him with a great sword. That is what it cost me to buy an army instead of renting one. Every man on that field was on my payroll, in my brigade, drinking my medicine, and there was no longer any daylight at all between what was good for them and what was good for me. Silas Vance had to stop asking for peace and start defending his head. 13 turtles took his wall out on the first pass. 50 guards, knowing exactly what was coming, stood at the front anyway, because the slaves behind them had no weapons and there was nothing else to do. Alaric, when you invaded my territory, did you ever think of sparing my life? He was offering 300 slaves and 2,000 gold by then, which would have ruined him, and he was offering it anyway. Today you only have 2 choices, surrender or die. I am willing to uphold the spirit of chivalry and give your family the chance to redeem you. He stopped negotiating. I watched a man decide, and I watched him raise his sword 3 feet higher and go at Kalen without any defense at all, which is what a warrior does when he has decided the outcome doesn't matter. Kalen had to retreat, which handed him the initiative, and I was already drawing my staff. Then 100 fully armed men came out of the manor behind them and hit his guard in the back. Where's Ronan? Where did Ronan go? That was Silas Vance screaming, and one of Kieran's men answered by throwing something out of a cloth bag onto the ground. Ronan Hayes had been holding the rear gate with 30 guards and 100 slaves. Surrender, and you will not be killed. That was me, immediately, because before a victory they are enemies, and after one, they are inventory. Then Silas Vance looked across the field at me, and I got the full weight of it. 3 years of work, an island, a guard he'd built by destroying 3 other people. All of it ending on a Tuesday because a boy he'd tried to rob 10 months ago had come back with turtles. And I had been planning, right up until that second, to ransom him. It's the profitable move. Families pay. I looked at his eyes and changed my mind. Kill him. Kieran and the other advanced warrior hesitated, because that is a stupid order commercially, and then did it, because Caspian had instructed them before they sailed to carry out my orders without discussion. 3 advanced warriors on 1, and he did not last long, and at the end, he found the breath to shout across the field at me. Alaric, I'll be waiting for you in hell. You'll definitely come to a bad end. Then a great sword went through the shouting. I felt no pleasure. I want that recorded accurately, because I have done a great many unpleasant things in this account, and I would rather not be misread. I am not a man who enjoys killing. I am a man who declines to leave an enemy alive for a fee. Letting Silas Vance go home to a family that could redeem him, after I had personally taken everything he owned, would have purchased me 1 payment and a lifetime of a level 8 warrior with nothing left to lose. Here is what Huangshi Island produced. 520 slaves. He'd had free citizens too, and I reduced all of them to slaves, which took 1 sentence and no paperwork at all. 2,500 gold from his manor, 49 tons of assorted grain, 80 weapons and 50 sets of armor, all damaged. Metals. 30 caddies of silver, 100 of copper, 500 of refined iron, 2 tons of wrought iron, 3 2-sailed warships, and 5 tons of shipbuilding timber, silk, gems, tea, spices. And in his study, a book on the intermediate water-breathing method, worth about 1,000 gold on its own, which is worth more to me than all the silk. Over 20,000 gold coins from one night. That exceeded my entire year of apothecary trading. 1 war, 1 island, and my strength nearly doubled. There is a saying from my old life about murderers and arsonists wearing golden belts, and I had always understood it as a complaint about injustice. It is not a complaint. It's a description of the return rate. My population went past 1,000, and I took the 30-odd guards who surrendered and sold every one of them. Not into the brigade. Sold. They were Silas Vance's men. He trained them personally for years, and I had just killed him in front of them. Somewhere in that group is a man who was fond of him, and I do not intend to find out which one at 3 in the morning. Also, and I mean this, they surrendered, on a field, with their lord alive and fighting 40 meters away. I don't want them. Enlightenment Island had not been touched while I was gone, which I only found out 3 days later, standing on my own dock, breathing out. And then, I sat down with the same problem I'd had before the war, made worse by winning. I had 1,100 people on 10 square kilometers of rock. That island cannot feed 1,000. It cannot produce timber for the ships I want. It has no iron, no copper, no silver, nothing. Everything above the level of a turnip has to come across a sea in a hull. I needed a bigger island, and there were 5 small forces within 100 miles of me, and 3 of them were weaker than I was, and every single one of them was under Black Knight protection. Silas Vance could hit me because the Mandy family stood behind him. If I hit a Black Knight vassal, the Black Knights would not need a reason. They'd need an afternoon. So I sat on my hands and got my answer about 6 weeks later from a scout on a turtle. Dayu Island, 30 miles southeast. 40 square kilometers, 3 times mine, thick with old oak and cedar, which is the timber you need for 2 masted hulls. It belonged to the Bloodhand pirate crew, about 150 pirates under a level 8 captain, and they were a Black Knight vassal exactly like me, which is why I had been looking at it hungrily for a year and doing nothing. And 2 Mandy vassals had just landed on it and were killing them. I want to describe the thing that went through me when that scout finished, because it was not sympathy. If the Bloodhand pirate crew dies and Mandy forces take Dayu Island, then attacking Dayu Island is not aggression against the Black Knight pirate group, it's compliance. Get everyone aboard. 4 ships, 200 fully armed men, inside an hour. I emptied the island again, because Dayu is close enough that if something came at my home, I could be back inside a day. Halfway there, another report came in over the water on the back of a turtle. My lord, the Bloodhand pirate crew has been defeated and the captain killed. The 2 Mandy forces are cleaning up the battlefield and collecting spoils. How strong are they? They started with about 230 or 40 soldiers. They took losses. About 160 or 70 remain. I frowned because that is a genuinely awkward number. I had 200, but 100 of them were Caspian's borrowed men, and a straight fight would have cost me the brigade I had spent a year building, over an island I'd then be too weak to hold. Then I asked the only question that mattered. Are they looting right now? Yes, sir. Where are their ships, and how many men are guarding them? Green Turtle Knight got it instantly, which is why I like using them for reconnaissance. Their ships are at the pier on the south side. I don't know how many are guarding, but with only 200 men total, it can't be many. Gareth, south side of Dayu Island, now. There were 11 two-masted warships at that dock and about a dozen men standing on it, and every one of those men was there because his commander had decided guarding boats was the job you gave people you didn't need in the fight. They saw 4 3-masted merchant ships coming in under the Black Knight flag, and 2 of them ran inland to report, and the rest drew swords. And then 13 green turtles came across the water ahead of us, which turtles do faster than any ship, and the older 2 men looked at each other and left. Which was correct and which annoyed me, because I had been hoping to remove a dozen enemy soldiers for free. Instead, I got the entire dock. I did not gather my army and march inland. I did not attack anybody. I put 200 men to work sailing every warship on that pier out to sea, and anchored them 3 miles off the beach, 11 hulls. Every ship the Bloodhand pirate crew had owned, and every ship both invading forces had arrived in. Half an hour later, 170 furious warriors came out of the trees onto their own dock and found the water empty, and stood there shouting insults at the horizon, which we watched with great enjoyment from 3 miles out. Then 8 men came at us in 2 fishing boats. Sir, should we deal with them? Forget it. They're ordinary soldiers. Killing them doesn't weaken anything, and it might make the rest fight. So, we let them come alongside, and then Kalen leaned over the rail. Who are you? What are you trying to do by getting close to us? The expression on those 8 faces was worth the entire voyage. Hey, you're not happy? Brothers, give them a good beating. 40 bows came out over the side, and 40 arrows went into the water on both sides of 2 fishing boats, close enough to make 8 men crouch behind shields, and my entire deck laughed at them. Who are you? Why are you robbing our warship? That was a middle-aged man with 2 short swords standing up. And who are you? And why are you attacking an affiliate of our Black Knight pirate group? I watched that hit. His voice dropped an entire register. Are you from the Black Knight pirate group? Answer my question first. Who is your lord? Who gave him the audacity to provoke the Black Knight pirate group? The man started sweating, and I want to explain why, because it says something about that sea. The Mandy family is a count's house appointed by the Kingdom of Outran, and a count's house has to think about its reputation. The Black Knight pirate group is not bound by any kingdom or any law, and has destroyed a great many more small forces than the Mandy family has, and everyone out there knows the difference in the way you know which dog bites. My lord is Liam Sterling, the Pioneer Knight. We didn't want to offend the great Black Knight pirate group, but we were ordered by the Mandy family and had no choice. And who is your lord? Our lord is Julian Price, Pioneer Knight. Summon your lord. This. I wonder what your orders are. I can convey them. Enough nonsense. If you don't leave now, you're not leaving at all. They left. 20 minutes later, 6 fishing boats came out with more than 60 elite warriors in them, and they stopped 100 meters short with their bows already turned around for a fast exit. I looked at that and felt genuinely wounded. What about trust between people? Liam Sterling and Julian Price, both Terra nobles, both legitimate direct family, unlike me, with fathers who backed them, which is exactly why both had territories after 3 years, and I had spent my first year with 100 slaves and a rented mercenary company. Liam was a level 4 warrior, Julian was still elementary, and each of them had 2 advanced warriors as personal guards, supplied by their families, which I could only look at with open envy. Who are you people? Why are you trying to rob our warship? Julian shouting, using his battle energy to carry his voice, which is a young man's trick. Humph. You attacked our Black Knight pirate group's affiliated force first, and now you dare to question us? Stop pretending you're not from the Black Knight pirate group at all. Whether we are or not is irrelevant. I have already reported the situation to the Black Knight pirate group, and they will probably send people to eliminate you soon. That one landed, and it landed hard, and I watched both of them go pale, because they had attacked a Black Knight vassal, under Mandy orders, with no choice, and it does not matter. If actual Black Knight ships arrived, their only survivable move would be to surrender and defect, which loses them their territories and makes them permanent enemies of the family they had betrayed. And then Liam Sterling stopped panicking and started thinking, and I watched a man work out the whole thing from first principles in about 15 seconds. You are the forces around Dayu Island, aren't you? What you're after is Dayu Island behind me. If I'm not mistaken, you have no intention of telling the Black Knight pirate group what happened here. If the Black Knight pirate group comes, even if we are the ones who suffer, your schemes will be completely thwarted. 60 men behind him went quiet, and Kalen had no answer, and the silence answered for him. So, I stepped up to the rail myself. You guessed right, I didn't notify the Black Knight pirate group. Then why don't we both compromise? We won't pursue the matter of the warships. As long as you let us leave safely, I'm willing to hand over Dayu Island to you. We're all smart people. Let's not waste words. I can let you leave, but you leave behind everything you took on this island. Impossible. Julian, of course. Impossible? Then sit there with your spoils and wait to die. Humph. At worst, we take this place ourselves and switch allegiance to the Black Knight pirate group. As long as we pay protection money, I believe they won't mind that we were once with the Mandy family, and that stopped me because it was not stupid. If those two took Dayu Island and defected, everything I'd done was wasted, and I would have an enemy with a grudge on an island 30 miles from my home permanently. I started quietly, working out how much of my brigade I was willing to spend to make sure that did not happen. Then Liam said no for me. Do you really want to switch sides and join the Black Knight pirate group? Do you think the Price family will allow that? And Julian's face went dark and he shut up. Here's the thing I learned in that 30 seconds, and it has been worth more to me than the island. Those two can't attach themselves to the Mandy family because the Mandy family are counts, and counts are inside the noble system, and no one can criticize a noble for serving a noble. They absolutely cannot attach themselves to the Black Knight pirate group, not because the Black Knights are weaker, because they are pirates, wanted by the Terra Kingdom, and a noble son who serves pirates is finished at home. The kingdom condemns him, the family's reputation takes the damage, and the support stops. They could lose their territories. They could not lose the family. That is the fence those two men live inside, and it is invisible, and it is stronger than any army. Liam knew it because his family was weaker than Julian's, which meant he had further to fall. Your conditions are too much. We suffered heavy losses eliminating the Bloodhand pirate crew. We cannot hand over everything, but to show sincerity, we will hand over 30%. That is my bottom line. I took it, and I took it fast, because my 200 men included 100 I had rented and would have to return. 30% is acceptable. Leave the spoils and depart from Dayu Island. And Liam relaxed and smiled and made the mistake. Shouldn't you return our warships now? What warship? The smile came off his face in one piece. You stole our warship before. Did they write your names on it? Our family's flag is still hanging up there. Really? I don't know him. I've already given you 30% of the spoils. What else do you want? Since you don't have any ships, I can sell them to you. 1,000 gold for a 2-sailed warship. This price is unprecedented. You should know how much of a discount I'm giving you. I would like to note, for the record, that 1,000 gold for a 2-masted warship is genuinely cheap. I was being extremely reasonable. It simply happened that the merchandise was theirs. You damn bastard! You broke your promise. How am I breaking my promise? You handed over 30% and I let you leave Dayu Island. Isn't that our agreement? If you don't return our warships, how will we leave? Let me reiterate, that is my warship. And you can easily return to your territory in these fishing boats. You could not. That's 170 men and 200 miles of open water full of things that eat people, in 6 fishing boats, which is why they had come out to talk to me at all. Then Liam did something that made me look at him properly for the first time. He took a breath, put his face back together, and changed the subject entirely. We've had a preliminary contact today. I suggest we form an alliance, help each other, share resources, exchange intelligence in the future. What do you think? Julian's head came round so fast I thought he'd pulled something. I want to be honest, that impressed me. I had robbed him, extorted him, and was in the process of selling him his own navy, and instead of getting angry, he had immediately started looking for what he could still extract from the situation. Mutual aid is nothing, because none of us would ever come. Trading goods is nothing, because we are three small powers with nothing worth trading. Intelligence, though. My entire picture of the Balan Sea area came from Caspian, in fragments once every few months. I had no eyes at all. War in that sea arrives the way weather does, and I had been ambushed once already by a man I had never heard of at night, and I had survived because a 70-year-old servant liked walking around after dark. An alliance is fine. I've always been very generous to my allies. Liam's face brightened. So, I can give you a 10% discount on the warships, 900 gold per ship. How about it? You're really generous to your allies. It's admirable. Thank you for the compliment. We settled at 460 from opening bids of 1,200, and neither of us was satisfied, which is how you know a price is correct. Afterward, I lay awake wondering whether I had sold too cheap. Then, at the actual handover, standing on the pier while both our forces divided the pile and watched each other, Liam tried once more. Alaric, you're so heartless. Why aren't the Bloodhand pirate crew's 4 two-sailed warships included in the distribution? Liam, you're the one who's heartless. These are all my ships. Why are you taking them out to distribute? We both know perfectly well whose ships these are. Besides, we are allies now, and we should treat each other with sincerity, not lies. I thought about it. And here's the thing, I already had 5 two-masted warships between Silas Vance's 3 and the Bloodhand's 4. After taking Dayu Island, which builds 2-masted hulls in its own yard, I was never going to be short of them again. Liam, you're right. We're allies now, and I've always been very generous to my allies. So, to show my sincerity, I'll give each of you a 2-sailed warship. Are you satisfied with this gift? The two of them stood there and looked at me the way you look at something that might be wearing a person. Thank you for your generosity. Forming an alliance with you was the wisest decision I've ever made in my life. We'll definitely be the best allies in the future. I'm confident of that. He stepped back out from under my hand. I hope so. What I actually took off Dayu Island was not gold, and I gave up nearly everything else to get it. 500 slaves out of the roughly 1,000 on the island, including dozens of shipwrights. I handed back all my other claims, including the 3,000 gold from selling them their own ships, to get that number up, because the Bloodhand pirate crew were pirates in name and shipbuilders in practice. Dayu Island has old oak and cedar all over it, and they had built a yard that put out a 2-masted hull every 2 months and sold them to everyone in the region, and that is where their money came from, not raiding. Dozens of trained shipwrights and a yard, and 40 square kilometers of the timber that feeds it. My population went past 1,700. The first thing I did after they sailed away was burn the Bloodhand village to the ground. Sewage in the streets, refuse everywhere, and the whole place stank in winter, and every wall had a bloody hand or a skull painted on it. Half of it was wrecked in the fighting anyway. I looked at it for about a minute and had it razed. Cedric laid out a new settlement behind the southern dock. 200 acres, straight lines, 2 dirt avenues crossing, 4 districts. North 1 and North 2 for slaves. South 2 for the brigade. South 1 for free citizens and staff. And for me. A month later, Enlightenment Island had been stripped of everything portable, including the magic herb field, and moved. I did not abandon it. I stopped investing in it. In my plan with Athena, Enlightenment Island becomes a grain producer and a staging post for the Orc Empire route, and both of those things need farmland and a dock, which it already has. Then the Black Rose came to collect. I'd seen the ship before at White Whale Island. I had not appreciated it. 60 meters, twice the size of a normal 3-master. Black hull with magic patterns visible under the wood. 4 magic crystal cannons and 8 magic crossbows down the sides. Not quite a magic warship. Close enough that the distinction is academic. It came in at speed and did not slow down, and put my new pier through a wood chipper and stopped somewhere near the lighting tower with planking floating behind it. You bitch, I thought very clearly. I'll teach you a lesson in manners sooner or later. Then dozens of her people came down and formed up around us with their hands on their weapons. On my island, and my own men went rigid, and I raised one hand and they stopped. Evelyn came down the gangway, 1.5 years. The sea had not left a mark on her, which is unfair, and there was something tired behind her eyes that only made it worse. Beautiful Evelyn, young miss, it's been a long time. Alaric apothecary, it's been a long time. Flat, absolutely nothing in it. What brings you here so unexpectedly? Alaric apothecary, I remember this island wasn't assigned to you by our Black Knight pirate group. Can you explain why you're here? There it is. I had my answer ready and had been rehearsing it for a month. Evelyn, young miss, this dates back to a month ago. The Bloodhand pirate crew was suddenly attacked by 2 Mandy family affiliates. Upon receiving the news, I immediately launched an attack on them, on the orders of your Black Knight pirate group. Unfortunately, I arrived too late. To prevent Dayu Island from being occupied by the Mandy family, I had no choice but to abandon my own territory and do everything I could to ensure its safety. I said all of that with a completely straight face. Evelyn rolled her eyes so hard, I thought she'd hurt herself. I got a little embarrassed and kept going anyway. Although this happened suddenly, for the safety of Dayu Island, I am willing to relocate my territory here permanently. As the westernmost gateway of the Black Knight pirate group, I will not give the Mandy family any chance. At the same time, I am also willing to pay the required shelter fees for Dayu Island. And her face cleared instantly. Because the Black Knight pirate group does not care who owns Dayu Island, not even slightly. The Bloodhand pirate crew are gone, and that is a Tuesday. What they care about is that Dayu Island came with an annual invoice and somebody has to pay it. That was the entire reason she had sailed west, not me. Collections. Every small force in the western half of Black Knight water, in order once a year. Beautiful Evelyn, young miss, how much asylum payment will I need to make this year? Based on the current value of the islands you own, you should pay 6,000 gold coins. 6,000? Let me put that number in context. Enlightenment Island produces at most 3,000 gold a year and has no other income. Dayu Island, with forests and timber and real farmland, comes in around 10,000, 13,000 gross. Feed 1,000 slaves, pay an army of 110, and my net for the year is not 6,000 gold. And a small force like mine pays 1 to 3,000. I knew that. Everybody knew that. Yes, 6,000. With your status as an apothecary, that shouldn't be a problem. She smiled at me while she said it, and I want to describe what that smile was, which was the smile of someone who has found a lamb standing in a field with a price tag around its neck. That wretched woman, I thought. How can she be so heartless? She's so beautiful and she's so cruel. Beautiful Evelyn, young miss, your price is way too high. It's completely unfair to the Black Knight pirate group. Moreover, I received your orders and I risked my life attacking a Mandy family force. My men suffered heavy losses, but to complete your orders, I still wiped out a small force. Could you reduce the fee for my contributions? Alaric Apothecary, I know all this. We at the Black Knight Pirate Group have all the records of your contributions, and we have also given you a generous reward. You gave me a reward? Where? The fee originally set for you was 10,000 gold coins. Considering your contributions in this battle, I have deliberately reduced it by 40%. I have never in either of my lives come closer to firing a fireball at a beautiful woman. There were 2 earth warriors standing behind her, so I did not. Alaric, you don't have to pay it at all if you don't want to. As long as you sell all the apothecary you make to our Black Knight pirate group in the future, not only is the fee waived, but I will provide you with a large island. Second time. And this time I did not hesitate at all. And I want to explain why the answer had gotten easier rather than harder. Not gratitude to Caspian. Interest. Without Caspian, there is no Orc Empire route. And by that point, I had seen what the Orc Empire route pays. Evelyn was offering me a large island. Caspian was offering me a market I could not otherwise enter, and a supply line I could not otherwise buy. So I used the same lie. It seems, Evelyn, young miss, did you retrieve my incriminating evidence from Caspian? And her whole face soured, because she had spent 18 months on it. Genuinely. She had put Black Knight intelligence into Highland City repeatedly, against Blackwood security, over a piece of leverage that had never existed, and she had lost people doing it. She had also, I noticed, badly overestimated her reach in Highland, and badly underestimated the density of guards around Caspian, and both of those facts were now filed permanently in her expression. She did not answer the question at all. Alaric, how do you plan to pay the 6,000? Bring over all the soldiers we captured from Silas Vance. Kalen came back with 30-odd disheveled men in shackles and about 20 women, children, and old people behind them, which is what happens when you take a guard captive and then have to feed their households. Evelyn, young miss, 55 slaves, more than half have undergone rigorous training. 6 level 2 warriors, 4 level 3, 2 level 4, and 1 level 5. I don't need much. How about 3,000? She looked at me the way you look at a man trying to sell you a horse he found. Alaric, the number of slaves handled by our Black Knight pirate group far exceeds your imagination. These are worth at most 2,200. You can't calculate it that way. These slaves are Alaric, 2,200. Not a single copper more. If you don't want that, take them back. Heartless, rude. I said that quietly into my own collar. What did you say? Haha, it's nothing. I said it's okay. 2,200 is fine. And Scarface Percival, standing behind her, said, in an extremely helpful voice, young miss, he said you are heartless and rude. I looked at him. He looked straight ahead. And Evelyn did not get angry at all. She smiled. As a pirate, isn't it normal for me to be ruthless and impolite? That's normal. You are definitely a very qualified pirate. Alaric, what do you plan to use to pay the rest? How about 4,000 for those two sailed warships? Alaric, do I look like an idiot? Even two brand new two-sailed warships aren't worth 4,000. Evelyn, young miss, these are far superior to new ones. Aged oak, extremely sturdy, rams of fine iron. Alaric, I grew up at sea. I have handled more ships than you have ever seen. Don't try to show off your ridiculous knowledge in front of me. 800 each. You still owe me 2,200. Heartless, rude, tyrant. I went and dug through my own territory. Timber worth 1,000, grain worth 500. And when there was genuinely nothing left on either island that could be turned into a number, I handed over 700 gold in actual coins, which was every coin I had. She looked at the pile of miscellaneous property on my dock without any disgust at all, which, I learned later, is because she has spent years watching poor lords pay their protection fees in furniture, cookware, and second-hand clothing. And by that standard, I was doing extremely well. She loaded all of it and left. And I stood on my broken pier and made another entry in the ledger and understood finally exactly how Liam and Julian had felt and did not enjoy the symmetry at all. Then spring came, and the sea did something I had only read about. Kaelin came at a run while I was standing in a field looking at spring wheat. Eel-scale fish have been spotted near Dayu Island. I suspect this is the migration. Are you certain? South of the island, there are quite a few. I put a levitation spell on the entire party to get there faster, which tells you how calm I was about it. The sea was flat and empty. Then Kaelin pointed, and out on the horizon, a few dozen big silver fish were coming in on the tide, occasionally throwing themselves clear of the water. Here is what an eel-scale fish is, not a demonic beast, an ordinary fish with one property. Its skin absorbs the elemental energy of the sea, continuously, for its entire life, and it lives in the deep water where the pressure makes that energy extraordinarily pure. Over years, its flesh becomes saturated. An older one carries more energy in its body than an intermediate demonic beast. For an ordinary person, eating it raises the chance of ever becoming a professional. For a professional, it directly increases fighting spirit and magic. It works on everybody, and it works immediately. And you cannot buy it, because the elements bleed out of the flesh within 1 hour of leaving the water. It has to be eaten fresh, on the spot. Which is why during a migration, every coastal kingdom on the continent empties itself into the Sea of Myriad Islands. They live in the mysterious sea, which is a forbidden zone that even legendary experts don't enter. Once every 3 or 4 years, egg-heavy and unable to swim deep, they are forced to the surface to run tens of thousands of miles north to the cold ice realm to spawn, which is the only reason humanity has ever tasted one. Then the second wave came in, tens of thousands of them, miles of fish from horizon to shore, moving like one enormous silver mussel, and the entire dock erupted. Quickly, prepare the fishing boats, go out and catch them. More than a dozen boats out, and 3 two-masted warships to herd them in from outside, and hundreds of slaves throwing nets over a school so dense that nothing had room to turn. Duncan, set up the cooks, move every pot and pan in the territory down to the dock, process them right here. Dozens of cauldrons on a beach, and boats coming back full, and the whole population running. And when the fish went into boiling water, the elements came out into the broth, and the pots started glowing. Different colors in everyone, refracting in the steam, so that a working dock in the middle of the afternoon looked like something out of a story. The first bowl came to me, and I looked at it, and it was the color of an oil slick, and Duncan assured me that this was correct, and that this is when it works. It tastes like nothing, faintly of fish, slightly unpleasant because there is no seasoning and no time for any, and a warm current came up out of my stomach and went out through everything. Athena, test the effects. Strength has increased by 0.001. Physique by 0.001. Agility by 0.001. Mana by 0.001. That was one mouthful. I drank the whole bowl, meat included, and it was 4 times that. I drank 3 more, 4 bowls, every physical attribute up by 0.02, for a man whose physique had not moved in a year and a half. Duncan, organize every slave in the territory to eat, especially the children. Let them eat as much as they can. That is not kindness. That is the cheapest permanent upgrade to my entire population that will ever be available, and it lasts for 2 weeks and then does not come back for 4 years. The whole island ate for a fortnight. Kaelin drinks 14 or 15 bowls at a sitting to my 4 because a warrior's capacity for anything is obscene, and his gains were roughly double mine. He came out of that migration nearly level 8. If the effect hadn't started diminishing on him, he'd have made it. 11 ordinary soldiers in the brigade became professionals during that fortnight, which took my professional ratio past 30%. Even the turtles ate. The 8 cubs visibly grew. Old Kenji, with his mouth shining with grease, came up with a suggestion. Young master, why don't we catch some and raise them in the territory? Then you could enjoy them every day. I was fond enough of him to explain it properly rather than laugh. People have tried. Kept in captivity, an eel-scale fish loses its properties within months and becomes an ordinary fish with no value whatsoever. High-ranking mages studied it and found that the skin only works in deep water saturated with element, and away from it, the mechanism simply stops. Young Master is very knowledgeable. I admire him greatly. I stopped catching them the moment my own people were full, which is a tacit rule across that entire sea. Everybody stops. If anyone overfished, the migration would eventually not happen. And that would be the end of the only free gift nature ever gave that ocean. The sea, meanwhile, turned into a slaughterhouse. Whales came up from underneath and started tearing into the school. Then war armor crabs, hundreds of them, led by one the size of a calf. And I noted for the record that these were probably the ones who had killed 20 of my people. Then stinging seahorses. Then, over the following days, thunder squid, storm shark, azure crocodile. And not one of them wiped the school out. They filled themselves and vanished, and a new group arrived, and none of them ever took more than they needed. The demonic beasts of that sea have better fishery management than most human governments I have read about. I got bored watching it after 20 minutes, which is a sentence I'd like back, because as I turned to go, 30 or 40 green shapes came up out of the water. Wild green turtles. I had 13, and I wanted more, and there were none to be found, and the price of buying a demonic beast mount from another faction had made me abandon the idea inside a minute. Sir, the green turtle herd. That was Kalen, extremely excited. I was not immediately, because taking a herd that size in open water is how you lose men. Humans are enormously worse than we think we are once the ground stops. So I walked down the dock to where my own green turtle leader was lying in the sun. That animal had been living the best life available to any creature in that sea. No hunting, no competition, a magic crystal every month from a man who feeds it personally. It had grown half again in size since I met it in a cave. It sensed something dangerous approaching, lifted its round head, saw me, forgot the danger entirely, and started crawling over to freeload. I gave it an elementary water crystal, and it chewed it with an expression of total spiritual fulfillment. Then I put a hand on its head and turned it to face the sea, where 30 or 40 of its own species were eating. Confusion. I gestured. I said the words out loud, which did nothing because it does not have language. Mother turtle, subordinates, offspring. It looked at me with the flat disinterest of an animal that has already achieved everything it wants from life and turned to leave. So I reached into my robe and took out an advanced magic crystal. The air around us got damp. That is what an advanced water crystal does simply by existing, and no elementary crystal has ever done it. I had bought that specifically to break my turtle through to level 5, because it had been sitting just under the line for 2 months and would not go over, probably because the herd's own talent ceiling is low. Almost half of every magic crystal I had purchased in a year had gone into that one animal, well over 1,000 gold, and this was the last step. The moment it came out, my level 4 demonic beast started drooling and came at me sideways. I held it up. I pointed at the herd in the water. I pointed at the ground under my feet. And I watched a turtle have a moral crisis. It looked at the sea. It looked at the crystal. There was a genuinely human struggle on its face. And then it made a noise at the 13 turtles behind it and went into the water. The wild leader was bigger, and level 5, and it did not go well. My turtle got beaten across about 200 meters of open water, and did the only intelligent thing available, which is that it fought a retreat toward my dock with its dozen underlings in a defensive knot. And the wild leader, right at the edge of the shallows, stopped. Something in it recognized land as a bad idea, and it hissed and called its herd off. I was standing on a pier watching 200 gold of scheming evaporate. And then my turtle, who had not gotten its crystal yet, turned around and spat several water bullets at the level 5 leader. Water bullet is what a green turtle learns when it breaks into intermediate rank. It is not an innate ability. It is weak, and it is less dangerous than a level 4 fire spell. It did not hurt anything. It was an insult. The wild leader came out of the water after it. Everyone hide. 2 herds of turtles came up my beach at speed, one fleeing and one furious. And the wild leader stopped again in the strange environment and started looking around. So, my turtle hit it with 2 more water bullets. 13 green turtle knights in front, 30 professionals behind them. Every ordinary soldier on the outer ring with nets and bows, 42 green turtles, 1 level 5 leader, 8 level 4 elites, and the rest ordinary. Not one casualty. The eel-scale fish migration was the best thing that happened to my island that year, and the turtles were worth more than the fish. I gave my leader its crystal, and it swallowed something worth 180 gold and immediately went glassy-eyed and started advancing on the spot. So we made a ring around it and stood guard while a turtle got promoted. Reese and Corbin spent the next 6 months trying to make the level 5 wild leader submit and never managed it. They could beat it. They could beat it repeatedly. It simply would not accept, and that is the thing about the second taming method that Kalen warned me about a year earlier. Some animals would rather be beaten daily than carry you. By early summer, I was 3,000 gold in the hole. I want to walk through that, because it explains everything I did afterward. Income was approaching 3,000 a month, which by the standards of that sea is enormous. Medicine, plus the shipyard, plus ships sold to 8 different small powers Gareth had opened trade with, plus food. Against that, the Loyal Lion Brigade was now 160 men with 72 professionals in it, including 1 level 7, 1 level 6, 2 level 5, 15 level 4s, and 53 elementary warriors. Payroll approaching 1,000 a month, feeding the demonic beasts, 38 green turtle knights, plus 8 cubs. Every one of those turtles needs magic crystals every month, and it is not optional. A wild adult demonic beast that discovers there is no longer any benefit in carrying a human will eventually make that clear on a battlefield. About 1,000 a month. Level 6 potion materials from Caspian. 50 gold a set, 5 sets a month. And I sold none of it, so that is 300 gold a month of pure expenditure. And 500 gold a month buying grain, because my population had doubled twice. I finally understood why Silas Vance and Liam and Julian had no demonic beast cavalry. It isn't ignorance. It's that a small force cannot afford to feed one. I couldn't sell the grain because I needed it to smuggle. I couldn't sell the beasts. The ships weren't finished, so I sold materials, not potions. Raw magical materials out of the cash I kept in a locked cabin in the forest, about 3,000 gold worth, to Liam of Giant Wave Island, who paid the best of the 3 names Gareth gave me. It is not technically a breach. My contract with Caspian covers apothecary I sell. It does not cover ingredients. Gareth took one look at the crates and recognized them instantly because he had carried them from Highland himself. He understood in 1 second what it means that 3,000 gold of Caspian's materials were sitting in a forest, unused, on an island where I claimed a 30% success rate. I looked at him and did not say anything. Sir, please rest assured, I will absolutely not tell young Master Caspian about this matter. Very good, go and dispose of them for me. I watched him walk away and thought about it for a while. I could not possibly trust that promise. I also had 5 men on that island capable of running anything, and shooting one of them over a suspicion is a luxury for people with staff. So I gave him the chance to prove it, and I meant both halves of that. If it ever got back to Caspian, Gareth would not have needed to worry about Caspian. Nothing ever came back, which is the only reason he is still in this story. The cabin, by the way, is in the deep forest of Dayu Island, where Lyra lives, and I want to explain that arrangement, because it looks romantic and is not. My laboratory has no defenses, and slaves clean it when I am too busy. Lyra's cabins are 2 miles into a forest, and Lyra is an elf with no magic power who cannot leave this island without being taken by the first slave-catching crew that sees her. If she works out that I am hiding my success rate, she is the least dangerous person in the world to know it. That is the actual reason my entire secret inventory lives with the woman I am fondest of. She was in a vine rocking chair weaving a flower crown when I came for the materials, and did not hear me until I was close. Young master! And the entire forest went slightly gray around her for about 1.5 seconds. I want to note, for the honesty of this account, that I had been visiting rather often, and that the eel scale fish had improved my physique by 1/5, and that this had turned out to be insufficient. I'm just here to pick up some things and then I'll leave. I said that while looking at a tree. Young master, won't you sit here for a while today? She had taken 2 light steps closer while saying it. No, I'm just grabbing some things and leaving. She laughed at me at length, and I fled to the back cabin like a man being chased, and stood there among cabinets full of my own secret wealth, vowing to spend serious money on physique potions. Then the drought arrived and changed the shape of the world. Dayu Island had no rain all summer, and my freshwater reserves could not carry 6,800 acres, and a great deal of wheat withered standing up. 380 tons against a projection of nearly 500, down over 20%. I was standing in the granary with Duncan and old Kenji, all 3 of us silent, when a soldier came running. Reporting to your excellency, young Master Caspian has sent word. He will arrive in 5 days. Raid month. My mood reversed instantly, because 380 tons of grain is 6 times what I had taken to the Orc Empire the previous year, and at 3 times value that is 40,000 gold, and who cares about a crop failure when you can simply buy grain with the profits from selling grain? I put my hands behind my back and left the granary swaying slightly. Then Caspian came, and inside 20 minutes of sitting down to lunch, he ruined it. Alaric, how much has your grain harvest decreased this season? About 20%. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Are you aware of the warning issued by the Hall of Masters? How would I know? According to the Hall of Masters, this drought will affect the entire northern continent, and is expected to last more than 3 years. I put my knife down. I did not doubt it for a second. The Hall of Masters is the peak mage organization on this continent, and monitoring a continent's weather is not a difficult problem for people who can do the other things they do. 3 years of drought across the entire north. Food prices would triple and stay tripled. My territory sits in the north. Even reduced rations, my population needs 30 tons a month. And at those prices, that alone eats everything. Caspian, you won't just stand by and watch me die, will you? Alaric, even if this drought affects the entire northern continent, your territory is in the sea. Have you ever heard of the Sea of Myriad Islands going 3 years without rain? Never heard of it. Then why did you scare me? He put his hand over his face. Don't you know what this severe drought means? What does it mean? When there is a severe drought, there will inevitably be war. War? What's so strange about that? Which is, I still maintain, a reasonable question on this continent. This war is not some child's play war within your Belan Sea area. This is a war of races. According to reliable sources, the Orc Empire's grain production will drop by 50% this year and 80% next year. With a reduction on that scale, if the Orc Empire does not act, tens of millions of orcs will starve. And their response, more than 90% of the time, is war against the human race. They plunder food to get through it. And a look of undisguised joy came over my face. I could not help it, and I did not try. My territory is in the sea. Orcs cannot cross water in force. They have no navy at all, which leaves exactly one place for 4 million starving orcs to go. And standing in the middle of that place is Shining Fortress. I had spent a year and a half not being able to touch the Thorn family. The Orc Empire was about to do it for me. It seems you do harbor quite a bit of hatred for the Thorn family. I did not tell him the story. I have never told anybody the story. Caspian, will this hatred affect our relationship? Not before, and not now. The Thorn family is far less important to me than you. If you ever want revenge, I will help you, Alaric. Thank you. Alaric, before that, I need your help. Caspian, you wouldn't be saying this on purpose just to get me to help you, would you? He stood straight up out of his chair. What do you mean? Are you questioning our relationship? Have you forgotten who worked so hard to help you establish your territory? Who taught you, bit by bit, how to survive in the Sea of Myriad Islands? Who has been gathering supplies for you day and night? You! It's all your fault. Don't say such disgusting things. People who don't know us will misunderstand our relationship. He sat back down, snorting. With your abilities, how can I help you? Help me gain a substantial military merit in this coming racial war. What do you need military merit for? Genuinely puzzled. Military merit is how a commoner becomes a noble. It is worth nothing to me, because I am on the Pioneer Knight Road, and merit does not shorten it, and it is worth less than nothing to Caspian, who will start as a count if he wins the chair. Which is when I got it. You need this achievement to compete for the position of clan chief. It's rare for me to be so smart. Caspian, you're asking me for help. Haha. I was wrong, my dear friend. I stared at him for a moment. Then I slammed my fist on the table. When are we going to make our move? And that stopped him completely, which I enjoyed enormously. Don't you want to reconsider? What are you considering? Do you know what it means to choose to help me? Isn't it just about completely intervening in the war between the heirs of your Blackwood family? He had no answer at all, and I sighed. Even if I don't help you, do you think your older brother will let me off the hook when he takes over? Sure. With your achievements in apothecary, as long as there's no irreconcilable feud, any power would be willing to be your friend. He said that without any concern whatsoever that it might change my mind, which is the single most Caspian thing that has ever happened. Do you want me to help you or not? Yes, of course I want to, but I need your genuine help. It is of utmost importance to me. Caspian, you don't need to test me here. Since I've chosen to help you, I will never have any ulterior motives. And something came into his eyes that I have only seen a few times. Alaric, after I become clan chief of the Blackwood family, I will do everything in my power to help you take over the Black Knight pirate group. I did not say thank you. That's not enough. You have to help me get the Mandy family too. There was a very long silence. I have underestimated your shamelessness and greed, he said eventually, and I will learn from that experience. Here's my actual reasoning, since I have been honest about everything else. Getting into an Blackwood succession war is enormously risky, but if Caspian takes that chair, I have a count's house standing behind me, and that is the only thing that ever gets me out from under the Black Knight pirate group's thumb. On my own, I would be paying protection to Evelyn for the rest of my life. And if he loses, I still land on my feet, because an apothecary of my grade can walk into the Black Knights the following week. That's the part I never said out loud to him. He had one escape route. I had two, and one of them was him losing. I am not going to pretend that is a nice thing to have thought. 200 tons of grain went out of my territory in August, and I used every hull I owned to carry it, warships included. If fishing boats could have survived open water, I would have loaded those too. Behind Caspian's 13 three-masted merchant ships came 7 or 8 single and double-sail vessels of mine, which made the fleet look like a wealthy man being followed home by pigeons. Elder Mei Lin noticed. Young Master Caspian, has your Blackwood family fallen so low that you can't even gather a three-masted merchant ship? Elder Mei Lin, you flatter me. This is the grain my friend Alaric brought. He heard the Orc Empire was experiencing a crop failure, and to ensure you would not go hungry, he even sacrificed his own food to send it all to you. She looked at me with an expression I did not enjoy. She remembered me. What she had not known was that I wasn't Caspian's subordinate, and that Caspian was cutting a friend into the single most profitable smuggling route on the northern coast. Respected Elder Mei Lin, I have truly spared no effort to demonstrate my sincerity in this deal with the nobles. She rolled her eyes at both of us, and I could see her arriving at the correct conclusion about why we were friends. What did you bring this time? 800 tons of grain. That's it? That's it. Why are there no magical apothecaries or weapons this time? Caspian smiled at her. Elder Mei Lin, we are all intelligent people. If I'm not mistaken, your Orc Empire's capital is currently discussing when to send troops into our Terra Kingdom. How could I possibly bring strategic materials at a time like this? Her whole face changed. You actually consider the interests of the country? Of course. Once the Kingdom of Terra is destroyed by you, no matter how much wealth we have, we won't be able to protect it. We're only after wealth. We're not risking our lives. I would like to note that this is the most patriotic sentence I have ever heard a smuggler produce, and that it is completely sincere. The Blackwood family's title comes from the Terra Royal House. If Terra falls, the Blackwood family is a very rich merchant house with no standing and no protection, and the entire eastern coast belongs to whoever arrives next. That is why he stopped selling weapons and medicine, not conscience, address. Heh. Do you really think your Terra Kingdom can hold out if you don't sell us weapons? Compared to the Orc Empire, our kingdom is indeed far inferior, but compared to the human race, what makes you orcs so formidable? I would like the record to show that I took 2 steps sideways. An invisible pressure came off Elder Mei Lin like a wave breaking. Her tail actually stood up, and Caspian's hand closed on my arm and pulled me back next to him. Caspian, do you really think the Fox clan wouldn't dare to kill you? No, Elder Mei Lin. I have never doubted the strength of your Fox clan, but before we came, all of us coastal nobles received a warning from the capital. It is not just me. None of the smuggling groups arriving in the Orc Empire this year are carrying weapons, equipment, or magical apothecary. The aura came down about halfway. You nobles actually obey the kingdom's orders? This order is in our interest, isn't it? After all, we don't want to lose our country. Utterly shameless. Thank you for your praise. She gave up on the weapons and settled in to lose money instead. 10 chests came out. She opened 2 of them and took most of the crystals out of one, which is roughly 400 advanced magic crystals for 800 tons of grain. 3 times the price of the previous year's cargo. Perfectly reasonable in a normal year. Elder Mei Lin, don't you even know anything about the situation in your own empire? What's going on? Don't tell me the shaman prophets of the Orc Empire couldn't predict the impact of this drought. The impact is indeed significant, but it will not affect our Nether Valley clan. We Fox people eat very little, and we possess half of the Lafamoti plain. We will not lack food at all. Both of us looked at her. She got slightly embarrassed, which I did not expect from something 200 years old. Because it is true that the Nether Valley clan can feed itself. It is also true that most of what was in those 10 chests came from reselling human grain to other orc clans at a markup that made Caspian's margins look modest. She was not buying food. She was buying inventory. That's why she never killed him no matter what he said. Elder Mei Lin, we've made many deals. If you still aren't willing to offer a sincere price, I'll take this grain and leave. Add another 100, 500 total. Not enough. I can sell this batch inside the human race for the same price soon. 700, that's my bottom line. All right, since Elder Mei Lin isn't willing to do business, we'll be leaving. And he actually turned around and took me with him. Come back. How much do you want? He turned around with absolutely nothing on his face. 1,500. What? Do you know that price is already 12 times the value of this grain? I know, and I believe that before long, you will also earn more than 10 times on it. Silence, because he had just said out loud that he knew about the resale, and she had nowhere to put that. The risk is too great. 1,200. If you don't agree, take it away. Make a deal. He said that instantly, cheerfully, and she nearly took his head off. Shameless human. Thank you for your praise. I will continue to work hard. Then he trotted after her and asked whether she would be interested in another business opportunity, and the 2 of them went off to a rock at the end of the beach in the dark, and I stood at a polite distance and watched a human noble and a 200-year-old orc elder negotiate a standing grain contract at 6 times the live human market price, with Nether Valley cover for a raid, each of them betraying their own species for a percentage. I want to be clear that I did not disapprove. I actually spent most of that conversation smoothing it over whenever one of them got too insulting, because I was the only person on that beach who needed both of them to stay in the room. 2,000 miles north, at Shining Fortress, my father was reading about me. I did not know any of this until much later, and I am putting it here because this is when it happened. The whole castle was on a war footing, Bloodflame Horse cavalry patrolling every hour, the walls solid with heavy infantry, every catapult and magic crossbow and magic crystal cannon dragged into position. And in the study at the top, Lyraeus Thorn looked considerably worse than the last time I stood in it. He asked Jing Li whether the Behemoth clan had moved, and told him to find out at any cost whether the Behemoth Emperor himself would be joining this war, and sent him away. Then, alone, facing the largest orc mobilization in a century, he did not pick up the strategic intelligence on his desk. He picked up a report out of the Sea of Myriad Islands. 2 years of my life in it. Enlightenment Island, the Mercenary Company, Silas Vance, Dayu Island, down to and including the 3,000 gold of magical materials I had quietly sold to a man named Liam 6 weeks earlier, which I had believed was a secret between me and one ship's captain. He read all of it, and what came onto his face was something that had no business being there. Pride. This brat is just like your mother, always keeping things to himself. Then something else came in behind it, and he sighed and put the file into the innermost compartment of the cabinet behind him and closed it. I have never seen that room again. I did not learn about the file for a long time, and I still do not know what to do with it. We went back to Highland, and Caspian mentioned an auction, and I discovered that I had recently made 30,000 gold and was still poor. On the way in from the harbor, I saw a man I recognized surrounded by a dozen soldiers on a street corner, pale, stammering, being interrogated about a debt. Theodore, real estate agent, apothecary intermediary, equipment broker, ore agent, slave broker, plant agent, seafaring agent. I hesitated. Then I told Jingli to sort it out, and 2 teams of Caspian's guards walked over, and a dozen soldiers discovered urgent business elsewhere, and I did not get out of the carriage. The next morning, he arrived at Caspian's manor to thank me, and I was in the middle of a breakfast that would have fed my island's North District. I want to record what a nobleman's morning is because it happened to me, and I did not handle it well. I woke up in a bed the size of a bathhouse, and 4 beautiful maids came in on light feet with towels and basins. One wiped my face, one knelt behind me and combed my hair. Then all 4 dressed me, and I did not lift a finger, and I contributed nothing to the process except a certain amount of wandering attention that I am not going to describe further. Then, breakfast. 8 kinds of white bread. Black pork ham sliced thin enough to read through. Waffles, caviar, mozzarella, coffee. For 2 people, at 8 in the morning on a Tuesday. I was eating it with both hands when Caspian looked up from a letter. Can't you be a little more mindful of aristocratic etiquette? Is someone going to try and take it from you? I'm not a nobleman. With your potential, I believe it's only a matter of time. I stopped, put down the knife, tilted my head, and asked with complete sincerity, will not having aristocratic etiquette prevent me from becoming a nobleman? Although not, but that's good. That scared me to death. I wiped my mouth on a tablecloth and left. Theodore was in the reception room, and he was not there about the debt. Secondly, there is something else. I would like to recommend a mage apprentice to you. A mage apprentice? Yes, my younger sister recently passed the mage talent test. What rank of talent? Low level. Low level, 1 grade above the 12 children I bought. I kept my face flat and my heart did something. Because low-level talent is, to any faction on this continent, a person worth cultivating and not worth fighting over. To me, it is a person who can be brought to intermediate rank on a supply of medicine that costs me the price of the plants. Bring her here so I can see her. And I found out afterward what that offer meant to him. And it is the reason I never once regretted paying a debt collector to go away. Theodore had been ecstatic when his sister tested positive, and then he had gone around Highland looking for a mentor or a faction, and discovered what low-level talent is actually worth. The best offer he received was a 15-year indenture. 15 years of compulsory service after she reached intermediate rank, plus 2/3 of everything she earned during it, which is not an apprenticeship. It is a sale with a delay built in. He refused it, sold the house his parents left them, borrowed the rest, and bought his sister a meditation manual. Which is why he could not pay a debt on time. Which is why there were a dozen men around him on a street corner, which is why I am telling you this at all. Her name was Bronwyn, 13 or so, clean clothes, cheeks red from the cold, and she spent the first minute of our meeting behind her brother. Bronwyn, this is Alaric Apothecary. He is not only a powerful mage, but a highly skilled apothecary. Come and pay your respects. Greetings, Your Excellency. Bronwyn sends her greetings. Bronwyn, I've heard about you. I wonder if you would be willing to join my territory. As long as you pledge your loyalty to me, I will train you to become a true mage and ensure you receive the treatment you deserve. Theodore's face when I said that is the reason I do not think badly of him. He had not expected an offer with no term of service in it, and he had been to every faction in Highland. She agreed, with her brother making frantic small gestures behind me that I could see perfectly well in a mirror. Then I hired Theodore as well, as a diplomat, which was not a role that existed. I did that specifically so that his sister would never be alone on an island belonging to a stranger, and I'd like to be able to say it was kindness. What it actually was is the cheapest possible way to purchase a mage's loyalty. And if Theodore turned out to be useless, I would simply be feeding one more person. He turned out to be extremely good. I'll get to that. The auction was called the War Auction, and the Blackwood family had put it together on about 3 weeks' notice, and nobles came from across the entire kingdom. 3 floors. The first 2 were rows of expensive wooden seats, most already full. I went up to a private room on the 3rd with Caspian, and the room had a floor-to-ceiling window of dark gray glass over the hall, and in the middle of it, a thin crystal about half a meter wide and as tall as a man, showing the auction floor in perfect moving detail. That is called Kale's spying, and a high-level mage named Kale built the first one to steal his teacher's advanced knowledge. His teacher was a saint-rank mage whose mental energy made the whole scheme useless, and who caught him and killed him on the spot for the insult, and then kept the device and spent years improving it. The one in that room was the cheapest grade made and worth 3,000 gold, and I examined it for a full minute before I remembered where I was. Then the auction started. 4 warriors walked onto the floor in black light armor with a spear, a great sword, a hammer, and a shield. Every plate polished, breastplate thick, shoulders wide and edged so they work as weapons, joints articulated properly, every gap filled with tough leather so a dagger cannot find its way in. The first item comes from the Sword and Fire Weaponry Forge under the Blackwood family. 1,000 sets of light armor, 4 weapon types, 200 sets per lot, starting at 20,000 gold coins. The hall gasped. I did the division. That is 100 gold a set, opening, for equipment that had cost me 50 gold a set in peacetime. This price is way too high. Aren't your family worried about it going unsold? No sale? If this batch goes for less than twice the starting price, I'll give away 100 sets. The first lot went for 46,000. 230 gold a set. 4 times peacetime. The 5 lots all cleared above 45,000, one at 52. This is the price before the war even starts, Caspian said, with a glass of red wine, watching 1,000 sets of armor leave the room. Once it begins, today's price will look cheap. Perhaps even with gold coins, they won't be able to buy equipment this good at all. Aren't they afraid war won't break out? Impossible. According to the latest news, 6 of the 8 royal families of the Orc Empire have completed war mobilization. Tiger Man, Lion Man, Werewolf, Minotaur, Elephant Man, and Eagle. The ordinary races have amassed over 3 million. At this point, even the behemoth royal family cannot stop it. Then 200 sets of heavy armor came out, opening at 600 gold a set, and the room went off like a struck bell, and lots of 50 broke 60,000, with almost every bid coming from the 3rd floor. And I sat there, a man who had made 30,000 gold in a month, and understood that I was poor. That is the first time I properly grasped what a century of accumulation means. My income is magnificent. My capital is nothing. Those families were spending in an afternoon more than my entire territory was worth. Caspian, your family's profit from this auction must be over 1 million. What? You think a mere 1 million is worth the attention of a future king? Heh. In this auction, let alone 1 million, our family will be lucky to break even. And then he explained why, and it is the single most impressive thing I have ever heard about the Terra Kingdom. 3 months earlier, the royal family, jointly with all 8 ducal houses, had put the entire kingdom under war mobilization. Domestic tax on strategic materials doubled. Import tax on strategic materials from abroad raised more than 5-fold. So even though armor is normal price in other countries, importing it costs more than buying at these prices at home, and every noble in the room had already run that calculation and lost. Won't such a domineering policy cause dissatisfaction? Dissatisfied? It was announced by the royal family and the 8 dukes together. Even if the other nobles are dissatisfied, what can they do? And the mobilization is for the survival of the kingdom. Almost all of them know it. There has never been a case in history of them uniting against a war mobilization. A kingdom that lives next door to the Orc Empire has one genuine talent, which is that when it is time to bleed the nobility holds still. Then, in the middle of the auction, the old man on the floor held up 12 books of intermediate breathing techniques, and I sat forward. I had 2 in my whole territory, Kalen's family earth technique and the water one out of Silas Vance's study, which means every soldier of mine with a wood or fire or wind affinity was either failing to become a professional at all or fighting his own element the entire way up. Fire went first. 700 opening, and the third floor did not care, and the hall bid it to 750. I pushed a thread of magic into the crystal, and the old man reacted instantly. Room number 5 bids 800 gold. Silence. Every paddle on the first 2 floors went down. Congratulations to room number 5. Market on an intermediate fire technique is around 1,000, and auctions usually run above it, and I had just paid under. I looked at Caspian. He waved a hand without turning his head. Fire isn't rare, and it's our first bid. They're giving each other a courtesy. Next time they won't. They did not. I took intermediate wood for 1,380, and intermediate wind for 1,560, and the wind one was over 50% above market because wind is uncommon. 3,700 gold, and now every common element in my territory has a proper technique, and the number of professional warriors on my island was going to change permanently. What I actually wanted was a meditation method. I have been running an elementary fire meditation since the day I woke up in this world. My own mana is coarser than it should be, and a mage on an advanced technique produces more from less. Some advanced methods also carry extra properties, so that cultivating them raises physique, or gives your spells erosion or destruction. Halfway through the auction, there had not been a single meditation manual of any grade. Caspian, didn't your family put up any meditation methods above intermediate? Alaric, don't you know about the unspoken rule of knowledge blocking? I know about it, but aren't those rules in other countries? Our kingdom hands out 4 elementary methods to anybody. And he smiled and gave me the actual architecture of this world. Of course there are. Don't be fooled because the royal family spread 4 elementary methods. They would never dare spread anything above intermediate. That is not only challenging the domestic nobility. The human alliance would get involved. To protect the interests of the entire noble class, the human alliance does not mind changing the royal family of the Terra Kingdom. That serious? Compared to the entire aristocratic system, let alone a royal family, even an imperial family could not bear the consequences. Elementary meditation can, at most, make a talented commoner an advanced mage. Intermediate can take a talented commoner to magister. Advanced can reach saint rank. If that leaked on a large scale, the consequences would be unimaginable. The number of commoners far exceeds the number of nobles, and among them are countless people with astonishing talent. If a large number of mages emerged, it could threaten the position of the nobility. No noble wants to see that. I sat there with 3 breathing techniques in my lap and thought about it. Because that's the whole thing, isn't it? Not one word of that is about strength, it's about supply. The reason a commoner in this world cannot become powerful is not that commoners are weak. It's that the instructions are held above them on purpose, by an organization that includes every kingdom, every empire, the Pirate Alliance, and the Noble Council, and that will remove a royal house that lets them out. If that's the case, what about breathing techniques? Aren't you afraid those leak? Warriors, genuine contempt. How can warriors compare to mages? Even if they're stronger, so what? They're just a bunch of barbarians who can't think. If the current aristocratic system can be overthrown by a group of barbarians, then what is the point of its existence? Don't forget you're a warrior too. Warrior is the least significant of my many identities. I am also the president of the Sky Merchant Guild, an honorary counselor of Highland City, and the second in line to inherit the Blackwood family. Can other warriors compare to me? I should not have asked. I handed that man a stage. Then something came out that I did want. This treasure is a possession of our Blackwood family, a basic introduction to professional rune inscription. It contains 6 elementary rune patterns and 3 intermediate. The elementary patterns are strength, agility, physique, spirit, sharpness, and defense. The intermediate patterns are strength, agility, and physique. Unified bidding, no separate lots, 3,000 gold. Rune magic, alchemy, and apothecary are the 3 great wonders of the magical world, and between them, they are the actual reason mages sit where they sit. Rune work splits 2 ways: magic circles, which draw elements out of the world and produce effects far past a spell of the same level. And professional rune inscription, which is carving magic runes directly onto a person's body so the runes strengthen them permanently. The second is much harder. It needs an absolutely stable mental energy output and extreme patience. And if you fail the inscription, the elements riot inside the subject. So in practice, it is only ever done on warriors and other people durable enough to survive a bad afternoon. An elementary strength rune raises an elementary warrior's power by 50%, 30% for an intermediate. And there is no theoretical limit on how many a body can carry, only a practical one. There is a record of a level 6 warrior with exceptional physical talent who wore 9 intermediate runes and fought like an earth warrior, right up until his body could not hold them any longer and came apart. That's the sales pitch and the warning in one anecdote. The bidding went from 3,000 to 4,500 before I moved. I took it to 4,008 and the hall went over 5,000, which meant nobody down there was giving the 3rd floor any courtesy at all. I frowned because the real value in that book is 9 intermediate patterns, and most of them are the common 3, and the whole thing is worth about 4,000. 5,002, 5,003, 5,005 from me, and the room went quiet enough that I got hopeful. 5,006 hesitantly. 5,008 from me immediately. And it ended. 50% overvalue. I want to explain why I paid it, because it was not stupidity. The gate on rune inscription is the same gate as apothecary, alchemist, apothecary, rune inscriptionist. All 3 of them are locked behind one talent, which is the ability to hold a mental energy output perfectly steady for a long time. I do not have that talent. I have never had it. I have something better attached to the inside of my skull. Congratulations to Room 5. 5,800 gold for the professional magic rune inscription skill. Caspian. I think that given our relationship, we could have tried an internal purchasing channel. Alaric. I am not the clan chief of the Blackwood family yet. And even if I become clan chief in the future, all my decisions will be based on the interest of the Blackwood family. Anybody else would have found that cold. I smiled at it, because I have never in my life been given a more reliable piece of information about a friend. I picked up one more thing, a level 6 mental energy detection orb for 1,500, which tests 3 people at a time for base mental energy and tells you whether a child has mage talent at all. Every child on my island was about to get tested, and everyone who came back positive would save me 50 gold and a trip to Bell Street. 11,000 gold for the day. Then 15,000 more on grain, which at triple price is bought under 200 tons. 3,000 to Orrin Fletcher for the intermediate strength, physique, and agility recipes, because after 2 years, I was still the physically weakest adult on my own island. Crystals, supplies for the yard. I finished with under 2,000 gold, and every coin of it was the difference between a lord with an income and a lord with a foundation. Then Tim came and got me, and took me to Caspian's study, and Caspian's face had something on it I had never seen, fear and excitement and something underneath both. He handed me a piece of paper. The Orc Empire is going all out this time? Yes, it seems this drought has had a huge impact on them. 7 days earlier, 2,000 miles north, my father had stood on the wall of Shining Fortress in silver armor with a spear 10 feet long and watched the northern Great Plains fill up. I was not there. I have read the reports and I have talked to men who were, and I am going to tell it properly because it is the largest thing that has ever happened in my lifetime and because the Thorn family is in it. Square formations to the horizon, hundreds of catapults inside them, already loaded with boulders the size of carts. Hundreds of demonic beasts in the ranks, thunder lizards and komodos. Every one of them advanced grade or better. At the front, elite legions of the royal races, 10,000 each. Minotaur, werewolf, tiger man, lion man, elephant man, eagle, fully armored, fully equipped, and the equipment was good. And Lyrius Thorn was not looking at any of them. Behind the royal legions, 3 creatures came forward that were 10 meters tall and covered in iron-gray fur with a metallic sheen, with limbs like siege engines and 5 claws on each hand, half a meter long. Behemoths. The king of the land. Level 15 super demonic beasts, the strongest thing at that rank that exists, and 3 of them alone could grind an elite human legion of 10,000 into the field. And standing on top of the behemoths were 3 figures 5 meters tall with golden fur. Golden behemoth. Juno said that through his teeth, and every powerful man on that wall went pale. In the Orc Empire, the behemoth clan numbers perhaps 10,000 people, and they rule everything. 8 royal families of tiger and wolf and elephant and eagle, and above all of them, 1 clan, because an ordinary behemoth is born at the strength of a human elementary warrior and reaches advanced warrior as an adult without training at all, and a golden behemoth, the pure-blooded kind, has talent comparable to a dragon, long-lived, absurdly strong. Every adult is above level 15. There are fewer than 100 of them alive. If there were more, the human race would not be living on this continent. 10 of them came to that war, 3 at Shining Fortress and 7 at the Moduo, giant fortress in the east, along with 3 of the 9 clan chiefs and a total force of 4 million. Top 3 mobilizations in the history of the Terra Kingdom, something that happens twice a century. And on that wall, a young Thorn warrior, a core member of the next generation, level 9 at barely over 20, said the sensible thing. Clan chief, with our current strength, we cannot meet this attack. We must retreat to the second defense line and wait for reinforcements from the human alliance. He was correct. Every professional soldier on that wall knew he was correct. You're so frightened by mere orcs. You are a disgrace to the name Thorn. Guards, add him to the suicide squad. No one will be spared until the war ends. 4 heavily armored men took him under the arms. Clan chief, I was wrong. Please forgive me this once, for my father's sake. You still have the nerve to mention your father? They dragged him off the wall, and everyone on it watched, and nobody said the word retreat again. I want to be exactly fair to my father here, because I owe him nothing and I am not going to lie about him either. He also wanted to retreat. Shining Fortress is the Thorn family's entire substance, and if it falls, they are finished as a house. He could not, and not for reasons of courage. A fief noble of the Terra Kingdom may not withdraw without the kingdom's order, and under national war mobilization, a marquis who pulls back on his own authority loses his territory or his title or both. There is no version where the family survives that better than it survives a siege. So he threw a nephew into a suicide squad in front of 40 men to make sure nobody said it out loud again, and stood on his wall and waited to be destroyed for procedural reasons. Then, the orcs did the thing nobody expected. The golden behemoth in the center gave orders, split the army into 3, bypass Shining Fortress entirely, sweep the Terra Kingdom before the human alliance arrives. Because this was never a conquest, this was a grocery run. Their clan chief's instruction was to gather as much food as possible so that the empire could survive a drought, and sieges are slow, and food is inland. 800,000 orcs peeled off toward the mountains west and east of Shining Fortress. On the wall, a middle-aged man in a dark gold mage robe took out a staff set with 7 gems and shouted for every earth mage in the castle. Hundreds of mages poured magic into the northern wall, and a wall of yellow light came up over 30 meters of stone like a waterfall going the wrong way, covered in ancient runes. The thick earth barrier, a permanent magic circle that cost the Thorn family millions of gold to install, capable of standing up to a forbidden spell, good for 3 days against an army of 1,000,000. The soldiers cheered, and then the orc army split around them like water around a rock and went into the mountains, and there was nothing to use it on. The head of the Royal Mage Corps stood there watching the entire military purpose of Shining Fortress become irrelevant in about 90 seconds, and did not suggest sortying because a Golden Behemoth and the Elephant Man Legion, who were the best siege troops in that empire, had stayed behind specifically to punish that idea. And every thorn on that wall breathed out in relief because the orcs were going to burn somebody else. In 3 days, 4 provinces. In 15, 12 provinces stripped, and tens of millions of humans taken north. I read the casualty figures in a study in Highland City with a glass of wine in my hand, and Caspian was genuinely distressed, and I sat there quietly furious that they had not attacked Shining Fortress. I want that written down, without decoration. 12 provinces, tens of millions of people. And what I felt, reading it, was disappointment that the fortress my sister lives in was still standing. The human alliance mobilized the Sea of Myriad Islands 3 weeks later, attacked the Orc Empire from the sea, pinned their forces, and for the first time in living memory, the reward list included titles. Caspian brought 300 elite guards, 30% intermediate, 8 advanced warriors, 2 earth warriors, and a flight of Thunderbird Knights. His senior man was Jasper Dalton, formerly a Knight Battalion commander in the Elven Duchy until he offended the wrong local noble. I brought 80, 42 Green Turtle Knights, and 38 professionals. Between us, that is roughly a long-established baron walking into another race's country. Elder Maylene took 500 tons of grain, complained that the contract said 2,000, accepted Caspian's promise of 1,000 more within the month, and left us 2 fox warriors as guides. Mei Hua and Li Yong, both advanced, both openly disgusted by us, and both under orders. The Nether Valley clan has 500,000 people and 1 elite legion, and holds the top position on that plane because they have shamans. The Taiwan clan of the Elephant Men has 300,000, 2 elite legions, and a 3,000-man household guard, and hates them. And both of the Taiwan legions were currently in my kingdom, which is why Caspian changed his target the moment he heard it. He had come to kill ordinary orcs. Killing royalty is worth vastly more merit, and 1,000 elephant men outscore 10,000 nobodies. Captain Mei Hua, are there any Taiwan tribes nearby? Preferably not too numerous, mostly elderly, women and children. Both fox warriors' faces did something, and they told us anyway. The White Flock tribe, 800 elephant men on the border, every fighter conscripted. We hit them in daylight from 4 directions. I want to describe what happened next, honestly, because I have been telling this story for a long time, and this is the part I would prefer to leave out. They saw us at a kilometer and formed up in under a minute. An old man with a frail face sent every child of the tribe into the center, and the women and the elderly picked up thick wooden clubs and stood around the edge. An adult male elephant man is 3 meters tall and lifts 2 tons without any training at all. These were not adult males. I sat behind a green turtle knight and threw 6 fireballs into the line, and a dozen of them went into the air. Kalen, charge in! 40 green turtles with water shields up went through a defensive formation made of old people with sticks, a ton of beast and rider each. The front rank went backward into the rank behind them, and the whole thing came apart. Their clubs could not get through the shields. They could not reach the riders. They stood in a collapsing circle and roared while my men worked. 480 dead, 5 of mine seriously wounded, none killed. You despicable damned humans! If my valiant warriors weren't absent, how could you be so arrogant? That was an elder at the end, and he was right, and I did not answer him because there was nothing to say that wasn't worse. 50-odd children came out of the center under guard. Caspian looked at them and told Jasper to kill them all, and I said no. I want to be precise about my reasoning because it was not moral, and pretending otherwise would insult the 50 children involved. They're worth 50 gold each, same as a level 1 warrior. Mages buy royal orcs for research, and farmers buy them for labor, and there is nothing else on this plane worth that much per pound. Caspian looked at me for a moment. They'll slow the march. Then they slow the march. He shrugged and let it go, and 50-odd Elephant Man children went onto a ship instead of onto the ground, and I have never once told anybody that this was mercy. The loot from an entire tribe was 30 tons of black cake made from offal and bark that even the Nether Valley clan would not buy, some furs, bad porcelain, and about 2,000 gold of magic crystals and cores. What we came for was trunks, cut and counted as merit tokens. And the lesson, which both of us took immediately, was that a tribe of elders forms up in 60 seconds in broad daylight, and Caspian's guards had taken 14 casualties across the other 3 directions. 20 men gone from a force of under 400 to destroy one small tribe of non-combatants. At that rate, we would be driven out of the Orc Empire in a fortnight, so we stopped attacking in daylight, hid by day, moved by night, and in 10 days took 3 more tribes and killed over 2,000, which the Taiwan clan noticed. Patrols went out along the whole border, real ones, and that is when I proposed the only piece of generalship I have ever been proud of. There is a Rhinoman tribe called the Rock Tribe inside Taiwan territory. Rhinomen are an Elephant Man vassal race, tough, better armored than their masters, and worth the same merit. And being vassals, they get no special protection from the patrols. And 20 miles west of them is a valley, gentle south slope, perfect for rolling things down. Deep grass on the north side, where a lush green demonic beast becomes invisible. We took the Rock Tribe, cut the horns, and moved west, and spent 2 days polishing hundreds of boulders. 2 patrols came in, 200 adult male elephant men. I looked at them from the grass and went cold all the way down my back. 3 meters, 700 or 800 kilos each, muscle you could moor a boat to, some in simple armor with maces and axes. Even with every man of mine a professional and half of them cavalry, I would have lost that fight more often than I won it. These were not soldiers. These were a scratch patrol thrown together from whoever was home, and I finally understood why the Elephant Men are one of 9 ruling races in an empire of hundreds. They walked into the valley without a single precaution because it was their own country. 50 boulders came down the south slope, and dozens of elephant men turned around, put their fighting spirit into their arms, and shattered half of them in midair. I have never seen anything like it before or since. 10,000-pound rocks coming apart against fists. The half that got through picked up a dozen of them and threw them like dolls. Then the second wave, into men who had just spent everything they had, and the ones who could not break a rock got broken by it. Then the third, the fourth, the fifth. 2 full days of preparation. And at the end of it, about 70 were still standing, and most of the strong ones were finished. Attack! That was when we went in, and it was still ugly. 12 of Caspian's guards and 5 of mine died to 70 exhausted survivors. Caspian was down from 300 to 260. I had lost a quarter of 80, and 200 adult male elephant men are 20,000 gold of merit, which is 2 small tribes worth in one afternoon. We did it again 10 miles west and had to abort, because 300 came through the trees instead of 200, and there were 3 more patrols inside 20 miles. By then, the Taiwan clan had found the valley and stopped being angry and started being organized. More patrols, and 2 Sky Warrior elephant men hunting for us specifically. So, we left them alone and spent half a month destroying ordinary orc tribes instead. Pigmen, snake men. 12 tribes, 5,000 dead, over 10,000 merit points, which converts to 100,000 gold of supplies. And nobody helped those tribes. The Nether Valley clan refused, citing pressure from the sea. The Taiwan clan refused because their elites were away, and defending nobodies would cost them. 2 royal clans looked at a plain full of terrified vassals and decided the accounting did not favor intervention, which is precisely the thing humans do, and I have never once been able to feel superior about it. Then we got greedy and stood in the ruins of a Snake Man village picking the next target, and something came out of the clouds. It hit the ground 3 meters in front of us and left a crater, over 5 meters tall. Elephant Man, wrapped in a red aura that made a noise as it moved. Sky Warrior. A Sky Warrior has escaped gravity with fighting spirit alone, and has begun to grasp the elements around his own body, which makes both his attack and his defense something else entirely. The weakest one alive beats 10 Earth Warriors. Jasper and Caspian's other Earth Warrior blocked him. He came in without slowing and threw 2 punches downward, and the 2 strongest men in our entire force went 100 meters and did not get up. "You damned human race, I've finally caught you." Caspian took a box out of his storage bag, made entirely of mithril, and I saw actual pain on his face before he opened it. Light came out of it hard enough to blind. Inside was a scroll. Saint Light Restraint Scroll? Yes, level 15. Level 15, which means a Saint rank light mage sat down and inscribed it, and that the material capable of holding a level 15 spell has no market price, and that the whole thing was worth approximately everything I owned. Holy Light. Binding is the strongest restraint spell in light magic. It holds an opponent of equal rank completely immobile for 10 minutes. In a duel between equals, 10 minutes is 9.5 minutes more than anyone needs. The Elephant Man backed off the moment he saw it, because he knew exactly what it was. Take the wounded and retreat immediately. And here is where we made it worse. We tried to walk away holding it, both of us. We wanted to keep the card and win the argument with the threat of it, and I have thought about that a great deal since. Damn it, you wretched humans. Do you only dare to show off your strength by relying on external forces? If you're so capable, go find our human race's Sky Warrior. What are you doing here bullying us? That was Caspian. You led your men to slaughter my people, and now you won't even allow me to come and find you? And there was grief in it. Genuine grief, in a voice that could shake trees. And I said, out loud, the single stupidest sentence of my life. Right now there's a drought and food is scarce. Aren't we helping you get rid of some useless tribesmen? That way, your burden will be much lighter. Caspian turned and looked at me with an expression I had never earned before. I admit you're better at being shameless. So, said the Elephant Man very quietly, I should thank you. No need, no need. We can each get what we want and live in peace. If there's nothing else, we'll be going now. Go? None of you are leaving today. He threw a punch at me across 30 meters of open ground, and I understood while it was still traveling that there would not be enough of me left to bury. Caspian tore the scroll open and threw it. Light 100 times denser than before, came out like a small sun and met an incoming wave of fighting spirit head-on, and the shockwave put everyone on the ground. It held, and most of the spell was spent doing it. What was left gathered into chains of light and wrapped the Elephant Man and drove itself into the earth, and he could not move. And then he started breaking them. Oh no. After blocking that, the binding is greatly reduced. It won't hold him long. Go! 400 people ran. Caspian burned 2 more scrolls to double our speed, and we still did not make it. He came down out of the sky over us laughing right as we crossed the border into Nether Valley territory. Ha ha ha, let's see where you can run now. Prepare to die. And a voice came out of the trees. You audacious humans! How dare you trespass on the territory of our Nether Valley clan? Surrender at once. Mei Hua and Li Yong, 30 meters away, winking at us. Both of us had our hands over our heads before he finished the sentence. We surrender! We surrender! Everyone, lay down your weapons! 400 elite human warriors dropped their arms on the command of 2 fox people, instantly, cheerfully. And I watched a high-level Sky Warrior look at that scene and very nearly come apart. How dare you, the Nether Valley clan, collude with humans and provide them with protection? Elder Mammoth Krog, don't make false accusations. These despicable humans trespassed on our territory and have been apprehended. They will be punished by the Nether Valley clan. Bullshit. Do you think I don't know? These humans have been hiding in your territory, killing tribes under your cover. You need evidence? Are you trying to start a war by slandering the Nether Valley clan? Start a war? You 2 pieces of trash don't even deserve it. We are unworthy, but Elder Mei Lin... And Mei Hua took an old token out of her coat and held it up. The Elephant Man's entire posture changed. Are you working for that old hag, Elder Mei Lin? Old hag? It seems Elder Mammoth Krog has forgotten the pain of his past wounds. I will report your words to Elder Mei Lin truthfully, and I am sure she will be more than willing to come to your Taiwan clan personally and teach you what respect means. I stood there with my hands up, watching a man who could have killed every human being on that plain go quiet. Because Elder Mei Lin is not a warrior. She is a shaman who has been alive for nearly 200 years, who was already above Magister rank a century ago, and who has beaten this specific person badly enough on previous occasions that he nearly died. And she has the standing inside her clan to start a war over an insult. Internal orc conflict is banned during a racial war. But wars end, and the Taiwan clan's elites were 3,000 miles away getting killed, and when this was over, the Nether Valley clan would be stronger than them. He stood there and did the arithmetic and hated all of it. These humans are the murderers who killed our people. You may take them, but our people must be present to supervise the punishment. I will report this to Elder Mei Lin. Humph. Tell her that if she dares to let these humans go in secret, I will report her to God. and he went into the sky and was gone, and 400 people breathed. And Mei Hua turned around with a completely flat face. Elder Mei Lin instructed that if you were to use her token, you must deliver another 2,000 tons of grain to our clan. Every scrap of gratitude either of us felt evaporated in exactly 1 second. Tell Elder Mei Lin I'll make her happy, said Caspian. He could afford it. He was about to come home with 10,000 merit points, and after that, news reached the Blackwood family, the grain would be a rounding error. That night, in a fox tribe, safe, with 2 earth warriors laid out and unable to fight. Alaric, do you think we should continue? Do you still have the Saint Light restraint scroll? He looked at me with the expression of a man doing sums about how much I was worth alive. Blame you? I wish I could strangle you. Because it was my fault, mostly. He had also gotten greedy trying to bluff with an unopened scroll, and both of us knew that if he had simply used it the moment he took it out, the Elephant Man would never have gotten an attack off, and the spell would have held at full strength, and there would have been no 2,000 tons of grain. Do you still have any trump cards that can restrain that thing? No, not at all. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get out of here. Then let's retreat. The gains have already been substantial. There's no need to take more risks. Which is the only sensible sentence either of us said in that entire month. A month in the Orc Empire. More than 10,000 merit points, convertible to over 100,000 gold of supplies, plus 40,000 gold of loot from 20 tribes. Beast Slaughter Island is the North Sea Fleet's base and the only piece of ground the Terra Kingdom holds in that sea. 120 square kilometers, 50,000 sailors, hundreds of warships. It is by a wide margin the strongest thing in the Balan Sea area, and the Black Knight pirate group and the Mandy family combined could not take it. It is also on a leash because the moment the Terra Kingdom shows any sign of expanding into that sea, the Noble Council and the Pirate Alliance would jointly remove it, which is why a kingdom that could rule that ocean owns one island in it. Now it had a human alliance merit exchange on it, and every faction in the sea was crowded around it. Caspian sailed into the harbor under the Black Knight flag at speed, cutting the queue, which made a great many people extremely angry. That was the point. He needed witnesses. Caspian? I wondered who was being so arrogant. A young man with 100 elite soldiers and a sinister look. Haha, Kieran, it's been so long, and you still want to meddle in other people's business. Humph, I can't change this habit. I just can't stand people who are more arrogant than me. Then you'd better be careful, in case you run into a tough nut someday. I'd like to know who in the Sea of Myriad Islands dares to call us Ashworth family tough guys. And that shut the entire harbor up. The Ashworth family is the only marquis house in the Sea of Myriad Islands. They have Sandoman experts and a cavalry order of over 1,000 demonic beast knights, and apart from the Storm Pirate group, nothing in that ocean is in their weight class. Then a woman's voice cut across it. Kieran, don't forget this is the Belan Sea area, not your Emerald Sea. Are you sure you've chosen the right place to be arrogant? Evelyn came through the crowd with Scarface Percival and an Earth Warrior behind her, cold as a knife, and Kieran Ashworth, sole heir of the only marquis house in that sea, lit up like a boy at a fair. Little Evelyn, so you're here too? I was thinking of visiting you at Doubledore Island. You're a nobleman. I'm a pirate. What do you want with me? Also, please call me Evelyn. We're not very familiar. Little Yi, this is nothing. If you want to become a nobleman, I can have my father arrange it. I'd rather see you become a pirate. Pirates? That's not impossible. Let me go back and discuss it with my father. 2 enormous middle-aged men behind him coughed at exactly the same time, because the sole heir of a marquis house was visibly considering it. Then she turned on Caspian. Our Black Knight pirate group flag isn't for you to flaunt and act arrogantly. Haha, Evelyn, young miss, don't be so petty. You better not do it again, or I can't guarantee your friend's safety. And she looked directly at me, standing on a deck 50 meters away, minding my own business. I would like it recorded that I had done nothing. 10 carts of military merit tokens came off those ships and went up the pier. Elephant trunks, pig ears, snake tendons, cart after cart, in public, deliberately. With so many tokens, that's tens of thousands of merit. Look, there are Royal Elephant Man among them, and they all look like adult males. Could the Blackwood family have intervened? How could they get that with so few people? Which is exactly the effect he had paid for. I slipped into the crowd and went to look at the 2 crystal monuments outside the exchange office instead. The left one was the merit ranking for the Bylan Sea War Zone. First, Storm Pirate Group, 18,000. Second, Ashworth Family, 16,700. Third, Black Knight Pirate Group, 15,000. Fourth, Mandy Family, 14,500. Fifth and sixth, 2 more super crews. No surprises. Every one of those names is a power. The right-hand monument was the exchange list, and that is where I stopped breathing for a moment. Top of the first column. Advanced meditation technique, full series. Any element you like. 30,000 merit points. Caspian and I had just spent a month deep inside the Orc Empire, with a royal clan running interference for us, and produced 10,000, 3 times everything we had, for one book. And I understood the design immediately, and it is elegant and cynical and entirely correct from the Alliance's point of view. Price advanced meditation so high that only an Earl's house going at the Orc Empire with everything it has can reach it. Control the spread, and make the people who want it fight your war for you. Advanced breathing technique, 10,000. An intermediate breathing technique costs a bit over 1,000 gold at auction. Advanced costs 100,000. That is the latter, priced. Below that, level 10 to 15 magical equipment, high-rank potions, rare materials, rune inscription slots, and then bulk goods, equipment, food, minerals, cloth, war horses, demonic beast mounts. And every one of those bulk prices was normal, not war prices, peacetime prices, for the same armor that had gone for 230 a set in a Highland auction room 6 weeks earlier. That is the first time I ever felt anything warm toward the human alliance. Meanwhile, Caspian's tokens came back counted. 10,680. The harbor made a sound, because everyone there knew the Blackwood family's real forces were fighting at home, which meant this had been done with a few hundred men, and that put a count's house from Highland into 8th place on that monument alongside pirate empires. The dozen clerks at the exchange counter did not say anything at all, and I watched their faces and understood that they knew exactly what they were looking at. They authenticate orc tokens for a living. 90% of what we handed them came off the elderly, women and children. I later heard one of them say, in a corridor, that fortunately nobody had ever heard of a nursing home in the Orc Empire. Otherwise, they would have strongly suspected Caspian of raiding one. They said nothing. They are the bottom of the Alliance and have no right to audit a source, and the top of the Alliance does not care where the merit came from, because the only thing the Alliance is measuring is orcs subtracted, which is worth understanding properly. The entire honor system of the human race is a body count with no attached morality, administered by clerks who know and are not permitted to mind. Congratulations, young Master Caspian. May I ask what supplies you'd like to exchange for? Say it here? No, please come in. I followed him in because 30% of that merit was mine. And in a quiet room, before he even opened the exchange booklet, Caspian asked one question. Has there been any change in the war situation on the front lines of the Terra Kingdom? The front has been initially stabilized. Reinforcements from the 12 kingdoms have arrived, totaling tens of millions, and have blocked the orcs along the line of the 3 provinces. Where are the reinforcements from the 3 great empires? Haven't they arrived? They reached the kingdom of Outran a few days ago. They should reach the front soon. And Caspian sat there for a moment with his eyes moving. You'd better not be lying to me. You're joking. Almost everyone outside knows this. Then I won't look at the booklet. I'll exchange all my merit for grain. The clerk stopped writing. I sat up. Young Master Caspian, are you sure you want to exchange all your merit for food? That's a fair question. The north is in drought, but the human race spans 2 continents, and the southern one had a bumper year. Grain is expensive, not scarce, and there are 100 things on that list worth more per point. Yes. 10,000 merit into rye, with a withdrawal slip payable at the Human Alliance depot in Highland City. He had not consulted me, and I did not say anything in that room because after 2 years I had developed a working assumption that when Caspian does something inexplicable involving money, I should wait. Meanwhile, 2,000 miles away, the war ended in an afternoon. I was not there. I have the Blackwood intelligence, which is the accurate version, rather than either official one, and here is what happened at the city of Daegu in the province of Daoki. Duke Melvin of the Thomas family had lost a century of accumulation in 3 weeks, and pulled everything back to the provincial capital, and the human coalition was losing. Millions of men, mostly regular troops, because Outran and Ribera had sent numbers and kept their elites at home. Every engagement cost the human side several times what it cost the orcs. Then, on one morning, the entire command staff went to the south gate and waited. Thousands of knights came over the horizon in black armor, mounted on advanced demonic beast earth dragons, each dragon 6 or 7 meters long and 4 high, scales like slate, ground shaking, and a dragon 60 or 70 meters long came out of the sky above them, yellow-brown, wings across the whole sky, and on its back sat an old man in royal robes with golden hair. King Redmond of the Kingdom of Terra. Hundreds of thousands of men went down on one knee at once, and the noise of it turned heads in the orc camp 2 miles away. He gave them the speech. Courage, glory, the reinforcements of the 3 great empires, and a counterattack. And 100,000 men were still roaring when dozens of orcs came out of the sky above the city, led by 5 golden behemoths. The one in the center was 15 meters tall. Humph! Victory? That one snort put 100,000 soldiers on their knees involuntarily. Korgoth? What kind of skill is it to bully some ordinary soldiers? Have you forgotten the agreement in the treaty between the races? Fine. Then why don't you, the king, come and let me experience the power of the Dragon Knight? And King Redmond did not move, because he could not, which nobody says out loud. He is a Dragon Knight through an ancestral contract with a legendary dragon, not through his own strength. Korgoth is top 3 in the Orc Empire, and one of the strongest things alive on this continent. Then 3 figures appeared beside the king, a broad middle-aged man in heavy armor with a spear and eyes you could not meet. An old man in red robes with gold at the hem, holding a scepter set with a holy light gem wrapped in halos, and a third old man in a plain pale mage's robe with empty hands, no detectable energy at all, and his eyes lowered, who looked like somebody's grandfather waiting for a bus. Korgoth looked at the third one and became careful. Kenzo the Demon Hunter, Cardinal Archbishop Eldrin Cross, Sky Archmage Malachi. Malachi is the head of the Arcane Empire's council, which makes him roughly equal to their emperor, and the records credit him with at least 10 dead legendary experts. He raised his eyes. Korgoth, it's been a long time. You're still as strong as ever. Malachi, is your human race out of people? You even sent an old bone like you. Sai, since you're here, how could I not come? So it seems I interrupted your exploration of the mysteries of magic. Yes, can't you orcs just stay quietly in the north? Don't forget that this land was once part of my Orc Empire. Every one of our people is determined to reclaim our homeland with their lives and blood. You cannot stop it. A horn went off in the orc camp, and 1 million of them started moving. So, said Malachi, are you orcs going to be wiped out? You think you can compete with the human race? Yes, because of our human race. Then what are you waiting for? Come on. Malachi sighed. Then, with no chant, no gesture, no visible casting of any kind, hundreds of spatial rifts opened around the entire orc command staff at once. Level 15, Spatial Cutter. The most powerful single-target attack spell that exists, capable of cutting anything, and a mage at the top of his profession can barely produce one. He made hundreds appear out of nothing, silently, while talking, and Korgoth raised one fist and punched them out of existence. Every single one, shattered like glass, and gone as though they had never been there. Malachi, don't play these childish tricks. You know they can't hurt me. Your strength has increased again. The talent of the Golden Behemoth clan is truly terrifying. You're right, I shouldn't play childish tricks on you. In that case, come with me. And he simply disappeared out of the world, and Korgoth looked at the sky and went after him, and 6 more legendary experts on both sides followed and left the battlefield entirely. Then, the 3 great empires arrived. The Holy Light Empire sent 10,000 elite knights on unicorns, and 3,000 priests in white. Not one of those priests was below advanced. Many were level 10 or higher, and when they got onto the walls of Daegu and started chanting, the light element inside 100 miles came in like a tide, and holy light began falling out of the sky onto the front line. Wounds closed. Exhaustion came off men's faces. And ordinary soldiers standing in that light got stronger, physically, right there. Enough that men who had needed 3 of them to hold 1 orc were suddenly holding 1 each. Then, 1,000 orc shamans put a black mist across the sky, and the 2 began eating each other, and the priests started to suffer, and it became a stalemate again. Which is when the Arcane Empire came down through the clouds. A city, a floating city, a few hundred meters across, wider at the base, ringed in a blue energy shield, covered in magic patterns, towers topped with magic treasure stones, and 5,000 mages standing at its corners chanting. Azure City, the Starry Sky Mage Corps. It stopped 100 meters above the battlefield and lit up, and the sky filled with meteors. The million-strong orc army broke formation looking up. 2,000 shamans threw everything they had and blew the first wave apart, and it did not matter, because 5,000 high-level mages casting a forbidden spell do not run out. The second wave got through. Each strike detonated. 20,000 orcs died in one wave, including royal elites. Third wave, fourth, 9 in total. The Blazing Hell Meteor World Burning Curse, level 20. 200,000 orcs in about 6 minutes. And then the Holy Alliance Empire arrived on the eastern flank. And there were only tens of thousands of them, and they looked less impressive than either of the others. Heavy cavalry, full face helmets, black armor from shoulder to boot, horses armored too. And the moment the human command saw them, they went pale, and so did the orcs. The Hell Knight Order. The household knights of the Zijinghua family, one of the 5 electoral houses of the Holy Alliance Empire. Tens of thousands of advanced warriors, and every single one of them carries 4 advanced magic runes. They started moving, and magic patterns lit up along their bodies, and their speed doubled, and they got visibly larger. Magic Knights! They're all Magic Knights! An Elephant Man Elite Legion, 10,000 adult males in armor, was slowest off the field and got caught, and turned to fight rather than be run down from behind. The Hell Knight Order went through them. Their counterattacks landed and stopped against a wisp of black light. Advanced Rune, Black Curtain Barrier, carried by a third of that order, which means any attack has to break through an advanced defensive spell before it reaches a man wearing 3 other runes. Thousands of elephant men died, and the Hell Knight Order did not lose a man. The Orc commander ordered a rescue and was overruled by his own staff, and abandoned an entire royal legion and pulled north. Afterward, tens of thousands of elephant man bodies on a field. And what every human noble present understood, watching that, was that this was not the 3 great empires. The Holy Light Legion once had 10,000 priests and sent 3. The Starry Sky Mage Corps has 10,000 mages and 3 floating cities and sent 1. The Holy Alliance mobilized 1 of 5 houses. That fraction turned a losing war around in one afternoon. 5 days later, news came that Malachi had won, and Korgoth was seriously injured, and the Orc army's morale collapsed. And because they had never broken Shining Fortress, or the Maduo Giant Fortress, their retreat was slow, and they had to leave hundreds of thousands of ordinary troops behind to cover it. The 3 great empires wiped those out, and then stopped, and let the main force go, because 16 elite royal legions were still standing on the border, and nobody wanted round 2. Both sides declared a magnificent victory. The Orcs claimed 1.8 million human dead, and 15 million taken for under 200,000 losses. The human race claimed 1.6 million Orcs and 8 elite legions for under 300,000. The Blackwood numbers, which I trust, were 1.2 million human casualties, 10 million people taken, the entire north of the Terra Kingdom stripped, and around 900,000 Orc dead, of which 33,000 were royal elites. If the 3 great empires had not come, the Orc Empire would have won completely. And I read all of that in a study in Highland and paid attention to exactly one part of it, which was the strength of the 3 great empires. The Terra Kingdom, where elementary meditation is handed out like bread, has fewer than 3,000 high-level mages in the entire country. The Arcane Empire has tens of thousands in one core. I had spent 2 years feeling clever. I sat with that intelligence report and worked out that at my current rate of development, it would take me many years simply to match the kingdom I was born in, and that the Arcane Empire was not on the same map. Which is when I decided to start selling level 6 potions. On the way back to Highland, I finally asked about the grain. Even if the war is over, what does that have to do with exchanging 10,000 merit for rye? Of course it's related. The Orcs ravaged the north for over a month and took 10 million people. Where do you think those people will eventually go? I had genuinely not considered it. They're of little use to the Orcs. There are already enough ordinary Orcs in that empire. They can't feed themselves, let alone slaves. So why go to the trouble of dragging 10 million humans north? Why? For profit. 10 million people, almost a third of the kingdom's population. Do you think the kingdom can give them up? They will pay any price to get them back. But the kingdom's foundation is wrecked. It cannot possibly bear that expense alone. So it will call on every noble in the country to help. And this is a drought. Slave prices have fallen and grain prices have tripled. That is why I exchanged all my merit for food. I sat there with my mouth open like a man being taught to read. Then how many people do you estimate 10,000 merit buys? Normally, 4,000 adult males. Right now? He shrugged. At least 20,000. 20,000. My share is 30%. 6 or 7,000 people, arriving on my island in one transaction. And not slaves off a market shelf either. Free citizens. Every profession and every class the northern provinces contained. Smiths and shipwrights and stonemasons and clerks and warriors from houses that no longer exist. I sent Kalen home with the brigade and stayed with Caspian. And somewhere off the coast, in a cabin with the doors shut, I did the second most dangerous thing I have ever done. I sent Tim out for a specific wine from the cellar, which he understood perfectly and which Caspian allowed. Then I put a barrier around the 2 of us. Then I took an unlabeled bottle out of my robe and put it in his hand. He frowned at it, examined it, and his whole face changed. You can craft a level 6 mental agility potion? No wonder you dare to trade for so many warriors. Yes, I was able to craft level 6 7 months ago. He stopped moving. 7 months, which meant that in slightly over a year, I had gone from newly promoted intermediate apothecary to the peak of intermediate, which has happened before somewhere in history and has never happened in the Terra Kingdom. 7 months ago, then why didn't you trade level 6 with me? And then his face did something else, and his voice dropped. You don't trust me. Yes. The silence went on long enough that I started running escape routes. Then why are you telling me now? Because I trust you now. And I looked straight at him when I said it, which is not something I do. The gloom came off him slowly, and then he punched me in the shoulder hard enough to move me. You damn bastard. Ever since we met, you've been the one taking advantage of me. When have I ever taken advantage of you? I found out later that in the 4 seconds before that punch, he had seriously considered simply taking me back to the Blackwood family and keeping me there, and had dropped it for 2 reasons. The first is that it would waste 2 years of building a friendship. The second is that if I ever became a grandmaster, the Blackwood family would not be able to hold me and would be destroyed by the attempt. He asked my success rate at level 6. 40%. Wow, you really can hold back. It is not 40%. It has never been 40%. There is a number I have never said out loud to any living person. And if I said it in front of Caspian Blackwood, he would stop being my friend within the hour and start being my owner, because no man alive is friends with a machine that prints money. 40% is the largest lie I can safely tell, and it multiplied my income by 5. When I get back, I'll arrange level 6 materials. In the coming months, you'll make up everything you owe me for the last 7. Are you trying to work me to death? You brought this on yourself. Before I sailed, I did one more thing in Highland, and it took me 20 minutes and cost 500 gold and mattered more to me than the auction. I went to the apothecary guild, to the kingdom counter, where Sun Wei nearly fell over the desk with delight, and I asked to buy a space bag. 1 cubic meter. 500 gold. Perpetually short supply. I stood in that hall and remembered being 18 and broke, watching a clerk turn a small ordinary bag over and pour a mountain of gold onto a counter out of nothing, and promising myself something in a very small voice. I did not buy it to carry things. I took it apart over 4 evenings with Athena, recording every layer, and there are thousands of runes stitched into the lining in a lattice too fine to see, and the pattern never repeats. It is an instruction, written by somebody long dead, for how to make a place that is not anywhere. I did not understand one line of it. Athena filed all of it. One day I will. 10 days later, I came into my own harbor. 2 years ago, a girl put her boot on my chest in my father's house and asked how I was still alive. And the honest answer was 104 gold coins and a bluff about a woman I had never spoken to. I own 2 islands now. The men who dragged me down that corridor would work for me. None of it came out of the cheat. The chip took down one wall. Everything past it I bought, from Caspian and Evelyn and Silas Vance, and about 400 people who are dead. And I paid every price without arguing, which is the only real talent I have. Lyra was in her chair at the edge of the forest when I got back, weaving something out of flowers, and she stood up before she saw me, which she has started doing and cannot explain. Young master. 2 years in a cage taught her to hear a person coming. How long, I said, before you have your power back? And she went completely still, and then she told me she had been getting stronger for months and had been trying to work out how to say it. I want to be honest about the 4 seconds after that, because I have not been dishonest anywhere else in this account. The first thing I felt was fear, not of her, of losing her. Because an elf with an advanced mage's knowledge and her power restored has no reason on this earth to stay on a rock owned by a human who bought her contract at an auction. And then I said the only thing I have ever said that I would say again, exactly the same way. Good. Get all of it back. I'd rather you could leave. She looked at me for a while. Where would Lyra go? That is not an answer, and both of us knew it, and neither of us pushed it, and she went back to her flowers. There is one more thing, and I did not learn it for a long time, and I am going to put it here because it belongs here. While I was on a beach in the Orc Empire selling grain to a fox 2,000 miles north, in a study on the top floor of Shining Fortress, with 1,000,000 orcs on the plain outside and every catapult in the castle loaded, my father put down the war intelligence without reading it and picked up a different file. 2 years of my life. Every island, every ship, every deal. Down to 3,000 gold of materials I sold in secret to a man named Liam 6 weeks after I did it. He read all of it, and what came onto his face was pride. Then he put it in the innermost compartment of the cabinet and shut it and went back to work. He has never written to me. He never will. Somewhere in that castle is a drawer with my whole life in it, and a man who is proud of me, and has never once said it where I could hear, and I did not know. And by the time I found out, it did not fix anything. But it settled one question. I have a bill outstanding with the Thorn family. A girl put her boot on my chest and cracked my ribs and asked how I was still alive. And she is still in that castle, and the orcs did not touch it. And I have thought about that considerably more often than is healthy. I am not going to collect it this year or next. There is a fleet in the Balan Sea area with my name on its ledger, and a woman who intends to own my entire output, and 10 million people about to be sold by weight, and I intend to be standing at the front of that queue. But it is not forgotten. Nothing is forgotten. I keep a very tidy list, and no name has ever come off it. 2 people have already worked out what I might turn into. One of them keeps a file on me in a locked drawer and is proud of me, and will die without saying so. The other one is a pirate, and she is not going to wait politely.